Can you all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may all be seated. Good morning, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, who has joined us virtually, MECs, those that are here and those that have joined virtually, leaders of political parties, the Chief Whip, members of the Provincial Legislature, the citizens of Gauteng. You are all welcome this morning, including our officials, the departments that are going to be debating or whose reports are going to be debated this morning. I know that they've joined virtually. You are all welcome. Thank you. In terms of apologies, Honorable Shabalala still on paternity leave. Honorable Du Plessis, who's not well. Honorable Dos Santos, who has requested an early departure from the meeting because of other engagements. I will table the apology for Honorable Matsake, although he has joined virtually, but for the fact that he is not well, he has requested that we, Honorable Ndlovu, present the report of the Portfolio Committee. I think those are the only apologies that I have. I know that the Deputy Speaker has also joined virtually, although she's not well this morning. Thank you. In terms of announcements, I know that from various MECs or departments, we have received a request that they wanted to come because their reports are going to be debated today. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we've decided that in terms of the numbers that will be here, might actually compromise all of us. So we are creating a special room for them to join there so that they're able to follow up on the debates rather than them being in the sitting. I'm also aware that there was a request from the DA. They were going to bring people, but I know that they're here, but we refuse that we should actually have more people because we're just counting the people that are supposed to be in the legislature, but also even outside. Thank you very much. You're all welcome, colleagues. In terms of Rule 120, I am informed that there's a motion without notice from our Honorable Chief Whip. Okay, while we are still sorting that one out, let me deal with... Oh, okay, let's go to the other... in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, there are no MEC statements for today's sitting. In terms of member statements, in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, Honorable Khumalo, there's a statement from you.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Honorable Mzi Khumalo, table the following member statement on June 16. Madam Speaker, today we honor the brave young men and women who, through their act of selflessness, gave a huge momentum for the liberation of this country. They acted in this way knowing that education will be seminal in bringing a better and liberated country. Hence, it was not a rejection of the importance of education that they took upon themselves to protest against the imposition of Africans. but it was a calculated stance against the imposition of the apartheid rule without the consent of the people. Ek sê, Afrikaans was nie die problem. It was a language found spoken liberally in the township. Hence, the act of bravery by the young, gallant young men and women was an act of rebellion against the illegitimate government. June 16 will remain an important day to reflect on the role young people can play in the development of the country. As we celebrate June 16 in the post-apartheid South Africa, we will require using state institutions to utilize the resourceful and energy of youth to build this country. We will need to deploy the youth at the forefront in the fight against crime, drugs, and violence against women and children. We will need them to be central of leadership, which will protect the economic infrastructure of this province. Let me salute the brave heroes and heroines of 1976, June 16, and say you won't let down the baton in the quest of you started to build a non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Diaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. South Africa is a country renowned for one of the most liberal constitutions in the world. Despite this, we also live in a country where gay men and women and non-binaries are still being judged for who they love. Transgender people are still being victimized, persecuted, beaten, or even killed because of the way they best identify. We will continue our fight for freedom and fairness, for in a world where equality still eludes the many men, women, and non-binaries because who cannot find a job or access opportunities because they are different and they are ridiculed based on another person's perception of what is right or normal. As a proud member of the LGBTQIA+ community, I am rising to challenge the Premier and the Speaker to show solidarity with the LGBTQIA+ community by raising the pride flag over the highest decision-making body in our province for the remainder of International Pride Month. The colours of the flag reflect the diversity of our community. It is flown and waved at marches and pride events as a symbol to reflect the freedom and diversity that is the foundation of the LGBTQIA+ community. In Gauteng, we will only be free when every man and woman in this province understands that being gay is not a sin. We are not freaks and we do not have a choice. It is who we are. Being gay, lesbian, transgender, or intersex can be a very painful internal struggle that cannot be fixed with a beating or shock treatment therapy. It is not a disability and it is not a disease. As a caring government in solidarity with the members of the LGBTQIA+ community, I want to give you this flag and ask you to fly this flag with pride in support of the many men and women and young children who are still struggling every day to be accepted as equals in their country, in their province, in their communities, and in their homes. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Diaga. In fact, I will fly it, although not in the House sitting. I don't have any personal problem with the pride. We are supportive. Honorable Moriarty.
Madam Speaker, South Africa...
Maybe before, can I also request our friends up there, you are not allowed to participate in any activities that are happening in the House. Thank you. Honorable Moriarty.
Madam Speaker, South Africa is now officially in the grip of the third wave of COVID-19 infections. As a nation, our vaccination rollout has been slower than expected, partially due to circumstances beyond our control, however, mostly due to government ineptitude, which comes as no surprise. While our healthcare workers rightfully deemed as frontline workers in the fight against this devastating pandemic, have been vaccinated, a crucial segment of our society, municipal councillors, have been omitted from the list of those who should be deemed as a priority vaccination group. These men and women continue to engage with the public to ensure that residents' rights are upheld and that service delivery continues, pandemic or not. Councillors are at the forefront of ensuring that our democracy remains functional, that the plight of residents are championed, and that government is held to account. Madam Speaker, we have seen many of our colleagues in this House succumb to COVID-19, and each of us knows someone who has been afflicted by this disease, and regretfully, some even who have passed away. No one is immune. No one is safe, least of all those who have to physically interact with people from all walks of life on a daily basis. We are in an election year, and the frequency of physical interactions with the public is going to increase. The safety and well-being of those who engage with the residents on a daily basis is of paramount importance, because without councillors, our democracy simply will not work. So therefore, I strongly urge that government make the vaccination of councillors a priority, and that this happens sooner rather than later. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mukwebo.
Wait, we're making noise, no man. You came today. Thank you, Speaker. Tomorrow is June 16, a day the ANC will use to remind us about the butchering of the youth of South Africa. The ANC had 27 years to improve the lives of the youth. Then the death of the youth of 1976 will not have lost for Mahala. Instead, the ANC created unemployment among the youth to be 46.3% in the first quarter of this 2021. ANC has failed to use the state-owned entities to create work for our youth. All they did was to loot these entities. Just look at the stealing you have done when one listens to Zondo commissions. That's why these apartheid people don't trust black men and women to lead. You have shown them that you are thieves and don't care even if you leave your own people hungry. South Africa is a very rich country, but the ANC, because you can't keep your hands in your pockets, you have destroyed this country. No real township economy, lots of load shedding, no jobs, increase in the frustrated youth. With ANC, the future of black youth is dark. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Dr. Dikhamela.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. A partnership between the Randfontein Parliamentary Constituency Office and Gauteng COSATU Gender Structure saw both organizations coordinating the provision of the most needed services in the farming community of Brandvlei. The organizations partnered on an outreach program called Gceka Impilo. The purpose of the program is to connect with communities and assist them in resolving their challenges. On the 27th of May 2021, through the outreach program, the organization visited the community, the farming community of Brandvlei. During this visit, the community received various services from the Departments of Home Affairs, Social Development, Health and Community Safety. In 2018, the ANC launched the Tumamina campaign with the aim to improve service delivery. The bringing of services to the people and working for the people is in line with the spirit of the ANC of providing a better life for all. We applaud the work done by both the PCO and Gauteng COSATU Gender Structure and call on the organizations to work together in their own communities to assist communities to access services. These partnerships are more critical now than ever as we struggle through the third wave of the coronavirus infection. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. That concludes a member statement. Can I therefore check whether is there a member who wants to give a notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121? There is none. Colleagues, I have received a motion in terms of Rule 124, which is a debate on a matter of urgent public importance on electricity and water security. Because this motion is submitted in terms of Rule 124, what we are going to be dealing, how we are going to be dealing with this matter, we are going to place it in the other paper in terms of Rule 124, subsection 6, for it to be debated at a later stage, which we will decide on the date for that particular debate. Then the other one is an information that Honorable Bloom has submitted a motion, but there's no motion itself, and I've requested the team to look into that because there's no motion. It's just an indication that there's a motion because I've noticed that it was sent to the wrong address. But
Madam Speaker, if I may clarify. Okay. Thank you. If you read the motion that you received from me, it says, therefore resolves to debate the, and that's the only motion that is there. The therefore resolves to debate and the words that follow. That's simply what the motion is. Thank you.
no, Honorable Moriarty, I'm not saying we're not going to be debating the motion, but what I'm saying is it has been submitted in terms of Rule 124. Therefore, I'm saying we will use 124 subsection 5 in order to deal with that particular motion. I didn't say, just check Rule 125. It says if the Speaker grants a request, she must notify the LGP and the relevant member of the Executive Council, and the Speaker must place the matter on the order paper. So we're going to be placing it in the order paper. Thank you.
Can I be clarified, Madam Speaker? I understand that you were going to arrange for the Dayaga motion to be scheduled. I would presume that you're going to do the same with the Bloom motion, please.
Yeah, I don't have a vehement opposition to placing it in the order paper for scheduling, because that's what the rule says. The rule says I must put it in the motion in the order paper so that at a later stage it can be debated. I'm not saying, but what we need to do is to ensure that I have the motion from Honorable Bloom, which at the moment I don't have. I only have your letter that indicates that there's a motion. So we will come back and indicate when are we going to put it in the. We're still checking the.
Thank you very much. One other matter, please, Madam Speaker. The idea that something is urgent means that it's urgent. In other words, it would happen on the day that it's placed. So I understand that you have a prerogative, and we will abide by your prerogative, but I would put it to you that it is possible for us to have an adjournment or announce that at a particular time later today that the motion can be debated, if you actually ruled in that way. That's what urgency is.
Honorable Bloom, Honorable Moriarty, I'm not saying the motion is not going to be debated. It's not yet in the order paper. How then do I place it to be debated when it's not yet in the order paper? So it's going to be debated, and I was trying to check the order for today. There is no way that you see our meeting might end up at 6 in the evening. So I'm not sure whether it will be healthy for members to sit here until that time, but we are dealing with that during the course of the day. Then later we'll announce as to how we're going to deal with it. Because that's what the motion says, and I don't want to entertain any debate.
May I ask that your ruling be submitted to the Rules Committee? The purpose of Rule 124 is to bypass the order paper. And as you make the point about It's not healthy. It's not healthy for people to be without water and electricity. Thank you.
Colleagues, whether I put it, whether I send it to the Rules Committee, but Rule 124 subsection 6 covers what you want to do. I don't know why you want to still debate, and I'm closing a debate because Rule 124 sub 6 says the Speaker must place the matter on the order paper. As to when I place it, it's the prerogative. Thank you. Colleagues, can we therefore move to the first item? The first item is questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134. Honourable Ntsakhe to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. During debates of the annual report, the House adopted a report from the Social Development Committee. One of the recommendations, 11.3, which states the following. The department should make sure that service level agreements, SLAs, for the centres are signed on time, preferably before the beginning of the new financial year, and also ensure that the centres receive their first quarter funding on the 1st of April of each financial year. Could the MEC please indicate how many NGOs and NPOs were paid late in the first quarter? How many have still not been paid? By when will all outstanding payments be made? Why are there late payments? And who is responsible for these late payments? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks, Honourable Ntsakhe, for the questions. In response to question 1, the first quarter subsidies are based on signed annual service level agreements for the 2021-22, as it is a new financial year with its own terms and conditions. Once an SLA has been signed, the first quarter payment is due in 30 days from day of signature. Therefore, the subsidy payments will be late once the 30 days from the date of signature expires and each approved NPO signed their respective SLA at different dates. As at the 11th of June 2021, 3,126 NPOs approved for funding for 2021-22 financial year had signed their SLAs, and 2,657 were processed for payment. Only 131 were paid after 30 days due to system glitches. In response to your second question, 469 subsidies are still to be paid, but they are within the 30 days explained above under question 1. It simply means, Honourable Member, that the payments for the 461 NPOs is not late, as SLAs were signed recently. In response to your third question, the 469 subsidies will be paid on or before the 25th of June this year. In response to your fourth question, firstly, the logistical arrangements of getting the boards of NPOs to sign service level agreements for 2021-22 financial year is taking longer than anticipated. Secondly, some NPOs could not be called for signing of SLAs as their NPO registration status had expired or was not in good standing. Consequently, it meant that they were not meeting the Gauteng DSD funding requirements. However, the matter was escalated to National Social Development for urgent intervention and has been since resolved by implementing an interim solution. Mind the word here, the operative word there is interim, because NPOs have a responsibility to comply as well. Thirdly, the program certificates what is normally referred to as operating licenses of certain sectors such as the early childhood development, service centers, luncheon clubs, drop-in centers for HIV, etc., are still affected by changes in municipal bylaws, which in turn affects their ability to meet the Gauteng DSD funding requirements. The department decided to obtain a condonation for those affected sectors in the interest of service delivery whilst the long-term solution is being sought from the affected municipalities. And lastly, the department is also experiencing system glitches of not being able to extract scanned documents, and this has also caused payments delays. The system's glitches have been resolved and NPO payments have commenced since the week of 26 to the 30th of April 2021. The department and eGov will continue to timelessly intervene on all system technical glitches that may arise in the future. Responding to your last question.
Which eGov now? Which eGov? Yes.
Responding to your last question, as explained above in question 4, the root cause of delayed payments is multifaceted as it involves more than one party, but can be disaggregated as follows. 1, the NPO sector will take the responsibility of the logistical arrangements on the boards to sign service level agreements. 2, the NPO sector, together with the National Social Development, will be responsible on the delays on expiry or renewal of NPO registration certificate. And lastly, the NPO sector, together with Gauteng municipalities, will be responsible for change of bylaws which adversely affect the existing NPOs and the inability of NPOs to adhere to those changed bylaws. Lastly, Gauteng DSD and eGov will take the responsibility of system glitches. I thank you, Speaker.
Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Msaka?
I'd like to make a short remark. MEC, thank you very much for your response. I have here a WhatsApp group which is from the Greater Welfare, and I won't read which specific welfare NGOs have sent this, but the first one says, clearly government officials have their own way of thinking and it's so removed from what is happening on the ground. The second one says, also remember that if an NGO can't pay the staff on time, then the staff can't pay their rent, school, vehicles, etc., and then they end up blacklisted. So low and so unfair. The last one of many says, we had two staff members losing their rooms where they stay because we couldn't pay salaries. And I think that is something that we should think about when we pay NGOs late. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable MEC.
Was the mic on? No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. And, I'm going to speak to two things only. The first thing is that, Honorable Chair, I want to believe that, based on the passion that you have about NPOs and what you normally say in the portfolio committee about them and speaking on their behalf. But like I said earlier on when Honorable Badenhorst was talking about more or less the same matter, that please share that information with me. Because without it, I find it very difficult to intervene on behalf of those NPOs. The second thing that is important is that NPOs must also take responsibility as well. One of the major problems that we are facing is that they will come to yourselves or whoever represents them and create an impression that we are not assisting them while they know themselves that they have issues amongst their own board members. So I want to ask you that, when we get to the portfolio committee, there's a letter that I wrote to the chairperson of the portfolio committee. I hope it has arrived on her desk, asking for the very same thing, that in this particular case, can we assist these NPOs to solve their problems? But they must share their information with us, because without it, it's just it's just talk outside, and there's nothing I can do. Yes, well, she says it's warawar, and there's nothing I can do. I want to intervene. I want to help, but I need to know who they are. Thanks, Speaker.
Next question, Honorable Badenhorst to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, everybody. With regards to the 8 misplaced patients from the Life Esidimeni Mental Care Center, can the MEC please respond? What is the status of the case as of June 2021? Number 2, kindly please explain the barriers faced by the department in trying to solve this case. And number 3, in your response to a similar question last year, you noted that some of these patients were without files or identification. How far is the department with profiling the misplaced or missing patients and contacting the families? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Speaker, once again, and thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. In responding to your first question, the department was not responsible for misplaced patients. Instead, it was responsible for interviewing and obtaining background information of the clients who applied for the payout. Responding to your second question, the Department of Health was responsible for Life Esidimeni Mental Health Care Center and therefore responsible for solving the case of missing patients. Responding to your third question, Honourable Member, the department was responsible for interviewing and obtaining background information of the clients who applied for the payout and therefore observed that some patients were without files or identification. The department was not responsible for profiling misplaced, missing patients or contacting their families. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Do you have any supplementary question, Honourable Nsake?
Thank you, Speaker.
Badenhorst,
I'm
sorry.
satisfied for now.
Okay. Honourable Ghana.
Madam Speaker, a follow-up in terms of Rule 134. I want to check MEC.
Is that a question?
It's a question. You are quoted in the press that you know the whereabouts of the so-called Tembisa 10 mother. Has the department confirmed? No, it's a follow-up on missing. No, it's a question. Hey.
You are speaking for the
Can the MEC confirm the whereabouts of the so-called mother of the Tembisa 10 babies? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable colleagues, I'm sure I'm still presiding.
Yeah, but they're not
Honourable
so-called.
MEC,
They
you are
come
not
from
obliged. Colleagues,
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
You can't politicize this matter.
And it's not even relevant. So, but if we relevant about donation, our question on again.
next question. Colleagues, thank you. Next question, Honourable Badenhorst again to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to early childhood development centres in the province, will the MEC please respond to this? How is it possible that there are no adequate ECD centres in the province and most of those that are existing have not proper licenses to operate? Number two, how many ECD centres are government-owned and non-fee paying? Number three, do we have any facilities, ECD centres that cater for talented children? And number four, please provide details for these facilities. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
And thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst, for the question. No, I'm ending my keep. Thanks. So, in responding to your first question, Honourable Badenhorst, there are ECD centres that adequately meet the norms and standards and complies with municipal bylaws. However, due to the rapid rate of mushrooming of ECDs in communities, these sites do not comply with municipal bylaws and minimum norms and standards. These ECDs, therefore, cannot be registered by the Department of Social Development if they don't meet those regulations. Responding to your second question, Honourable Badenhorst, the department does not own ECD facilities. Instead, what we do, we have built 19 social integrated facilities wherein NPOs run the ECD center and programs. Responding to your third question, the ECD curriculum has been designed and developed by the Department of Education. However, there are no ECD facilities catering specifically for talented children. Your last question, responding to it is not applicable, ma'am. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Badinos?
No, Speaker, there's no supplementary questions, but can the MEC please give me these answers of both questions in writing? Thank you.
Okay. The MEC will submit through the proceedings so that it's for record purposes again. Honorable Mokwebo to MEC for Education.
No, how will she send the questions, and she's very emotional to Badenost. She must relax and learn when others they will respond. You will hear.
Ask your question, Honorable Mokwebo.
MEC of Education, please, can you tell us as the House and respond to the EFF question, which says which protection or preparations which you made for our learners and teachers, because we are on a third wave as the province. We are the epicenter of this pandemic. And please, again, what measures has the department put in place that all the learners who are entitled to school feeding schemes are getting their meals every day? Again, MEC, on your response, you add there, what are the feeding modalities currently being undertaken, because we are on a COVID restrictions, which the third wave we are in as a province. Thanks, MEC.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Mokwebo, for your questions. Truly appreciate that. We've made intensive preparations to ensure that all our educators, learners, as well as our staff members are protected against the third wave of the coronavirus. The Gauteng Department of Education has put in place policy interventions which allow us to know when there is a case and how that case can be handled, and how either the school should be suspended or not suspended, and if there is a cluster break, will be guided by the Department of Health to ensure that we manage that cluster break. What we can confirm, Member Mokwebo, is that we are expert-driven. We are just an education institution. We rely on those that are experts in this field to guide us when to close, to open, extend, or not to proceed with academic programs. The policy intervention comprises of ensuring compliance with the directive issued by the Department of Basic Education nationally in terms of the Disaster Management Act 2002, but also to comply with the standard operating procedures for the containment and management of COVID-19 in schools and in communities. The Department has further issued a number of circulars and operational manuals to assist schools to operate safely in the context of the pandemic. This guidance covers topics such as implementing social distancing, applying appropriate hygiene practice, managing individuals with comorbidities, managing COVID-19 positive cases, and also ensuring that everyone is provided with the relevant PPEs. In terms of the above, the following measures are undertaken by the department to keep learners and teachers safe from infection: making availability of PPEs, schools being supplied with hygiene packages. Schools are also encouraged to practice symptom screening to further facilitate social distancing. Schools are expected to ensure that all safety measures and hygiene practices are observed in staff facilities, giving learners what we call mask break, because if you allow learners to wear the mask continuously without a mask break, we really believe that it encourages them not to wear the mask. Departmental officials, in collaboration with the Department of Health, have established environmental teams that are analyzing statistics on a daily basis, and on the basis of the numbers, they will guide which form of action the department should take. This includes regular risk assessment and also the behavior and conduct of our educators. Member Mokwebo, we are pleased to announce that our persuasion of the Department of Health has indeed yielded results. Together with our province and other provinces, we can confirm that as from next week, educators are now officially on the list of people that need to be vaccinated during the school holidays, so that by the time learners come back on the 28th of July, all our educators will be vaccinated in our province and they will be safe to render their services. We want to thank the Department of Health and the national government for accepting that educators play a crucial role without necessarily undermining other public sector workers that also need to be vaccinated. The department has put in place the following measures to ensure that eligible learners are getting meals every day and that food is prepared under conditions that are compliant with COVID-19 protocols. All voluntary food handlers have undergone training on COVID-19 protocols, which emphasize the regular washing, sanitization of hands, the wearing of masks, social distancing, and the frequent cleaning of high-frequency used surfaces. All eligible learners receive hot meals at schools and are encouraged to observe all COVID-19 protocols. In terms of your last question, the Gauteng Department of Education has tweaked its feeding modality to allow for learners that are following the rotational timetable and those that are at school so that they can be provided with hot meals. Those that are not coming to school are also encouraged to come to school during breaks and they will be provided with the relevant meals. This number has been increasing substantially in the last few weeks, and we encourage that learners are coming to school to collect their meals or to pre-book their meals so that they don't go starving. We will continue to encourage parents, especially of those that feel that learners cannot get meals while they're at home, to ensure that learners are encouraged to come to school to collect their meals, even if it's not the day that they need to come to school. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Mkwebo?
No, thanks. It's a supplementary question. I think I heard the MEC properly said the teachers will be vaccinated. Can you share with us the type of vaccine and how many do you have for the teachers? Because we know that you are giving us, our people, Skambelele or grape water. That's why the MEC of Health actually COVID. And I thabile ko bara. Even your premier now, he's having a COVID. So which vaccine are you talking about?
Mkwebo is wrong.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm not an expert in terms of vaccines. I think you should ask the relevant institution to provide that information. What is very important is that we need to protect our educators. Educators are the only profession that gives breath to all professions. And if we have to protect our children, educators need to be the first one to be protected. We are not undermining the role of other public servants, in particular the police and those that are assisting us in terms of ID documents and other things. Because I'm of the strong view, Member Mkwebo, that public servants, all of them, they need to be protected because they're saving the public for people to access services in our departments. And that is why even within the education space, we're including everyone, food handlers, general assistants, and everyone, so that they can also be protected. But what kind of a vaccine, where it is, how many doses, I'll leave that to experts, and experts will provide that information. What we know for now is that our educators come the 28th of July. They need to be protected so that they can protect our children. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. A question from Honorable Mabala to MEC for Health.
No, Speaker. We are Champa, what's happening? They're trying to protect him.
Why are you fighting?
What's exciting you?
Are
you getting an increase? There's a lot of excitement here.
Colleagues, please.
Relax.
Whether he was suffering for COVID, you can't be laughing about it, please.
No,
I've warned members, COVID is a serious illness
It's
or any other ailment.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Mukwebo, no one wants to joke about a sickness of any person.
Madam Speaker, we are
Can
not
you raise your question to MEC?
Sensitive about this.
We are not laughing about the COVID. We are not.
EFF loves people who are sick.
Well, no, we're not laughing anyone with COVID. That one over Chacharaja is Raufodile na.
Eh mona nna ke fodile mona e tla o tshwara ntho ya o tsamaisa mona o tla re tlogela o nna le excitement you are not immune. Are you immune?
Honorable Mukwebo, do you want to ask your question or you want to play?
And there's nothing coming out that is sweet from you.
Honorable Litswalo, please.
Can you
Honorable
mute that person
Mukwebo.
in Winterfeld?
Honorable Mukwebo.
Mar Ezra Ujile to be Mkhut.
Colleagues, any member, if I say please stop and you continue, I will stop you, including Honorable Mukwebo, who's supposed to be answering a question and you are busy entertaining other things. Can you continue with your question?
Thank you, Speaker. With regard to the Youth Employment Initiative, how will the second phase of the initiative be rolled out? What support structures were there to support teachers and learners in the immediate period since the second term commenced in May in 2021? What the impact this initiative will do to our youth in this province? Thanks, MEC.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Mukwebo, for your question. Phase 1 of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative within the basic education sector had a lifespan of 4 months, that is from the 1st of December 2020 to the 30th of March 2021. At the meeting of the heads of education HODs, they then decided that the project should be extended by a month to the 30th of April 2021 because most provinces have some unutilized funds from the allocation. During his budget speech, the Minister of Finance made an additional allocation of 11 billion towards youth unemployment across all sectors. The Department of Basic Education submitted a proposal to National Treasury for phase 2 of this program, and the outcome of this submission has not been announced. On the basis of those discussions, the following has been communicated to provinces: that the rollout time frame is estimated from July or August 2021. The actual budget and numbers of youth to be engaged per province has not been confirmed or finalized, but the target is around 200,000 to 250,000 young people. That the purpose of phase 2 is intended to be more developmental, and it intends to impart basic skills that could be used in future and to advocate for education as a career of choice within these young people. The intention is also to take new cohort of young people. The program is funded by National Treasury through the Department of Basic Education. Thus, its rollout and some of the related logistics are largely dictated through directives from the Department of Basic Education. As a province, we have not been able to plan around the second phase in detail, as we are awaiting the details from the National Department of Basic Education and the Department of Treasury. In terms of question 2, with this program ending on the 30th of April 2021, the Gauteng Department of Education was in a position to allocate some of the youth budget towards the extension of the contracts of educator assistants and general assistants from the 1st of May to the 30th of June 2021. This was an attempt to ensure that there were no disruptions in schools after the 30th of April. The department can confirm that in Gauteng, all the schools continue to have these young people, but they've been converted as educator assistants or general assistants until we come to the end of the second term, which is in a few weeks' time. So in Gauteng, regardless that this program has been terminated nationally, we continue to absorb young people and to ensure that they provide all the relevant support. You will recall, Member Mukwebo, that it was Gauteng that started this program of having young people in our schools, and we are proud that this program was extended to other provinces across the country. While we are awaiting the decision from National Sphere, Gauteng is planning to bring in a new cohort of screeners in order to manage the third wave and to ensure that the educators are managed in terms of their distribution points for them to get vaccinated. And we believe these young people will play a crucial role in providing the logistical support to vaccinate our educators. In terms of question 3, Member Mukwevo, there's been 3 impactful programs that the TDE has embarked on since June 2020. There's the program of youth brigades, where we spent almost 127 million for 6 months, taking care of almost 8,000 young people in our province. Due to its success and some limited challenges, obviously, the program has been ranked as one of the major interventions that young people have received in our province during COVID. The second program is the one that I've just alluded to, which is the Presidential Youth Program. And in our province, we employed 38,550 young people who provided the relevant assistance, and they are still within our schools until the end of the second academic year. Data by gender, it represents that males were 33%, while 67% was females. Of the 35,000 young people that were at our schools, 92% are black. 92% were black, that is around 23,000. And then the remaining was white and coloreds. Whites comprised 2%. There were 911 whites that were part of this program. And 3% was coloreds and 1% was Indians. Financially, the government has injected over 500 million in these programs. This is in addition to the 120 million spent on Youth Brigades program, which was the first intervention program that we introduced. Regionally, the following trends can be observed. The Johannesburg region made out of 11,000 young people, that is 31%. The Ekurhuleni region made up of 10,000 young people, that was 28%. Tshwane made up of 8,000 young people, that is 23%. Sedibeng made up of 6,000 young people, that was 18%, and the remainder was Western. An analysis of the age of young people ranged from 35 years and below, even though in some instances, some of the young people turned over 35 years when they are on site, and it was practically impossible to remove them because they were above 35 years. When we employed them, when they were below 35 years, we allowed them to continue, even if they have achieved the date of their birthday that makes them to be above 35 years. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'll make all these answers available to Member Mukwevo if he wants them. Thank you so much, members. Thanks, Member Mukwevo.
Thank you. Any supplementary question or short remark?
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. It's a supplementary question, but I think I expected the MEC to respond to this House and say his department, they don't have plan, because that's what they've been doing all along. We have been having COVID for the past 12 months now, and now these youth are taken to be assistant teachers, and it means they are not budgeted for this year. I'm going to meet all of them in the corridors. They are calling me that you don't even pay them. You must pay them, those youth, because it's our people, it's our brothers and sisters. Nevertheless, Speaker, what I want to ask, the MEC mentioned here to say, he said he had limited challenges, and he didn't mention to the House. So I want him to dwell on those limited challenges, because we're talking about the youth here.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Mukwevo. You know, sometimes when you provide intervention and assist
Switch it on, Honorable.
It's on.
Yeah.
I'm saying 135,000 young people were sitting at home doing nothing. The state invested more than 600 million for them to do something and acquire skills. Because it's only one government that has a plan for young people. You can attend to their complaints because you don't have plans. You don't know what to do with young people. We took young people, we trained them, we assigned them in the classroom so that they can have an interest and acquire some form of skill one way or another. For them, even if this program comes to an end, they can continue to have some skills. Those that didn't know how to be boil makers, today they can be boil makers. Those that didn't know how to fix broken pipes, today they can fix broken pipes. Those that didn't have an interest of teaching, today they've got interest of teaching and they're applying for bursaries to be educators. Those that felt that's the end of their lives because they've been subjected to poverty, today they are taking care of their own children and their own families. And for you to come here and say they're not paid when we can demonstrate that we've paid them, it's just unfortunate. One thing you must know, you are not a union, you are a political party. And let's meet on political discussion and debates. Don't attract things that are far from you for you to score cheap political points. What we are doing here, especially on this month of young people, is to empower, reskill, and support our young people so that they can stand on their own. These young people are not surviving on handouts. They are using their skills to survive and to take care of their own children. Thank you so much.
Manda.
Thank you, MEC. Next question, Honorable Mabala to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by wishing the MEC for Health a speedy recovery. And my question to the MEC for Health is with regards to the Anglo Ashanti Hospital in the West Rand. That was allocated 588 million for refurbishment and upgrading. Would the MEC please indicate, number one, how many beds does the hospital have? Number two, how many COVID-19 patients have been admitted to the hospital to date? And number three, how many medical personnel and allied workers has been appointed to date?
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to honorable members, and thank you, Honorable Mabala, for wishing me well. And for the questions, response to question one, we have 175 beds at Anglo Gold Ashanti. Response to question two, currently we don't have any patient admitted at Anglo Gold Ashanti. Response to question three, there is no approved structure or establishment for the hospital yet. Currently, the district contracted a pool of COVID-19 personnel for the Merafong sub-district who will work in the hospital as and when necessary, depending on the operational existence. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Mabala?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Honorable MEC, the reason I'm asking these questions is because Gauteng is on its third wave, and there is a steep increase in COVID-19 cases. And secondly, the 588 million for upgrading and refurbishment, that was allocated in April 2020, specifically to accommodate COVID-19 patients in Anglo Ashanti Hospital. I mean, it was a lot of money that was allocated, and this hospital was specifically for COVID-19. So I don't understand why don't we have patients to date. And thirdly, I would like to know why does the department spend so much money on field hospitals, more specifically the Nasrec field hospitals, whereas there is a hospital that is dedicated to accommodate COVID-19 patients is there a specific reason, MEC? Because it seems like there is, because you must remember, you launched this hospital months ago, or maybe a few weeks ago, but it is not operational, and yet we do have COVID patients across the province. So I would like you to give me a clear reason whether there is some sort of documentation that is still pending so that you can be able to utilize the hospital. So please let me see, and also in
So
your
your question should be one, and it has been heard by the MEC. MEC, can you respond?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Mabala. You are correct when you say the hospital was refurbished specifically to address the COVID patients. But I think if Member Mabala can just wait for me to respond to your second question. And then with regard to the field hospital, we have decommissioned NASREC simply because it was too expensive to maintain. And maybe to indicate to Honorable Mabala that Anglo Ashanti is not only for to service only people in the West Rand, it's for all the patients that the PUIs that we may have in the province. So currently there's no need to can be able to make the hospital operational. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next question.
Speaker, no, Rule 134, subsection 7.
Yeah, but you can't ask a question when the MEC has responded.
But why namhlanje ukwatile so?
Yeah? No, we are mkwatisa.
No, but I was smiling namhlanje. What's the problem?
I'm smiling. You don't see because I'm putting the mask. Honorable Mukwebo, the MEC has responded to the supplementary question, so you can't answer a question now.
I raised the hand, you didn't see me.
No, you didn't. You were sleeping. Thank you. Next question, Honorable Mabala to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to the Carltonville Hospital in the West Rand, would the MEC please indicate, number one, how many COVID-19 beds are allocated to the hospital? And number two, how many COVID-19 patients have been treated in the hospital from the beginning of the pandemic to date?
Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Mabala, for the questions. Response to question one, out of the Carltonville Hospital approved usable beds of 230, 70 have been designated for COVID-19, of which 40 is for patients under investigation and 30 for isolation of confirmed COVID patients. Response to question two, up to the 7th of June 2021, a total of 1,929 patients have been admitted suspected of COVID. Those are your PUIs, of which 558 were confirmed positive cases and treated. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mabala, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark? Noted.
Yes. Yeah, you see, MEC, this question, it's actually linked to the previous one because as you have indicated with regards to Carltonville Hospital, I'm sure those beds in Carltonville, I'm just making Carltonville as an example. I know that Ashanti will accommodate patients across the province, but what I'm trying to indicate here is those beds in Carltonville and other public hospitals in the province can be utilized for what they were utilized before, and COVID-19 patients can go to Ashanti Hospital. I must actually say that I'm actually not satisfied with the response to the Ashanti Hospital, but nevertheless, I would request that if you can give me these responses in writing, I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mukwebo.
Thanks, Rule 134, subsection 7, Speaker. Leng Pagamangayo. MEC, we know your hospitals, they are busy being banned, and PPEs, they are nyamela onemo, lady mask. So can the MEC respond to my question to say, how much have we lost there? Because Carltonville Hospital is one of the hospitals where the mask and the PPEs, they were banned there in Carltonville Hospital. How much we lost, and what are the measures for what happened in that hospital? Thank you very much.
Honorable MEC.
Honorable Speaker, I'm going to request Honorable Mupebo to submit this question because according to me, this is a new question altogether. And then
it's not new. You're from Kaltu, from Merafo. It's not new to you.
Thank you, MEC. The next item is questions for oral explanation.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. She didn't respond to my supplementary. Please, it's Member Mabala.
MEC.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I started with Member Mukwebo because that was the new question. And I will make the responses, the written response available to Honorable Mabala. Honorable Mabala, I think we have a system where we don't have COVID, what do you call it, COVID beds, but in all the hospitals, as and when there's a need, we are repurposing the beds to turn them into COVID beds. And as and when there's a need to transfer patients to Anglo Gold Ashanti, irrespective of the district that they come from, we will be doing that because we are repurposing our beds and we are doing the bed analysis on a daily basis. And thank you very much for that comment, Honorable.
The next item is questions for oral explanation and tabling in the House in terms of Rule 137, subsection 5. We have received a response, but it was late, Honorable Masbuga. I'm not going to read what the rule says, but can you explain to the House why the response was late? Aibo.
MEC Manina.
Yes, I'm not the engine. Some number queen, yes. Let's try it.
Honorable MEC, please respond to MEC, respond to the House and not to the person.
I'm sharing with members.
That's not the question.
Try it.
MEC, please. You and Honorable Mukwebo, can you meet in the corridors and discuss that?
Yes.
But we need an explanation in the House, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We received the answer at 3 a.m. this morning. It was coming from the municipality. That's why it made it impossible for us to submit on time. But because they had promised that they will send it before closing time yesterday, that's why we did not send a letter requesting an extension when we promised the response. That is but it came in, finally we have managed to answer questions from the members. And members, please, eat manina.
Why not taking your submission?
Honorable members, I indicated that we'll come back to the motion for, in terms of Rule 120. Honorable Chief Whip, it's now time for you to present that motion in terms of Rule 120.
No, Madam Speaker, I thought by presenting it to the table it will be taken as presented because we signed and.
Okay.
Will that be accepted?
No, it's not. It must be tabled in the House.
Okay. I, Member M. Kumalo, Chief Whip, hereby table the following motion in terms of Rule 121, read together with Rule 117. as follows, noting that the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study report emanating from 2019 to 2020 financial year annual report of the Department of COGTA on an evaluation of informal settlement supported with electricity in 2019-20 financial year. 2, Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee second focus intervention study report, second focus intervention study report on the investigation of impact of irregular expenditure on service delivery, the case studies of hostel redevelopment mega project and issuance of title deeds on the Department of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, and 3, Sports and Recreation, Arts and Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on investigating the implementation of grant in aid funding and its impact on assisting the department to achieve their mandate in the arts and culture and sports and recreation were not programmed for the sitting of 15 June 2021. Therefore, request the House to resolve to add Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report emanating from 1920 financial year of the Department on evaluation of informal settlement supported with electricity in 1920 financial year, Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee second intervention study report and second focus intervention study report on the investigation of impact on irregular expenditure on service delivery. The case study of hostel redevelopment mega project and issuance of title deeds on the Department of Human Settlement Portfolio Committees, and the third, Sports, Recreation and Arts and Culture Recreation Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on investigation of the implementation of grant in aid and its impact on assisting the development, the department to achieve their mandate in the arts and culture and sports and recreation to the House sitting of 15 June 2021. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder?
I rise to second.
Seconded. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no.
Yes. Yes.
The yes have it. The motion is adopted by the House. Can we therefore move to the next item, which is order number 1?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Diale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to honourable members. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement, I'm going to be presenting the 4th Quarterly Report on the Department of COGTA in Gauteng. I request that I switch off my video for better connectivity.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I'll also request that the House allow me not to read some parts of the report and consider the parts not read as read. In terms of oversight on budget expenditure for the quarter under review, Madam Speaker, the Department of COGTA in Gauteng reported that their expenditure was at 91%, which is 203 million, against the allocated 223 million during this quarter. According to the report, the department reported that they managed to exceed their targets to electrify indigent households with basic electricity by 7,245 against the target of 6,000 households. Furthermore, the department also reported that 13 informal settlements were electrified against a target of 8. The Portfolio Committee commends the great work done by the Department of COGTA in ensuring effective and efficient service delivery to communities. However, Madam Speaker, the committee remains concerned that the role of the department seems to be marginalized within the Gauteng provincial government. This includes insufficient budget allocation to ensure especially support to municipalities. Amongst others, the Portfolio Committee also noted that the department has prioritized support to Lesedi municipality, which is not functional according to the back to basic pillars, and this is as a result of failure to spend on CAPEX projects as well as high vacancy rate for senior management positions. We also, as a Portfolio Committee, appreciate the work done by the department in conducting the desktop land use in Sidibeng District Municipality, and encourages the department to continue to support the Sidibeng District Municipality to ensure effective governance, whilst noting the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on service delivery. The Portfolio Committee remains seriously concerned with the delays to ensure the district development model implementation. And when we were assessing the risks within the Department of COGTA, the committee also noted that the department does not have an approved organizational structure. Madam Speaker, when we were evaluating the department's performance during the quarter under review and the previous financial years, the Portfolio Committee remains concerned with a trend of underspending. We view underspending with the contempt as it has a negative effect on service delivery. Amongst the concerns we have, Madam Speaker, is that the COVID-19 restrictions affect full implementation of ABCD capacity initiatives in municipalities. We are also concerned that with the delay of the DDM launch, and according to the department, is due to COVID-19. And as part of our recommendations, we hereby urge the department to cap the trend of underspending as reported in their quarter, and ensure that they come up with a plan to ensure that there's no underspending. We further recommend that the department should provide the Portfolio Committee with a progress report on the support it gives to Lesedi municipality, especially on ensuring CAPEX expenditure, project expenditure, and filling of vacancies. We also recommend that the department should provide the committee with measures that will be put in place to ensure that the DDM model is implemented. And these recommendations, we request that the department should give report to the legislature by the 30th of July 2021. Madam Speaker, we also would like to appreciate the MEC for Human Settlement, the HOD Ndate Qilesha, and their team. As the chair, I also want to appreciate and acknowledge honorable members that serves under this Portfolio Committee. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement hereby presents the oversight report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of COGTA for 2020-2021 financial year, and recommends that it be adopted. I thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I second, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Seconded, Honorable Malema. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Can we read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Diale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like before, due to time constraints, I'm going to request the House to consider parts not read as read of this report. Amongst others, the strategic priorities of the Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng is to build a capable, ethical and developmental state to ensure economic transformation, job creation, spatial integration, human settlements and the development of local government. As a portfolio committee, we note that the department received an adjusted budget allocation of 6 billion and they managed to spend 5.7 billion, which is 96% of its budget allocation. During the quarter under review, the department reported that they have appropriated a total of 2.3 billion to the quarter under review, and as at the end of the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1.8 billion, which translates to an overall expenditure of 79%. As per the PFMA guidelines, the department was supposed to have spent 100% of its annual allocation in the fourth quarter. And in noting the steady improvement on expenditure, the portfolio committee remains concerned with the misalignment between budget expenditure and targets achieved by the Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng. We also, as a portfolio committee, noted that the department managed to achieve its set targets on the number of townships with outstanding milestones to unblocked or blocked, as well as abandoned projects. According to the fourth quarter report, the three townships were formalized, namely Kuduwe Unit 1, Drizek Proper, and Drizek Extension 4. However, it is important to note that the department still struggles to achieve its target on empowerment of the vulnerable groups through its procurement processes. The report states that the department was only able to achieve 12.5% of the set targets of 30% of its procurement budget on women-owned businesses. And I will not read this part of how much was paid to businesses owned by women and businesses owned by youth, as well as people with people living with disabilities. Madam Speaker, is in the report. And according to the report, the department's overall expenditure is at 96% of the total budget allocated. The report also stated that savings were incurred on compensation of employees due to vacant positions not filled, as well as savings on transfers and subsidies as a result of invoices being received after the payment cut-off date. The department also could not achieve its planned target on housing allocations. Only 1,290 approved beneficiaries were allocated against a planned target of 7,000+ beneficiaries. Amongst others, reasons for deviation, according to the department, include inefficiencies on beneficiary allocation administration, as well as lack of adequate housing for all the beneficiaries due to financial resources constraints. On housing subsidies distributed by the department under FLIPS, the department could only distribute 159 out of the planned target of 750 subsidies for the quarter under review. The department also planned a target of 16 hostels to redevelop, and they could only achieve 7 hostels, and are in a planning phase by the end of the financial year. And then those hostels are include hostels in Diepkloof, Meadowlands, Watema, and Tokoza. In relation to the number of urban renewal projects resuscitated, the planned output was 4 projects, which are Everton, Beggersdal, Winterveld, and Kliptown. However, this target was not achieved, and 3 projects were resuscitated, that is in Everton, Beggersdal, and Winterveld. While noting the steady improvement on its performance, the portfolio committee notes with concern that the department is not achieving its own set targets timelessly, even before the COVID-19 pandemic. The portfolio committee continues to encourage the department to ensure effective, efficient quality service delivery, and where necessary, the department should put control measures and consequent management on non-performance. Madam Speaker, amongst the committee findings and concerns is that we are highly concerned on the misalignment of budget expenditure versus targets achieved. We also are concerned with the lack of innovation on ensuring job creation and poverty alleviation programs within the department, the lack of preferential procurement set-aside implementation, that is ensuring that youth, women, and people living with disability targets are reached in ensuring that they also benefit from the procurement processes of the department. We are highly concerned because amongst the reported challenges is the negative impact of COVID-19 on service delivery, and there seems to be no plans to deal with this. We are concerned as a portfolio committee of no clear plans on abandoned and unfinished projects that are there in communities. There are no clear plans on dealing with fraud and corruption within the department, lack of financial resources and capacity to deliver the needed housing units, Madam Speaker. We always speak of 1996 list, and there is insufficient budgeting in that regard, or budget allocation, and there's lack of clear strategy to avoid housing unit invasion. Madam Speaker, we therefore recommend that the department should provide the portfolio committee with a remedial action plan to avoid misalignment between budget expenditure and plan targets achieved, provide a detailed report on how the department will facilitate or ensure job creation and poverty alleviation. They should also give us a report to ensure achievement of the set-aside procurement processes, especially for GOD targets, provide a detailed plan on how the department will ensure service delivery without hindrances as imposed by COVID-19. They should also provide us with an audit report of all the abandoned or unfinished projects and the financial implications thereof, as well as a plan to finish the project with timeframes, a detailed report and strategy to combat fraud and corruption within the department, provide the portfolio committee with a resource mobilization strategy to build the most needed housing units. As per the departmental reports, there is lack of sufficient funding to build all the needed houses in Gauteng. Provide the detailed report on housing allocation on projects that are still under construction and those that are to be finished within the financial year of 2021 and 2022. On the financials, Madam Speaker, we are concerned that of the non-achievement of 60% targets on audit fundings, noting that the department is still struggling to achieve a clean audit, failure to complete the planned targets of 3,039 on mega project units, the inability to regulate supply chain management internal processes to appoint service providers for blocked or abandoned projects.
You have a minute to wind up. You have a minute to finish.
Thank you very much. The recommendations are as they are in the report. We thank the team as headed by MEC Maile, and we would also like to appreciate honorable members that serve under this portfolio committee and the support staff from the legislature. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the portfolio committee hereby presents the performance report for Q4 of Gauteng Department of Human Settlement and recommend that it be adopted. Thank you very much. Apologies for wasting time.
Any seconder to the report?
I stand to second the report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Seconded. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to all the honorable members, the officials, as well as the people of Gauteng. I, Refilwe Kekana, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Social Development, hereby tables the committee's report on the fourth quarter report of the Gauteng Department of Social Development for 2020-21 financial year. And I would request that the House take other parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. And the report is as follows, Madam Speaker, on the executive summary. During the period under review, the committee acknowledged that 17,436 older persons older persons were reached through services that are provided by funded community-based care and support services, while 8,544 older persons participated in active aging programs. The committee further acknowledged that 1,728 persons with disabilities accessed services in residential facilities, while a total number of 57 purchase orders were issued to companies owned by persons with disabilities. It was also reported that 3,530 persons with disabilities accessed services in protective workshops, while 206,670 beneficiaries were reached through disability prevention programs. According to the department, 71,304 beneficiaries and 31,646 vulnerable households were provided with psychosocial support services, while 58,065 beneficiaries were provided with food parcels. During the period under review, 13,374 victims of crime and violence were reached through services that are rendered by 110 shelters managed by funded NPOs. The committee acknowledged that 3,893 children in need of care and protection services were placed in CYCCs, while 57,563 children accessed funded ECD programs through the 1,483 funded ECD centers. During the engagement on the report under review, the committee was informed that 2,743 NPOs were funded to render a variety of social welfare and developmental services. The committee noted with concern that the department continued to face challenges of non-compliance with funding requirements and the meeting of minimum norms and standards for different fields of services by some NPOs. The committee further noted with concern that the provision of dignity packs and school uniform was affected by the delays in the procurement processes as a result of the withdrawal of the awarded tender due to the supply chain management processes that were not properly followed. On the oversight on the department in terms of the entity's achievement on strategic objectives, the committee acknowledged that the department was able to contribute to two strategic objectives, namely building a capable and ethical and developmental state, number two, economic transformation and job creation, and on priority one, which is building a capable, ethical and developmental state, the committee noted that of the 10 planned targets, 6 indicators, which accounts to 60%, were fully achieved, while 4 targets were partially achieved at 40%. And on the oversight on the department on the entities' achievements on the APP targets. On the 25 APP targets applicable to the period under review, the department managed to achieve 14, which equates to 50% of the APP achievement. 3 were partially achieved, 2 on fair progress, 3 not achieved, 1 achieved for the period under review. In the previous quarter, the committee acknowledged that out of the 25 planned targets, the department achieved 14, and 8 were partially achieved, while 2 were not achieved, and only 1 was not planned for the quarter. On the targets that have not been achieved, the department reported that it will continue to monitor the implementation of plans with a view to make sure that it improves in the next reporting period.
On oversight on financial performance, during the 2021 financial year, the department has been allocated an amount of 5,887,349,000. During the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1,631,912,000 across all programs. In terms of the expenditure per program, the committee noted that on administration, the department managed to spend 200,842,000, which is 80% on social welfare services. The committee noted that on administration, the department managed to spend that amount that I mentioned. And then on social welfare services, the department spent 270,271,000. And then on children and families, it spent 698,283,000, which is 68%. And then on restorative services, it spends 219 million, which is accounts to 88%. And lastly, on development and research, it spent 243,442,000, which accounts to 79% of expenditure. On township economy, the committee noted with concern that the department spent zero during the period under review. On procurement targets that are related to historically disadvantaged individuals, the committee acknowledged that 86.7% was spent on women, 22.7% on youth, 4.2% on persons with disabilities. The committee further acknowledged that 1,308 women on child support grant were linked to economic opportunities, and 8,677 women participated in empowerment programs. With regards to payment of suppliers within 15 to 30 days, the department reported that it had paid 96.6% of suppliers within 30 days, while 83.5% of suppliers were paid within 15 days. On conditional grants, the committee noted that the department did not spend the Early Childhood Development Conditional Grant. And oversight on the NTT on GOD empowerment, during the period under review, the department reported to have conducted HIV/AIDS programs reaching out as follows: 63,384 males, 152,473 females, 115,103 undisclosed participants, and the department also reported to have reached out to 44,829 youths and 2,063 persons with disabilities. The department further reported to have conducted women development programs reaching out as follows: 9,988 women, which accounts to 100% as per their targets, 9,085 youth accounts to 91%, and 31 persons with disabilities were reached. On details of the capacitated department, during the period under review, the committee noted that the department had a total number of 5,470 posts, and a total of 4,718 posts have been filled, while 752 posts are still vacant, and at the end of the quarter under review. The committee further noted that there were 34 terminations of contracts and 72 new appointments, while 5 incumbents were on acting positions during this period. And on the committee findings and concerns, with respect to expenditure on Program 3, which is children and families, the committee is concerned that 304 million was not spent, and this may have affected the vulnerable, especially women and children who are relying on the department.
You have a minute left.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'll conclude. And on the recommendation, the department should provide detailed report on how the underspending of 304 million on Program 3 has affected service delivery. And I would like to thank the MEC and acknowledge all the members of the Portfolio Committee as well as the support staff for their contribution during assessment of this report. And after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the fourth quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development for the 2021 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second the report, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Msakhe seconding. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes. All those not in favour say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Thank you. Next order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Sports, Recreation, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Ndlovu.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to the House and people of Gauteng. On behalf of the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Honourable William Matafeng Matseke, I hereby table the Committee Oversight Report on the 2020-21 financial year fourth quarterly report performance of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Speaker, may I request that part of the report I would not be reading be considered as read by the sitting. On executive summary, during the quarter under review, the department received a total quarterly budget allocation of 344,735,000, and they managed to spend 186,583,000, representing 54% expenditure and an under expenditure of 46%, which is not acceptable because the Treasury regulations prescribes that only 5% over or under expenditure. The department attributed part of the underspending to the vacant posts not being filled. Moreover, some of the set targets were not achieved in this quarter due to the continuing COVID-19 regulations and its limitations, such as public gatherings, access to public or municipal venues, which continued to have a negative impact on the department's deliverables like previous quarters. The administration program received a quarter budget allocation of 66,381,000 and spent 43,471,000, reflecting an expenditure of 48% and an underspending of 52%. The department attributed the underspending on this program to the delay in the finalization of the procurement of tools of trade for officials, employees, bursaries, and the renewal of licenses, and the delays in filling the vacant posts. The committee notes with concern that part of the reasons for the underspending on the program for the previous quarters has been the procurement processes and the vacant posts, which goes back to the previous financial year. The Cultural Affairs Program received an allocation of 113,344,000 for the quarter under review and spent 54,362,000. Reflecting an expenditure of 48% and an underspending of 52%. The underspending in this program is attributed to scaling down of public events due to COVID-19, and there were no heritage exhibitions at the Women's Living Heritage Monument and Kagiso Monument as planned. The Library and Archival Services Program received an allocated amount of 62,073,000 for the quarter under review and spent 23,837,000, reflecting an expenditure of 38.4% and underspending of 61.6%. The underspending was attributed to the following. The transfers to the library's non-profit were delayed due to the verification of their details on central supplier database to create the vendor numbers and procurement of furniture of the libraries in Naturena, Drizik and Olivenhout Bosch libraries, including the infrastructure projects and delays in filling the grant vacant posts. The Sports and Recreation Program received a budget allocation of 102,937,000 for the quarter under review and spent 64,913,000, reflecting 63% expenditure with an under expenditure of 27%. This was attributed to the scaling down of major departmental activities as the public events that were not taking place, and this affected the sports and recreation sectors and the delays in the procurement of sporting equipment. The department's entity, the Gauteng Film Commission, received a budget allocation of 13,426,000 for the quarter and managed to spend 12,415,000, reflecting 92% performance and 8% under expenditure. The committee noted that the Commission met most of its planned service delivery targets with 92% of their set targets, and they attributed the underspending partly to vacant position that still exists. Currently, CEO position is filled on temporary basis. There are 6 vacant positions. During the quarter under review, the department achieved 62 of the 83 set service delivery targets, reflecting 75% performance, and their entity, the Commission, achieved 24 of their 25 planned service targets, reflecting 96% performance. The committee is concerned with the following. The department keeps setting itself targets they are not able to reach year in, year out. The vacancy rate needs to be dealt with decisively and conclusively, and as it has a negative impact on service delivery on all programs of the department. The department is struggling to even pay service providers on time due to this inadequacy. The department had planned to purchase laptops for support staff so that they could continue working from home. However, they have not achieved this target even at the end of the 4th quarter. The committee is concerned with the institutional stability in the department, as SMS and EMT members for both the department and GFC are on acting arrangements, contributing to high vacancy rate in the department. Proposed committee recommendations. The committee recommends that the department should submit a quarterly status report of the recruitment process and highlight challenges until there is tangible and alignment and significant progress report should be sent by the 30th of June 2021. The department must submit a comprehensive report of the purchase of the laptops for staff and highlight challenges where they have been experienced by June the 30th, 2021. The department must submit a concrete plan on the filling of the positions that have been vacant continuously, impeding the implementation of programs. A plan has to be sent by the 30th of July 2021. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee acknowledges and wishes to thank the MEC of Sports and her team for the presentation of the 4th quarter report for 2020-2021 financial year and their sustained cooperation throughout the quarterly reports. The chairperson appreciates the diligent deliberation of honorable members, and we also thank the legislature staff for their role throughout the process. Adoption in accordance with the Rule 117, Section 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the report on the 2020-2021 financial year 4th quarter report be adopted by the House, considering the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second Honourable Speaker, Member Adams.
Honourable Adams seconding. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favour say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 4th quarterly performance report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Ndlovana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, Honourable Ndlovana, tables the committee oversight report on the fourth quarter performance report on the Department of Community Safety for 2020-21 as follows. Madam Speaker, I'll request the House to consider the part which I'm not going to read being considered as read. The department had achieved 86% of the 42 targets which were planned for the quarter under review. The Program 1 administration achieved 78% of its target. Program 2, Provincial Secretariat, achieved 86%, and Program 3, Traffic Management, achieved 90%. The department achieved, and in some instances, overachieved its target on the following: social crime prevention interventions, school safety intervention, as well as monitoring performance of the Victim Empowerment Center, Community Safety Forum, and community patrollers. In its effort to address the scourge of gender-based violence, the department reported that the following interventions were made: conducted awareness session on issues of gender-based through the Gender-Based Brigade program, provided training to the law enforcement officers at police station on effective statement taking, importance of referral for J88, statistical gap, ensuring court-ready documents and case withdrawals. The purpose of the training was to ensure integration and synergy for improved victim support. The department launched the Gender-Based Violence Data Management Center, which was intended to promote integrated support and data sharing on gender-based violence. The department reported that the 7,638 victims of gender-based violence were supported, exceeding its target by 6,138. The department also reported that it had analyzed 475 crime dockets, exceeding its target of 350 dockets by 125. Although the committee noted the strides made by the department to address gender-based violence, however, the high number of the record gender-based cases in the quarter under review is of a concern. The committee also noted that the department was unable to achieve its target on the rollout of green doors. The department had planned to roll out 9 green doors. However, it managed to roll out 7. The underachieved is a concern primarily because gender-based violence was constantly increasing in the province. The committee noted the report that 132 recoveries were made through various crime prevention operations. The recoveries include stolen and hijack, as well as vehicle use in commission of crime. Furthermore, a total of 198 arrests were made for various offences, which included attempted murder, possession of the hijacked and stolen motor vehicle, possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition, dealing in drugs, dacha, robberies, rape, as well as illegal immigrant. The department further participated in a joint law enforcement operation to enforce compliance with the disaster management regulation. The committee noted the various roadblocks which were conducted to ensure compliance in relation for sale and transportation of alcohol and the curfew. The committee welcomed the efforts made. However, it was concerned with the non-compliance with regulation related to funeral, mostly attendance of after-tears gathering. The committee welcomed the report that 55 high-power vehicles were procured and handed over to the police subs to increase police visibility and ensure crime reduction. This initiative was in the response to the commitment made by the Premier David Makura during the 2020 State of the Province address. The committee noted that the department continued with its road safety operation intended to reduce road crashes and fatalities. This resulted to 204 motorists arrested for driving above the required speed limit and 7 drivers arrested for recklessness and negligence. The committee noted the 2% reduction on road crashes and 5% reduction on fatalities.
The committee also considered the Gauteng SAPS fourth quarter crime statistics report for the 2020-21 financial year. The report demonstrated a decrease on the 17 community reported serious crime by 14.6% when compared to the same period in the previous financial year. Gauteng accounts for 27.7% crime of the national figure. The committee welcomed the decrease on the following categories of crime. Assault of GHB decreased by 8.3%, common assault decreased by 12.2%, total robbery aggravating decreased by 18.3%, sexual assault decreased by 0.9%, while its cash in transit decreased by 9.5%. When compared with the same period on the 2019-2020 financial year, subcategories which had recorded an increase were murder, which increased by 3.9%, attempted murder increased by 5%, car hijacking increased by 1.7%, truck hijacking increased by 43.1%, while its business robbery increased by 1.5%. The committee was concerned with the department expenditure pattern, Madam Speaker. The department was not consistent in its spending. Whilst other programs were experiencing on under expenditure, others were overspending significantly. Program 2 overspent by 59%, while Program 1 and 3 recorded under expenditure by 27.5% and 36% respectively. The program of the department were aligned with the key priorities, which are reduction of priority crime, reduction in crime against women and children, social crime prevention, effectiveness, and integration of the crime justice system. Crime perception management, reduction of corruption, and reduction of road fatalities. Moreover, the department programs were aligned with the growing Gauteng Together GGT strategy. Madam Speaker, on committee findings and concern, with respect to gender-based violence program, the high number of gender violence cases remain a concern to the committee. With respect to gender-based violence program, the committee is concerned that the department was unable to achieve its target on the rollout to Green Doors. With respect to community policing forum program, the committee noted with concern the challenges reported by the department, which hindered the optimal functionality of the CPF. With respect to safety kioski, the committee is concerned about the operation of safety kioski. And with respect to compliance with disaster management regulation, the committee is concerned about the contravention of the COVID-19 regulation related to funeral, particularly the attendance of the after-tears gathering. On committee recommendation, Madam Speaker, recommendation number 1, that the department continuously review and strengthen its prevention measures aimed at addressing the gender-based violence to cap the scourge of gender-based violence and reported progress to the committee by the 30th of July 2021. It should be a written report. On recommendation number 2, that the department implement the necessary intervention to ensure that achievement of its target in rolling out the Green Doors House to strengthen support to victims of gender-based violence and provide a progress report to the committee by the 30th of July 2021 and should be a written report. On recommendation number 3, the department must report on a progress made in reviving all the CPF structures which were reported to be non-functional and further provide a progress on the plans to reinduct all CPF on their guidelines and legislative prescriptive. A report should be submitted by the 31st of July and should be a written report. On recommendation number 4, The department must ensure optimum functionality of the safety kiosk and report progress to the committee.
As
by
I
the
move for
30th of-
adoption, as
Okay,
I move
thanks.
for adoption,
As I move to adoption, in terms of Rule 117 subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rule of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby present this report to the House for adoption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second.
Honorable Shackleton seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Cooperative Government, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs Budget Vote number 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Diale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I request that as I table the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, the parts that I'm not going to read be considered as read, and I will request that I switch off my mic as I present the report. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the Portfolio Committee noted that the department's budget was reduced from 611.9 million in 2020-2021 financial year to 581.6 million, which is 5% of the budget. Furthermore, the allocation for goods and services was also decreased from 213 million in the previous year to 183 million, which is 16% of the budget for the budget under review. The Portfolio Committee also noted that the budget on conditional grants remained constant at 2 million for the last financial years. This is despite the service delivery demand at the municipalities, which continues to widen. We also noted as a Portfolio Committee that the Auditor General of South Africa has highlighted an escalating trend in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure in municipalities over recent years, evident in audit options and summarized in the annual general reports on local government. The committee also noted the department is in the process of procuring services from skilled professionals to assist municipalities to conduct audits and the correction of large power and water users' billing data. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department has prioritized to support the Dibeng District Municipality, West Rand District Municipality, and metros with multidisciplinary technical assistance teams to address service delivery challenges. We also appreciate and have noted as a Portfolio Committee that the Gauteng Planning Division, in collaboration with Gauteng Provincial Treasury, has embarked on the process of assessing provincial sector plans in line with Gauteng Spatial Development Framework 2030 to better plan budgeting synergies across all spheres of government in the province and align projects and/or initiatives with provincial priorities. We noted that the department reported that it will partner with organizations that contribute towards realizing an increase in voter registration, voter turnout, and compliance with electoral procedures as set out by the Act. The department has planned 5 voter education stakeholder engagement during the local government elections that are to come. We also noted that the department reported that the district development model will be implemented through the Center of Government office, which is in the office of the Premier, and which will be the Office of the Premier, COGTA, and the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to drive an intergovernmental planning, budgeting, implementation, and tracking progress. Madam Speaker, I'll take the House through the concerns that we have as a portfolio committee on the budget of the Gauteng on the budget of the COGTA department in Gauteng for 2021-2022 MTF. We are concerned that with the decrease in the allocated budget of the department from 611.9 million in the previous financial year to only 581 million in this current financial year. We are concerned with the plans to build capacity in municipalities through strengthening the institutional governance, financial capabilities, and service delivery. However, there are no time frames as to when these plans are going to be implemented. There are plans for the current financial year on the multi-year project to assess the needs of municipalities and deploy experts to assist in service delivery intervention, but there seems to be no time frames. We are also concerned with the prudent spending of the 2 million conditional grants allocated to support the municipal bulk infrastructure in order to create a spatial integrated cities and transform communities in Category B municipalities. Like we said earlier in our executive summary, that this remain constant despite the widening needs in municipalities. We are also concerned with the deteriorating revenue collection rate that limits the ability of municipalities to provide essential services and also constrains their capacity to expand investment necessary for economic and social development. We also are concerned with the UIFW within municipalities, and the portfolio committee is also concerned with the reduction of budget on traditional resource administration from 6 million in 2020-2021 to only 6.8 million to only 6.5 million in this financial year. The budget reductions during 2020-2021 financial year and 2020-2022. Okay, we are concerned with the total budget reductions of 16% on goods and services. Madam Speaker, the portfolio committee recommends that the department should respond to this House by the 30th July 2021. We urge the executive and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature to seriously consider funding the department adequately in order to perform meaningful support, particularly to struggling municipalities in the province. The decrease of allocation of revenue to the department in the current financial year, especially because it's the election year, which will hinder the department's desired output in executing their mandate. The department, we also recommend that the department should put achievable timeframes in place on plans to strengthen the institutional governance, financial capabilities, and service delivery intervention in order to assist municipalities such as Emfuleni, West Rand District Municipality, Rand West City, which are in financial distress. We also say that the department should ensure proper plans are in place on the multi-year projects to assess the needs of municipalities and deploy experts to assist in service delivery interventions that includes improvement of access to water, sanitation, electricity, housing, roads in deprived areas, including completing the urban renewal projects in the current financial year. The department should ensure appropriate spending of conditional grants allocated to support municipal bulk infrastructure, especially in Category B municipalities. The department should put stringent measures in place to support municipalities to recuperate from the deteriorating revenue collection rate that limits the ability of municipalities to provide essential services to communities. We also are saying department should put measures in place to assist targeted municipalities such as Lesedi and Puleni to reduce unauthorized, irregular, wasteful and fruitless expenditures and report to the portfolio committee on a quarterly basis on the progress thereof. We are also, as a portfolio committee, proposing that the department should adequately fund the traditional resource administration in order for the traditional councils to function meaningfully. Lastly, we also recommend that the department should sufficiently resource the goods and services program to avoid an adverse effect on service delivery output, which includes, among others, monitoring and supporting municipal and infrastructure, electrification of informal settlement, sound financial management, and institutional administrative capacity. Madam Speaker, we acknowledge a role played by members of the portfolio committee in ensuring that the portfolio committee is able to do its work accordingly, and we appreciate the support given by the staff of the legislature. We also appreciate and thank the MEC and HOD and their team for work done, and especially as and when called by the portfolio committee. Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, I hereby table this report and its recommendation for the adoption by the House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Diyale. Is there a seconder?
I second acting Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no.
Yes, yes, yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmaile. Please present your speech, your budget speech.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I'm not going to read the whole speech. It's very thick and informative speech because we've got a lot of people with no comprehension, so we want to help them. So
They're not taking pictures on you, ma'am. They're actually recording him. Yeah, my apologies, sir. Honorable Maile, he's the communication person for Honorable Maile, ma'am. And they're not taking your picture. They're focusing on him.
My time, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You can continue, Honorable Maile.
Yeah, so we will submit to Hansard. Thank you very much. The first thing, perhaps, having acknowledged that all the colleagues are here, and because it will be on Hansard, it will be recorded as such. We perhaps, Madam Chair of Chairs, as we assume the podium to present the 2021 and 2022 COCTA budget, we should tap into an African proverb that says, and I quote, "Teeth that are together help each other in chewing food," close quote, as a way to affirm our resolute commitment to implementing the Gauteng 2030 agenda through an inclusive, cooperative, integrated Gauteng City region approach, and to expand opportunities through inclusive settlements and mobility options, support asset building for sustainable livelihoods, and tackle land-based exclusions. Furthermore, our approach is geared towards tackling all forms of social exclusion which occur in the form of inequality, discrimination, racism, patriarchy, sexism, and intolerance, amongst others. Honorable members, it will be remiss of us if we did not indicate that the national and the nation, and in particular our province, is facing unprecedented COVID-19 related challenges, which continues to impact negatively on municipalities. The impact is far-reaching, and it has come with massive job losses, shrinking of the provincial economy, and loss of livelihoods. We will be harnessing the potential of technology to reduce costs and level the playing field for inclusive development and foster just, inclusive, adaptive, responsive, transparent and accountable governance, working together with the various spheres of government. We are calling upon private development partners around the province to join us in our commitment to the ideal of inclusive Gauteng City region. Our political conviction is that municipalities and communities need to be at the center of decision-making process in order to localize empowerment and development in line with the district development model and ensure a decent life and a sustainable future for all. The Gauteng 2030 agenda cannot be achieved without all of us adopting the city-region approach. A 2018 poll towards 2019 national and provincial elections by the South African Citizen Survey, a survey group that started conducting polls in July 2015, had a lot of things to say, and I will not go through that. I will ask members to read through them at their spare time. Of course, one can argue that voters tend to betray different behavior when it comes to, or rather portray, when it comes to national and provincial elections and local elections. But with everything that we have witnessed post the 2019 national elections within the South African body politic, we can see that they are indeed raising a whole range of issues. But given that it is Youth Month and latest Stats SA data released at the beginning of this month shows that the official unemployment rate amongst young people, as we all know, it's not looking good. These sentiments by young people who make up the majority of the voting age population and are the majority within society should be of great concern to all of us, and we should attend to that. Honourable members, there has been a noticeable and growing discontent with many municipal authorities over the past few years, as evidenced by the many community protests we have witnessed over basic service delivery issues. This has recently evolved into communities and civil society groups approaching the courts to dissolve and put municipalities into administration, as we have seen in Makanda in the Eastern Cape, in the Northwest, and other provinces. Astonishingly, the judgments gave residents' association the right to take control of sewage within the municipality and to be paid for this service by government, something which the resident association successfully carried out. The judgment may well be reversed by higher courts. As you know, the matter is still with higher courts, and we don't want to say much on that for now. All of these cases are just an indicator of a growing disillusionment with the state of governance and politics at the local government sphere, as a developmental state is increasingly showing failures in the quest to deliver basic services as part of the pursuit of a better life for all. In May of this year, the Deputy Public Protector, Advocate Kollega Galega, appealed to Gauteng municipalities to cooperate with investigations conducted by the Office of the Public Protector, and she had a lot more to say, which is quoted here in the speech, but I will not go through it because of time. So, honourable members, upheavals in political leadership, factional battles or coalition disruptions cause anxiety amongst officials and the governance, and institutional collapse of municipalities, leading to huge service delivery and developmental backlogs, with poor municipalities increasingly bearing the brand of state capacity as the development state fails to produce developmental outcomes, and faith in local government and its institutions collapses within communities. This lack of performance within our municipalities leads to poor developmental outcomes and the collapse of basic service delivery. The capacity of the developmental state to execute on its basic responsibilities especially at the local government level, is critical for both developmental and entrepreneurial outcomes, especially when one considers objectives such as inclusive growth and redistribution within society. The developmental state, especially at local government level, should be driving local economic development, ensuring more equitable and just social outcomes and bringing about positive change. There's a lot more we're saying there about the developmental government, the developmental state, and we will present those as presented. But we are also saying not all is doom and gloom, because there's been steps towards the new normal in local government in Gauteng that have been taken. Honourable members, one of the fundamental paradigms that we have embraced within the in this sixth term of office in Gauteng is that of enhancing our Section 154 support to municipalities and changing our outlook of what this support entails. And the focus has been on support and not just intervention. It is for this reason that we have put in place regional teams of technical experts to deal with to help municipalities, and we'll deal with this once we respond to the debate. Honourable members, in September 2019, we established a committee of inquiry of experts on local government to investigate, and it is well-known fact that the committee has already released its report. It is thus our considered view that the report should compel all of us as public servants and representatives to do some self-introspection. And some of the issues that the committee recommended and raises includes that there should be a dedicated vision for each region. The issues of leadership must be looked at, both political and administrative. The developmental local government versus compliance mandate has to be looked at. A business approach to municipal services must be the order of the day. Evidence-based policy and decision-making, monitoring and evaluation must be in place. Accountability and oversight. National and provincial support must be not limited to COGTA, which is what we're doing. Political stability to enhance development in the municipalities, and the future of district municipalities in the context of Gauteng, which we're looking at, and the cooperative governance section. That section that deals with cooperative governance had to be strengthened, and that the local government financial framework has to be relooked, and this is one of the issues we are dealing with as COGTA, and that there must be transparent, fair, value for money, competitive procurement, which is ethical. These are some of the issues that are coming up there. So, honourable members, as part of assisting the economy to turn around and grow, we are committed to reducing red tape and bureaucracy faced by businesses, which impacts negatively on economic development. We are working with municipalities and sector departments to reduce turnaround times for approvals, zoning and licensing requirements, and any other regulations and processes within the local, provincial and national government spheres. That makes it more difficult for businesses to thrive and flourish. Madam Chair of Chairs, as primary custodians of local government in the province, in line with our constitutional responsibilities in that regard, we are exploring a plethora of options in order to ensure that the instability, turmoil, chaos, and ultimate collapse of governance and service delivery that we have witnessed in Tshwane and other hung municipalities in the province is not repeated in the future because of coalition arrangements. The issue that we must confront if coalitions are going to be our new normal are the following. How do we safeguard citizens' interest within this reality? How can we institutionalize the regulation of coalition arrangements so that Section 152 municipal obligations are not compromised? How can we safeguard institutional stability of municipalities within this environment? Indeed, these are lessons which we have learned from coalition arrangements, and we call for a stringent legislative in this regard, and we will champion that process as Gauteng. Furthermore, We want to state that municipal councils should not approve unfunded budgets. Consideration must be given to improving the powers of provincial treasury in assisting in the prevention of unfunded budgets, considering the legislative powers of the municipalities. All municipalities in Gauteng should begin to tap into alternative revenue sources other than just collections in order to fast-track service delivery. And that's why we suggest they must look at triple Ps as well. And the provincial treasurer and COGTA must find ways of involving themselves in supporting the determination of municipal tariffs for each individual municipality. COGTA will utilize its analysis of the full value chain of the billing process in municipalities and the problems and challenges they present in order to assist in the development of operating systems and capability to address billing practices that leads to inconsistencies. COGTA should facilitate an engagement across the three spheres of government, which we continue to do, to deal with the issue of mining in the West Rand in particular, which are owing our municipalities a lot of money. The basis and terms on which third-party service providers performing debt collection functions are engaged should be considered for regulation. An agreement containing terms amounting to a right to collect, which are made attractive by an upfront cash injection into the municipality, should be reviewed, and we're looking at that. And then there's opportunities that are presented by a whole range of issues, including the announcement that has been made by President Cyril Ramaphosa, firstly on the district development model, and recently on the amendment of the Electricity Act. We are going to work with our municipalities to do that, and we are happy that Gauteng DDM approach was developed and approved by EXCO already, and district profiles have been developed and district response plans are being developed, and already the city of Johannesburg is ready with its draft one plan, which we will be launching soon. I will read the last 3 pages once the debate is finished, and it will depend if people who are going to speak are going to make sense, then I'll respond to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maile. May I then call Honorable Ndong to please respond to the debate?
Thank you, Chairs. The EFF has noted with serious concern a reduction in budget allocation from 611.9 million in 2020-2021 financial year to 581.9 million during the current 2021-2022 financial year. We therefore cannot support this reduction, especially if such a reduction will be affecting service delivery to our people. With regards local governance, we are concerned that the majority of our municipalities are still unable to put in place proper system to ensure adequate revenue collection and become self-sustainable. COVID-19 should not be made an excuse because this has been a trend for many years. The department has failed to assist these municipalities to create proper systems. The department occupies a central role because of its responsibility to ensure that municipalities deliver service to communities without any hindrance. We have noted with concern a decrease in budget allocation for Program 3, Development and Planning, from 186.9 million to 145.5 million. It's a well-known fact that municipalities in Gauteng have dilapidated and aging infrastructure. Yet the department has decreased budget for development and planning. The infrastructure in the municipalities of the West Rand and Citibank have collapsed. The department has failed to exercise an oversight role on how municipalities in the province use taxpayers' money. The annual municipal audit report released by the Auditor General in June 2019 painted a worrying picture on some of province's municipalities. It revealed unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure by municipalities. The report further revealed that these municipalities are unable to launch proper investigations into irregular expenditure. It took intervention from the South African Human Rights Commission for the community of Emfuleni, who are facing possible health hazard due to sewage spillage into the Val River Dam, for this problem to receive attention. This is a problem has been in existence for more than 5 years. The department lacks proper consequences management mechanism. In Mirafo, the 20 million that was allocated for water supply infrastructure in the 2018-2019 financial year remained unspent, as well as 22.5 million that was allocated to the West Rand district for purpose of leasing fire engines. In response to all this, the department decided to cut the disaster management budget from 104.5 million in the 2020-2021 financial year to 66 million in the 2021-2022 financial year. COGTA is notorious with underspending budget allocated to it. This is also a matter of concern because they are entrusted with ensuring that our communities get quality services. In the previous financial year, 31.8 million was unspent and had to be surrendered to Revenue Fund. Underspending of the allocated budget cannot be encountered under any circumstances. We reject the budget vote. Thank you.
Honorable Tilange. Ayone. Okay, may we then move to...
I'm here, Chair. Speakers, thank you very much. Deputy. Gauteng municipalities continue to deteriorate significantly, even more so than what is reflected in the annual financial statements and Auditor General's reports. A further deduction of the budget is just a rubber stamp that non-compliance with the constitutional and municipal legislation by the ANC government is a fact and a proof for the future. As per the findings and acknowledgement in the Portfolio Committee report, municipalities are in a huge financial crisis and persistent material breach of obligations to provide basic services with the full knowledge of the MEC and COGTA department. It is inconceivable how a decrease in the budget can improve an already disastrous lack of service delivery and new network systems that is already impending for a couple of years. Underspending of budgets is also a historical crisis, and the budget vote is thereby rejected by the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tilange. Let's move to Honorable Adams from ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. A recent report released by the Human Rights Commission on the province's 3 metros indicated that among its shortcomings, the city failed to submit its draft plan for the program, that is the Upgrading for Informal Settlements program. We would urge the MEC to seriously and attentively look into it and study the report in order to formulate a workable plan. The ACDP asks that the findings of the report invoke consciousness among public representatives to put aside their party affiliation in the best interest of our communities. We are glad to hear the MEC saying that there is an intention to make use of men and women with skills and expertise to assist and help municipalities. I thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adams. Okay, Honourable Msima.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I would like to greet members in the House and members of the public. MEC, let's try to be civil with each other and try to raise what is important and deal with what is important, because that will be, at the end of the day, what will benefit the residents of this beautiful province of ours. You see, MEC...
Honorable MEC, please. We can continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. I agree with what the MEC has said in terms of passing funded budget. And I wish this was the statement that he would have made, or the instruction that he would have given to those that had put the city of Tshwane under administration illegally. The city has now had to fight back a 4 billion rand deficit because of an unfunded budget. This is one of the challenges that has been there and will continue to be there. One of the greatest challenges that the municipalities are sitting with is that right now the data books are growing at an alarming rate. To quote a report that you're sitting with in your office, the Trevor Fowler State of the Municipality report, Ekurhuleni is sitting at about 68% debt that is over 90 days. Johannesburg is sitting with 85% that is over 90 days. Tshwane is sitting with over 72% that is sitting that is 90 days plus. Now, this is just the metros, and you would know that the economies in the metros will be will be a little bit higher than what you would have in your local municipalities. Therefore, that it means that in your local municipalities you will have a bigger challenge than what you have in the metros. One of the greatest challenges that you're going to be facing, MEC, is that when you're looking at municipalities like your Emfuleni, that is now have services that has completely collapsed. And I've also had a study at what has happened in other municipalities that have been put under administration, is that there seems to be no improvement when administration has been put in place. And the case in point will be Emfuleni, where we had initially put partial administration, and now we have to move on to full-on administration. And we're still not seeing any kind of service delivery improvement, whether we're talking about infrastructure upgrading, whether we're talking about financial prudency, we're still not seeing any kind of improvement that is coming there. As you will look at Emfuleni as another problem, a municipality in Gauteng, they are owing Rainwater 1.1 billion rand, which equates to a quarter of the South Africa, or what is owed to Rainwater in its entirety. They owe Eskom hundreds of millions of rands, which is money that they're not going to be able to then pay on their own. Part of what we now need to do is to make sure that when we do have these administrations being put into, or before we even get there, I'm glad that you've raised the issue of ensuring that we have Section 154 before we get to 139 in terms of the interventions that will be coming from the provincial government. One of the things that I think you need to be looking at going forward is how do you then ensure that the interventions that are coming from a provincial perspective to the local government, there's correlation in terms of what we put in there and the kind of impact that it has in terms of the delivery that is there. I think it's one of the greatest challenges that we're sitting with. And as you would heard from the Oversight Committee report, we are saying that there seems to be no correlation between the money that we spend and what we say we're doing on paper and the service that is felt on the ground or the improvement thereof. And I think it's something that if you were to really consider the amount of money that we're putting into the department versus what we're getting out, that we are not really getting bang for our buck. There's also a clear indication that we are failing in the core mandate of supporting local government by ensuring good governance, financial accountability, capacity building, and institutional stability. If I were to quote what Mayor Thembi Nkadimeng, the president of SALGA, was saying, he says, one of the greatest challenges that we're sitting with is that, during the week, I am the CFO, and I am the CFO of the organization, and I have the person that I have to come and account to over the weekend as the regional chairperson. And on Monday, I would have been given an instruction to say the budget is not accounted for or the budget is wrong. Yet at the same time, over the weekend, that same person will come and tell me what instructions to be carried forward. Now, this is some of the things that we now need to look at as to how do we then fix the problems that we find in local government. And this is one of the bills that we were dealing with in the previous couple of weeks. And I'm hoping that your department will then look at prioritizing this, because according to the report that is coming from SALGA, there is a year that is given for municipalities to be able to then resolve that. And if we can then do that, and I'm sure at a local level, we should then be able to then fast track, from a provincial perspective, fast track the impact and the assistance that we're giving to local government municipalities. I didn't go into the figures, Chairperson, or MEC. The reason why I didn't go into the figures is because we've always highlighted the underspending that has taken place, which is, again, one of the things that is continuing to happen here. And I find that what we come and do here, in order for us to just debate and vote on these things, become just an exercise that we engage in. Because these things are already predetermined, year in, year out. But if you were to look at what happens the year after, and you say, if I reflect, has there been any improvement? You realize that you haven't. And expenditure continues to be the order of the day, or over expenditure becomes the order of the day. But when you look at the work that is actually being done, you find most of the departments wanting. This is something that I think we're going to need to address. But let me specifically address one issue that you were talking to right in the beginning of your speech. You raised the issue about infrastructure development. But the problem that you're sitting with, MEC, is that you are not even able to spend more than 60% if in totality. If I look at what has been given, or what was supposed to have been given to Mohale in terms of its the Urban Settlement Development Grant, which has been that was supposed to have been used to ensure that we're able to then get all the infrastructure and to assist with the development going. That undermines the very same plan that you're talking about the Gauteng city region, the improvement thereof. It undermines the Premier's own megacity projects that we are talking about. If you are not able to do the basics of ensuring that we spend money in getting the infrastructure on the ground, it undermines your own program of ensuring that we are able to formalize informal settlements and we are able to then give, stands to those that are looking for stands. If we can then look into those things, we would have considered, if we were to be told that these are some of the things that are going to be improved, we could have otherwise considered supporting the budget. But as things stand, I don't think that we will be able to then support this budget. And there is no clear
thank you
plan
very
as
much.
to-
Time up.
Thank you.
Honorable Ngube.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. We are told effective governance occurs when the state has the capacity, legitimacy, and authority to deliver public services and generally act in the public interest. It is an open secret that this ANC-led government has worked tirelessly to transform society and deliver public services for the benefit of the majority of South Africans. The aim of cooperative government is to drive an effective system of governance to build sustainable municipalities, inclusive communities, and the institution of traditional leadership in the Gauteng City region. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we accepted the charge to serve, knowing very well that the task ahead is not small nor easy. What with the apartheid spatial planning system that divided our people along racial lines? How were we to ensure equitable provision of services in a system that was classist in nature? Madam Speaker, we want to make it clear here that we are not talking about equality, As a mass-based organization representing the aspirations of the masses, we are talking about equity. As one wise man once said, and I quote, "Equal treatment of unequal people is unequal," close quote. Talking about inequality brings back memories of the activities of June 16, 1976. As we look to the 45th anniversary celebrations tomorrow, as our country commemorates the Soweto Youth Uprising of 16 June 1976, which we now call it Youth Day, maybe we can reflect a bit on the injustices and inequalities of that period, lest we forget. The apartheid government was hell-bent on legislating their way into our lives, short of legislating on our oxygen-breathing patterns. In 1974, the Minister of Bantu Education, MC Botha, issued a decree of the use of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction in black schools, compulsory from Standard 5 onwards, in teaching mathematics, which became Weskende, arithmetic, which became Rekenkende, history, which became Geskiedenis, and geography became something else, which was the bizarre and arbitrarily enforced by the Verkramtes. One National Party MP at the House of Assembly in Parliament in Cape Town said, and I quote, "We should not give the native an academic education as some people are prone. Who then is going to do manual work in the country?" Close quote. Whilst Hendrik Verwoerd in 1953 said, and I quote, "Until now, the African has been subjected to a school system which threw him away from his own community and misled him by showing chapters that Browning stupid." West Hendrik Verwoerd in 1953 said, and I quote, "Until now, the African has been subjected to a school system which threw him away from his own community and misled him by showing him the green pastures of European society, in which he is not allowed to graze." Hey, the architect of apartheid smiled and said, "But Hendrik Verwoerd, what is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when he cannot use it in practice?" And I close quote. In one meeting, the deputy president of the SSRC, Khotso Siyatlolo, in 1976 said, and I quote, "Through the rejection of Afrikaans, we are prepared to break the spine of the whole immoral white apartheid empire," close quote. I know that some of my colleagues on the other side of the House don't want to hear us talking about these atrocities. However, we will. The budget that you are speaking in support of today is well informed by the guiding principles of the GGT 2030, a plan of action which reflects a collective vision for the Gauteng City region. This is the National Development Plan and the government's manifesto finding practical expression in our everyday work. Cooperative governance is about 3 spheres of government working in collaboration to deliver a comprehensive package of services to our communities. The Cocta provincial budget is in advancement of the implementation of the tariff model project to ultimately ensure optimal financial sustainability of municipalities. It further talks to the installation of a simplified revenue plan, which once implemented will result in improved revenue management, reduced municipal consumer debt, and enhanced municipal revenue collection potential. Our COGTA departmental efforts provided municipalities with additional capacity to reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which have been a perverse and recurring problem. Deputy Chair of Chairs, for greater efficiency and improved service delivery, the budget funds the district delivery model, which aligns municipal and provincial plans and strategies in line with the provision of support to struggling municipalities, with emphasis on ways to improve service delivery outputs and build efficiencies. The district development model acknowledges the interdependence and complementary nature of programs and projects within the district and beyond. Above and beyond, our government deploys multidisciplinary regional teams led by senior managers and skilled technocrats from COGTA into municipalities in order to provide support and intervene where necessary to ensure financial viability and financial recovery plans for struggling municipalities. We, however, also have to recognize that COVID-19 has exacerbated the problems of residential, which had over 10,000 accounts in the last year, and indigent debtors, which had almost 61,000 accounts, which might compound the problem for municipalities and the department. We wish to inform this House that there were a whole lot of other programs implemented in disaster management, both as a response to COVID-19 and service delivery improvement via the municipal infrastructure grant in certain municipalities. In Tshwane, Honorable MEC, whilst your teams have been deployed to the municipalities to strengthen their capacities, we feel that as part of our oversight role, we should closely monitor the support and progress of Emfuleni, Tshwane, Round West, Mukhale City, Mirafong municipalities. We have noted that some of these municipalities are highly depressed. However, we're pleased to learn that the city of Tshwane, in their budget of 2021-2022, has prioritized to improve service delivery. I would not mention the rands and cents or millions budgeted for these projects. One, what they have prioritized, it's electrical repairs and maintenance, sewer maintenance, street lights maintenance, road maintenance, potholes and road repairs, resurfacing roads, sinkholes, grass cutting and pruning. We therefore hope that even the residents of Inkangala, Hammanskraal, Bronkhorstspruit, Winterveld, and Mabopane will also benefit from the planned activities. We note the collecting revenue is a great challenge, not because of resistance, but because of high rate of unemployment and underdevelopment in some of these areas. The capacities of many local municipalities, in particular the poor towns and rural areas, remains a challenge, leading to challenges in revenue collection and their capabilities whilst faced with weak finances, adverse credit ratings, poor billing systems, lack of investor confidence, lack of local economic development initiatives, debt to the state entities, and people's demands of better service delivery. failure and collapse of administrative system, weak political and economic governance, and service delivery protest. This calls for different interventions, support, and monitoring. Honourable members, all these activities are done to eliminate the animal farm problem, where some animals are more equal than others. As Tatama Madiba proclaimed in May 1994, and he said, and I quote, "Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another and suffer the indignity of being the skunk of the world." Close quote. In conclusion, Chairs, the Inkosi Albert Lutuli, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, a teacher, a political activist, and an ANC president from 1952, who once said on the 11th of December 1961, in a quote, "Our continent has been carved up by the great powers. Alien governments have been forced upon the African people by military conquest and by economic domination, striving for nationhood and national dignity, have been beaten down by force. Traditional economics and ancient customs have been disrupted, and human skills and energy have been harnessed for the advantage of our conquerors. In these times, there has been no peace. There could be no peace, no brotherhood between men," close quote. This, we see it in farms, in schools, in universities, and just yesterday, we're watching TV, and around the world. So, these are the prophetic words. This further entrenches the inequality that we referred to above. To redress this will take time and effort on our part, but we are equal to the challenge as we continue building the developmental state. ANC supports this budget vote. I thank you.
MEC respond to the debate. Can you put the mic on?
We will appoint and announce through the Premier a commission that will deal with the issues of traditional leadership in our province. There's been a lot of disputes and claims, so that is in the statement that members may not have now. The second thing we'll do, we are working on establishing a research chair on urban planning, working with the University of Johannesburg. So money will be set aside for that. And then we are also working on a planning house that should help us for the province. So those were the matters that were outstanding when I presented the budget. And then there's issues that have been raised by members during the debate. I would want to firstly accept all the issues and indicate that we are not allergic to criticism. We are the first to admit whenever there's problems, and we act decisively, and we can demonstrate that. So one of the things we want to start dealing with is this issue of the budget. The budget of the Department of Cooperative Governance must be understood properly, because we are not a service delivery department. In terms of the Constitution, we play oversight, we provide support, and we coordinate even intergovernmental relations. So it is called a facilitative budget. So what I want us to do, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, is to ensure that we have a common understanding with members of the committee. Having said that, we don't have a problem with the increase of the budget. We want the budget to be increased, but if you ask us for what, to do certain things, one of the things we must do is disaster management in the province. So that's one of the areas we are clear. So if people say the budget has been decreased and they don't explain what is the problem with it and what areas do they want the budget to be increased in and for, we would have a problem. Because if you've got irrational people like that one, who's just making noise and not understanding in the opposition, you'll have a problem. The second point I want to raise is that, and this is very important, Deputy Chair of Chairs, there is a framework, legislative framework that guides departments. One of them is the PFMA and Treasury regulations.
Point of order, Chair.
In those regulations,
Chair, point of order.
There are provisions that are made. As long as you will.
Let me respect that
time,
one.
Chair.
What rule is that one?
Chair, this is on Rule 88.
No. Let continue. You'll come later. Continue, MEC.
Yeah, well, Chair, I hope you dealt. So the issue in terms of the PFMA, and you
Chair,
look
it's
at
the behavior of the MEC.
Some of the speakers who have spoken, they did not acknowledge the good work that the department would have done, first and foremost, in making sure that it
Chair, can we have a point of order, please?
No, don't worry. You want a screaming match, you will never succeed.
Point of order, Chair.
You have been schooled here. Class is in session.
Point of order, Chair.
In making sure that, firstly, it gets a clean audit. No one says, yeah, the department got a clean audit. Yes, the Department of COGTA. So that they don't even know. But
You got a clean audit because you're doing nothing.
I want to zoom into what the leader of the DA is saying about Tshwane. In Tshwane, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, when the administrative team left, they left a surplus of 1.3 billion. So that's the first thing. But the second thing, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I challenge anyone in this House to look at the matters that have been raised by the AG in Tshwane in relation to the management of finances. For instance, Tshwane has had a lot of buildings all over the place which are not even fully occupied, and the DA-led municipality continued with that, and they were spending money. We can go on and on about what the DA-led municipality, helped by the EFF in Tshwane, did in messing up the
You're starting now. You are coming properly. Now you're out of order now.
That we save them from themselves. Because even last week or 2 weeks ago, the mayor of Tshwane has announced that they are bankrupt. And I don't know, what does that have to do with us? How can you bankrupt a municipality in 8 months? It's not possible. The unfunded budget is talking about, by the way, for his information, when the administration is there, they never reinvented the wheel. There were 3 or 4 areas, and I can tell you one of them that they had to intervene on was the land for the Mamelodi flood victims, because the DA municipality has been refusing for months and months to relocate them. Today we have relocated them because of that intervention we have made. We never changed. They made commitments, for instance, about salaries to, what is this, some structuring of budget and all that. They paid about 600 million or so just now in November, December and all that. And then you want to create an impression that you don't understand what is happening. Of course you will, because you are the mayor, you failed dismally, one, but secondly, because you lack comprehension. There's an issue about USDG. USDG it's never given to locals. You are talking about USDG in Mohali. I was trying to understand. What are you talking about? But the debate on human settlement is coming. We will clarify you on issues of human settlement. But there is no such a thing that USDG goes to a local municipality. But also, the issue of no. Yes, hang on. Is the structuring. So what we are saying, no. So the issue that there is also on Mfuleni. Mfuleni is not under administration, because I thought I will explain this. What Mfuleni, because the honorable members don't read. In terms of the Constitution, Section 139 has got 7 subsections. Then there is subsection 1, which has got 3 subsections. And in that subsection
Point
1,
of order,
there's
Chair.
3 various options. The first option is that you issue instructions.
Point of order,
the second option is that you can assume responsibilities.
Point of order, Chair.
The third one is that you can dissolve.
I'm on Blaise Telman.
Point of order.
Wait. There is 1 minute left.
No, you can't mislead people of Gauteng.
Mukwebo, you're not on the floor. Yeah. Mukwebo, you're not on the floor. Can you switch it off? Yeah, switch it off.
Why is it like the people?
I want to respect the order. You are saying, I don't want to teach you the rules.
I've got them, Chair.
Yeah,
I'll read
then
them
what's
to
your-
you.
what- what's
Can
your
I
rule?
read them to you?
What's the
A
rule?
member may raise a point of order to call the attention of the presiding officer.
Yeah, rule. What
When a
rule?
point of order is called, the member who is speaking must sit down. That's the rules, Chair.
Now,
Hear the
rule
rules. Can I
which?
read them to you?
Rule number
Can I
what?
read it to you?
What rule is that?
Rule 89, Chair.
Yes,
Go look at your
yes,
book.
that's
Go
rule
look in your book.
89. Then speak.
Read it.
Not
Read it,
88,
Chair.
but 89. Speak. There you are
must
on the
sit.
floor. Yes.
He must sit down.
Why not disputing anything? Sit down. Yes. You're wasting unnecessary time. Now you have quoted Rule 89.
Exactly.
And then Rule 89, that's the point of order.
Yes,
so
Chair.
you are on the floor.
Yes. Point of Chairperson, I would like to ask the Honourable Maile to withdraw his statement when he called me.
That is not point of order. Then continue. That's not point of order. Honourable Maile, can you speak? That's not point of order.
Yeah, so Chair, I was explaining that in terms of 139, what is happening currently, we have assumed certain responsibilities. Tswani was under administration because it was dissolved. This is what the Constitution says, Section 139 with 7 subsections. Please read. So stop talking common sense and believing that you are making sense. So the law, Honorable Chair, says that we have taken certain responsibilities and we can demonstrate that those interventions, and that is why as the provincial government we have helped the municipality with the issues of roads, for instance. We have helped them with the issues of waste management and many other issues in Mfuleni. And that's what we are doing. And in fact, when member, Honorable MEC for Transport speaks, he will be able to indicate to you we have spent something like 200 million or so. So this is not a far-fetched fairy tale. It's based on what is happening there. So the issues that are raised about the Val River Dam, which Honorable Tong is raising, we agree with you and we're concerned there are a lot of problems. But to say the intervention started only after the intervention of the Human Rights Commission is not true. We can demonstrate that there is work that national government, as you know, that this is a competency of national government, and that the problem in that area is not just emanating in the Val. You've got other provinces like Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, which are polluting there. And that's why even the Deputy President of the Republic has taken interest and has even convened a meeting with the other provinces and all that. So we agree with you that something has to be done. Okay.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Human Settlement Budget Vote 8 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022. Thank you.
Honourable Diale, can you present the committee report?
Deputy Chair of Chairs. Chair, I'm going to request that as I table the committee oversight report of Gauteng Department of Human Settlement 2021-2022 medium-term expenditure framework, request the House to accept that parts that I'm not going to
Order. Let's listen to the report. Shall we have order? Continue, Honourable Diale.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, I was just saying, as I present the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, the House allows me or accepts that parts of the report that I'm not going to read, consider them as read. Chair, the Portfolio Committee, I'm doing oversight on Department of Gauteng Human Settlement. As per the report presented, the department's 2021 to 2022 financial year allocation amounts to 5.9 billion, of which 4.9 billion, which is 83% of the budget, is allocated to human settlements development conditional grant, and 16.4% thereof is the equitable share allocation. The department's service delivery is a program implemented through 4 key programs allocated the budget as follows. Program 1, which is administration, was allocated 533 million. Program 2, which is housing needs and planning and research, was allocated 21 million. Program 3, housing development, was allocated 5.1 billion. And Program 4, housing assets management and property management, was allocated 207 million. The program's budget for 2021-2022 financial year and over the MTEF comprises of the HSDCG of 3.8 billion and the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant of 1.1 billion to fund the provision of sustainable human settlements where all citizens have access to housing and other social amenities. We further noted that the program received provincial equitable budget of 180 8.6 million over the 2021-2022 MTEF to fund servicing of stands, provision of housing units, eradication of informal settlements, and the urban renewal project, as well as acceleration of mega projects. And the rapid land release program, and also fast tracking the issuing of title deeds. The program also received a budget of 8.5 million from the EPWP integrated grant made available for job creation initiatives in the province, as well as funding was made available for provincial infrastructure. During the financial year under review, the department has reported that it could not deliver the housing unit as projected. There are reasons underperformance. There are reasons for underperformance includes that some milestones in the township formalization process had not been finalized. The delays were further. The delays on issuing of service certificates and beneficiary occupying houses. The delays in issuing of service certificates and beneficiaries occupying houses but not approved on the housing subsidy systems. These delays negatively impacted on the registration of properties. For instance, performance during the first quarter of 2020-2021 financial year was poor because a set target of 4.545 was not delivered due to the reasons mentioned above. The registration process was also impeded by the COVID-19 restrictions, as interacting with communities was not allowed. Therefore, no verification could take place to allow preparation of draft deeds. That's according to the department. The department also reported that the budget will be utilized to ensure that 1,571 houses are built under the FLIS program, 388 non-credit linked individual subsidies dispersed to qualifying beneficiaries, and 171 credit linked individual housing subsidies dispersed to qualifying beneficiaries. According to the report, during the year under review, the total housing opportunities were reduced by 22% from a total of 30,111 to 23,000. Another priority program that the department reported that it has earmarked and which was affected negatively by the budget cuts was the hostel redevelopment. The program's budget went down by about 25% from 122 million to only 92.5 million. The report also shows that GPF will receive a contribution of 350 million in 2021-2022 financial year, which will be used to strengthen its strategic objective of increasing and leveraging private sector funding for affordable housing, with the aim of increasing the rate of delivery of sustainable human settlements in the province. The funding is expected to increase to 366 million in the 2023-2024 financial year to accelerate the delivery of the above over the MTEF. The report also stated that the department entered into subsidy funding agreements with all the municipalities receiving funds. The funding was primarily for construction of top structures and to a lesser degree for servicing of stands. Mining towns funds are being used to a larger degree for infrastructure upgrades purposes. These areas do not receive funds from the USDG. Funding is provided for these target areas to unblock development. Furthermore, the budget for transfers to local government decreased to 386 million in 2018-2019 financial year and to 226 million for both category A and B municipalities, as the department planned to implement some of the projects previously carried out by municipalities. The budget for the 2021-2022 financial year amounts to 158 million and decreased to 191 million in the 2022-2023 financial year. For the outer years of the MTEF, the budget for transfers amounts to 229 million. The committee noted with concern, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the reduction on compensation of employees for the financial year 2021-2022. The Portfolio Committee also noted that the department reported that they budgeted an amount of 94 million on security and 7 million towards legal services. We also noted with concern an amount of 200 million which was spent on the planning of redevelopment and upgrading of hostels. The other concern is on the response in relation to hostel maintenance and the department having sourced the services to JOSCO to assist with hostel maintenance. On Program 4, our concern is that the department plans to deliver a total of 18,259 title deeds in the outer years of the MTEF and 3,063 title deeds in 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 financial year, respectively, across the various categories. Taking note that the department reported that there were issues of delays in township establishment plans. The Portfolio Committee also remained concerned with the non-reporting of department's budget allocations on the contractor incubator program. Deputy Chair of Chairs, on recommendation, the Portfolio Committee proposes that the department should provide responses on the following as raised by the 30th July 2020-2021. On budget, okay, the department should provide us with a detailed report on how are they going to ensure filling of vacancies since the budget for compensation is reduced.
Can you move for the adoption?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think amongst others, the department should provide us a 4-year report on how the 200 million was spent on hostel redevelopment. Chair, I would like to also acknowledge members of the Portfolio Committee and express my gratitude towards them and thank the MEC and the team for always being available in our Portfolio Committee work, and further acknowledge the work done by and appreciate the work done by the staff of the legislature. Allow me to table this report for adoption as well as the proposed recommendations in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164. I thank you.
Let me get any seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you. I put a question. All those who are in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Who are not in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate, speech and debate, budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Human Settlement Budget Vote 8 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022. Thank you.
Let me call the MEC to open the debate.
I'll follow the same process as the last presentation. We start by saying that South Africa has one of the most respected and admired constitutions in the world, and it enshrines our rights as individuals to decent shelter. The state is constitutionally mandated to use resources entrusted to it to ensure that this basic right is enjoyed by all citizens based on the ideals of Vision 2030 of the National Development Plan. Government has instituted measures and mechanisms aimed at the absolute eradication of informal settlements and to build urban settlements that will restore our people's dignity and reaffirm their right to a better life. The vision remains unchanged, and all manner of actions that we take are informed by this tenet. We remain resolute in realizing the goal of a nation housed in sustainable human settlements. As a provincial government, our vision is to create integrated, sustainable human settlement within a smart Gauteng city region. We endeavor to facilitate the delivery of sustainable human settlements, new towns, and smart cities in partnership with relevant role players. In one of his intervention, one of the most recognizable economic historians of his age, Karl Polanyi, makes the following observation about what he refers to as the market and nature, and I open quote, "What we call land is an element of nature inextricably interwoven with man's institutions. To isolate it and form a market for it was perhaps the weightiest of all the undertakings of our ancestors," close quote. And it goes on to say, open quote again, "Land is thus tied with the organization of kinship, neighborhood, craft, and creed with tribe and temple, village, guild, and church," close quote. For us, the assertions made by Polanyi confirms the correctness of our struggles against land dispossession, against living in places that are detached from economic activity, with little or no social amenities, and total neglect of service delivery. The eradication of the historical injustices remains one of the greatest tasks of our time. Honorable members, a Center for Affordable Housing 2020 report makes the following interesting observation, which are germane to us with our context, and I will not read all of them. The first is that the residential property market is the largest component of the South African property market, accounting for the majority of property assets and a crucial source of household wealth. In 2019, there were 6.6 million residential properties on South Africa's deeds registry, valued approximately at 5.5 trillion. Of the total properties, more than half, 55%, were valued under 600,000. Government subsidized properties also made up a sizable portion, 30% or 2 million of all residential properties, particularly in the lower end, indicating the impact of the massive investment of the government housing program over the years. South Africa's resale market far exceeds the new build market for houses. In 2019, 3/4 of all residential transactions were in the resale market. The resale market often serves as a first step on the property ladder to first-time home buyers. Owners in 2019, about 94,157 households became homeowners for the first time. Of these, about 21% were beneficiaries of government-subsidized housing program, Honorable Chief Whip. More than half, 55% of residential properties in South Africa were valued at about 600,000. 1/3 of all properties are found in Gauteng. On a provincial level, in 2019, most properties valued below 600,000 were in Gauteng, about 81% of those. And nationally, the new build market is relatively small. In 2019, there were 56,610 new transactions, or 25%. And research goes on and on and on, which I will ask members to read it when they have time. So, Madam the Deputy Chair of Chairs, we highlight these facts in such an extensive manner, not to brag, because we are faced with a growing housing backlog that entails that whatever progress we make becomes insignificant as demand continues to rise within the province. Rather, these fact, statistics, and figures should indicate to all of us the economic opportunities that lie within the human settlement space and how human settlement developments with their backward and forward linkages, are a catalyst for economic development and growth within any locality. Government investment in the human settlement space has huge economic spin-offs. As the information we have just shared earlier shows, however, we must never make the mistake of looking only at what government is doing if we want to get the maximum economic benefit from human settlement as a catalyst for economic recovery and growth. A meeting we were invited to address earlier on this year with private sector developers bears this out quite starkly. And the developers in question operate within the affordable housing space, and they were sitting on projects worth 150 billion within the Gauteng that are on hold owing to infrastructure and other constraints, and their appeal was that we help them to fast-track this process. Honourable members, we should never just limit ourselves to annual housing targets as a department, but we should constantly be looking at the whole human settlement ecosystem and value chain to see how we can develop transformative partnerships that will accelerate housing delivery beyond our capacity as government. Not because we've got a problem with targets and numbers. We can provide that we have achieved our targets in the last financial year and we're increasing, but we're saying this is not enough. We want to formalize and structuralize the backyard rental market in order to create opportunities for owners to charge and collect rent and give municipalities new sources of revenue through rates and taxes. We want to revitalize and mainstream a backyard rental market in townships as part of township economy revitalization. This requires that our municipalities be at the forefront of mainstreaming the backyard rental market with township proclamation and a title deed program to give township dwellers security of tenure. It will also require our municipalities to evaluate and change municipal bylaws to ensure that they support and provide healthy environment for the township rental market to flourish. As an example, honourable members, Ekurhuleni has created special land use that is intended to create a legal framework within which formalized backyarding can occur and adequately be regulated. This includes relaxed building lines, increased densities, as well as relaxed building norms and standards, and many other measures which we would want everybody else to follow suit. So backyard units in townships are a historic trend which has grown over the years due to an increased demand for affordable housing units, mostly by tenants from outside Gauteng who come to the province for job opportunities. Honourable members, this demand can be addressed with the utilization of prefabricated units as one example, and look at other innovative ways. In order to promote local SMMEs, subcontracting for tenders from 30 million above will continue to be made mandatory requirement, and a framework has been developed for this. There have been complaints over the years at how main contractors treat subcontractors and township-based entrepreneurs, and we are exploring various options such as whether prices can be regulated and standardized, looking at set-asides and bulk buying amongst a plethora of options being considered, including making sure that women, youth, owned and people with disabilities companies are given priority. Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs, the hostel problem is one that has a historical background, as hostels were initially built for migrant labourers who lived in our own, on their own. Over the years, as their family and kin, next of kins started to move up to Gauteng and live with them, the pressure on the bulk infrastructure, which was installed without the broader family in mind, increased, leading to some of the decay and challenges that we have witnessed. Our solution is to convert hostels into family units, a program that has long started with some challenges which we are attending to. And then we also want to restore bulk challenges which do not affect hostels only. We are looking at establishing and coordinating a fund that can help us with bulk infrastructure and looking at new and innovative ways which are cheaper and efficient to ensure that we deal with bulk in the hostels and our areas. Honorable members, on urban renewal, we have made significant strides, despite the main problem still remain that urban renewal is still perceived as a human settlement program, whereas it cuts across inter-departments and inter-government spheres. Within the urban, so the Gauteng provincial government within various departments has spent about 431 million plus between 2016 and now. And the Provincial Treasury representative to the Gauteng City Region Urban Renewal Program Technical Committee has been requested to present the latest figures which they are working on, and a total of 90 million has been allocated by the Department of Human Settlement for reticulation, sewer outflow projects in Winterfeld, Beggersdal and Everton in the current financial year. An allocation of 50 million under the 2% mining towns grant has been allocated as well to the West Rand. We have commenced with the bulk upgrades in Winterfeld, and there's a lot of other work that has been done. Deputy Chair of Chairs, historically black townships, overwhelmingly former rental properties, came to be known as family houses. The family houses thus needs to be understood historically because it is the result of an apartheid legacy, and because it represents a claim about the importance of family history over individual property or the markets. And this has an impact on the issues of title deeds, and that's why one of the things we're saying, we will be sponsoring legislation through the NCOP on the family titles to be able to deal with this issue. Honorable members, want to expedite township formalization processes so that we're able to deal with this issue of title deeds as well, since it's a big hindrance. A decision will need to be taken to comply with some of the strict conditions to enable movement on township formalization, and we're engaging with municipalities. Madam Speaker, another major problem we're faced with is there are informal settlements that are on private land, and we're not receiving cooperation from the private owners. So we are looking at exploring our options within the current Section 25 of the Constitution, which is to expropriate those in the public interest whilst we are waiting for the process of amending the Constitution to continue. And we are spending, or rather setting aside, about 1.1 billion in this financial year to deal with issues in informal settlements. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Chair of Chairs, on the burdensome problem of illegal invasions and allocations and displacement of people, as a result of that, we have put in place a proactive program which we have dealt with. We're working with Department of Community Safety, but we also want to make use of community development workers to help us with this. But furthermore, the issue of illegal invasions and illegal occupation and allocation of houses is so complex and nuanced that we've decided that we are going to look at a possibility of creating a committee of inquiry that will look at these matters comprehensively since 1996, so that we don't deal with this issue in bits and pieces. And we will be taking this to EXCO. And then there's other issue. Okay, I'm left with 2 pages. The other issue is the rapid land release program.
Actually, your time is up.
We are continuing with. I don't know which drunkard is trying to interfere, but
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Tom.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We reject the budget allocation to Vote 8 on basis that this department has a reputation to underspend the allocated budget despite the housing backlog in this province is experiencing. In the 2019-2020 financial year, the department underspent its budget by over 250 million, which resulted into unspent money being recalled by the Treasury. This trend is so serious to an extent that National Human Settlement Department had to stop transfer of 250 million for the Gauteng Human Settlement Development Grant. The lame excuse that the department could not spend its budget because of illegal occupation of units is unacceptable. The department is forever contravening the PFMA by not spending 100% of its annual budget allocations. This is one department that has never achieved its set targets. There remains today complete lack of oversight and transparency in terms of allocations of housing units. In many cases, our people are told they were on the housing waiting list, when in fact there is no credible, reliable housing list. If there is such a list, it should have been published in the interest of transparency. Hostels in this province remain neglected. We previously emphasized that even when upgrades have begun in Sebokeng Hostel, many units have not been allocated and that the property was vandalized. Mzimhlope Hostel in Ward 39 and 40 in Soweto has vacant flats which have not been allocated for years. Jabulan Hostel renovations are on hold, and there are flats that have not been allocated for over 3 years. In Lufereng, there are vacant houses that are not allocated to people. But with the local government election coming, as an electionary mechanism, the ANC will make sure that these houses are allocated. Some people here have been waiting for their title deeds since 2008, but others who have received houses in December 2020 are being called to collect their title deeds. The department continues to show the disregard for the empowerment of the disadvantaged black people in this province. It has once more failed to achieve its target to ensure that business owned by women, youth, and people with disability benefit from procurement budget. We are disgusted by that even during this difficult period in this global pandemic, this department continues to support the illegal evictions to our people and demolish the structures in this province. The country has witnessed how the ANC-led city of Johannesburg demolished structures in Kokotela, in contravention of lockdown regulations, and how the residents of Vliehof flats were treated with such support of this department. To make life more difficult to our people, the department went to an extent of establishing the so-called anti-land invasion unit, who will be paid from this budget that we are expected to support today. This being infected, and our people are going to be infected with the COVID-19. EFF reject budget, vote 8. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tilange. Honorable Tilange. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me focus primarily in this debate on the issue of backyard dwellers, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The backyard dwellers plan for me is a recipe for disaster, I must be honest with you. The culture, for reasons the following. One, the culture of non-payment of utility bills, not paying water, not paying lights in our communities, in the township primarily, makes it very difficult, Deputy Chair of Chairs, to begin to understand how one can allow backyard dwellers to be there in an RDP setting, an RDP house, with various houses around that backyard dweller, that rented RDP house at the moment, which is going to cause a major problem. And the main house, which is the landlord, in inverted commas, gets money from these backyard dwellers, and yet the utility bills are not being paid. This impacts directly on the bulk infrastructure that's supposed to feed into our townships to make sure that it is adequately serviced with regards to water and sewage and electricity and et cetera, et cetera. Currently, Deputy Chair of Chairs, there's hundreds of backyard dwellers already in our communities. So I fail to understand how this plan would be able to realize, because at the moment the density is already so much.
And
we have
thank
a
you,
major challenge.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get Honorable Dlamini?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair of Chairs, members of the Executive and honorable members in the House. In the preamble of the Department of Human Settlement's annual report for 2019 and 2020, the MEC, Honorable Maile, spoke of, and I quote, positioning the department as a center of service delivery excellence for housing delivery, close quote. Unfortunately, we are now in the 2021-2022 financial year, and the department's goal to be the center of service excellence for housing Gauteng citizens is proving ever more elusive. As the IFP, we also wish to register our concern and disappointment in that in the past years, the department has not effectively used its previous budget allocations effectively and efficiently to make a tangible difference in the lives of our citizens and restore their dignity. Instead, the department has brought tired and predictable excuses for its underperformance, inadequate spending and tardiness in executing the department's core mandate of delivering decent houses, hostel upgrades, township formalization, service site and title deeds, etc., have become a constant feature in the Human Settlements oversight reports to this House. Further showing that currently the idea of positioning the department as a center of service delivery excellence for housing delivery is a case of make-believe or worse, a myth. In the department's fourth quarterly report for the 2021 financial year, 3 hostel projects, which namely Orlando West, Jabulani, and Retabile, were targeted for construction of 2 family units. None of these projects, which have been pending, were delivered. They have been deferred to the current financial year. Many hostel development projects have been promised, but no action has followed. Now the challenge is that the budget being tabled by the MEC today has reduced the funding towards hostel redevelopment program by 25%, from a total of 122 million last year to a mere 92 million this financial year. These cuts do not inspire confidence that hostel development projects will get started and completed as promised. Deputy Chair of Chairs, part of the latest trend in the department's excuses for under-delivery has been to impute their failures and other administrative inefficiencies on the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. We reject this scapegoating about the pandemic when, in fact, the department's attitude is to blame for a 22% reduction in housing opportunities from a targeted total of 30,101 to only 23,401 in the 2020-21 financial year. Some houses were budgeted for but not built. We acknowledge that we are still in the throes of the pandemic and that the conditions of a new normal have had an impact on the government's ability to do its work, but we cannot and will not accept complacency and inefficiency as part of the new normal. Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs, it mind-boggling that the slow pace of implementing the Rapid Land Release Program, especially when we know that there are so many Gauteng citizens willing and able to build their own homes, but cannot do so because their applications for service stand are bogged down by the bureaucracy in the department. The government often talks about its mission to achieve the development of partial, just, efficient, equitable, sustainable, and transformed human settlements. This noble idea should not just be an ideal that bears no reference to reality, but it should find expression in what and who we prioritize in our budgets, especially the poor and the marginalized. It is worth mentioning that in the 2019-2020, the Auditor General estimated that the department has incurred no less than 1 billion in irregular expenditure and further called for the need to put in place stronger internal controls. The lack of internal controls worries the IFP, especially when we note that the department has spent 200 million in planning for the development of hostel and upgrading. But this sizable expenditure is not reflected in the current state of hostels owned by the department here in the inner city, many of which are dilapidated despite money having been set aside to correct that. Suffice to say, hostel residents feel let down and left out in light of the empty promises made by this government, because there are no economic and development opportunities in the areas where they live. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, or Chair of Chairs, we once again register our support for the proposed budget vote in general and taking into consideration our specific concern over the reduction of funds earmarked for the development of hostels. Njenge-IFP, elethu izwi lithi noma isabelo mali singaba kancane kanjani, kodwa lokho kuncane okukhona kumele kwabelwe nezakhamuzi zethu, ikakhulukazi labo abantulayo, ukuze nabo bayibone intuthuko futhi sibuyiswe isithunzi sabo. Given the increment in the department's budget, we hope that the MEC and his department will work towards realizing the goal of positioning the department as a center of service excellence for housing delivery. The IFP remains committed to lending its support to the MEC and his department in ensuring that they build inclusive housing,
their time is up,
and effectively in ways that empower all citizens. And I thank you.
Okay, Honorable Sirota. Honorable Sirota. Honorable Malema can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Committees. Honorable Deputy Chair of Committees, allow me to basically start by extending my hand of profoundly heartfelt fraternal greetings to the Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Miro Tate, David Makura, members of the Executive Council from Gauteng, the Progressive Chief Whip of Majority Party, Honorable Mzikumalo Mtungwa, Honorable Members of Parliament who are with us through various social media fragments, Honorable Members of the Legislature, distinguished guests, our beloved people of Gauteng who have joined us through various social media platforms. Deputy Chair of Committees, thank you for the opportunity to address the House once more. It is indeed a privilege and honor bestowed on me by the ANC to partake in the debate. Members can use this budget vote to reflect on the Department of Human Settlements' performance during the period under review. Deputy Chair of Committees, for purposes of better internet connectivity, may I graciously request for your indulgence that I be allowed to switch off my video. And thank you. This budget vote comes during the year in which Mama Charlotte Manya Mateke, affectionately also known as the mother of Black freedom in South Africa, an outstanding woman of strength and justice, is commemorated. Mama Mateke worked tirelessly under most difficult political environment during the heydays of apartheid system to prepare for and shape our constitutional democracy. Deputy Chair, the ANC policy on human settlement is rooted in the 1955 policy document called Freedom Charter, also known as the People's Charter, and the specific clause thereof, and I quote, there shall be houses, security, and comfort, close quote. This clause wonderfully reflects the ethos and intention of the ANC concept of human settlement, I quote, that people shall have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security, close quote. Deputy Chair of Committees, the ANC's priority has always been to promote greater integration and the construction of homes in healthy and secure living conditions where everyone has access to essential support services and economic opportunities. 27 years into our democracy, it is important to ask ourselves how far this government has gone towards realizing the commitments made to its people. Noting that human settlement is more than just providing housing. If it were, the community would be in the same economic and social status as before. When it comes to the development of human settlements, the integrated approach of the theory of human settlement means that many ministries must collaborate. Deputy Chair of Committees, government services like education, municipal services, and social assistance have been greatly increased since 1994 democratic victory, benefiting millions of our people in traditionally black communities that had been mostly excluded under apartheid. Notably, you may all be aware that the average number of years of formal education for Africans increased from 8 in 1996 to 10 in 2019. The percentage of African families with electricity increased from 44% to 94%. The percentage of homes with flowing water increased from 47% to 70%. And the percentage of homes with flush toilets increased from 34% to 58%. 1 in 5 of the lowest 80% of households claims to have received a housing subsidy. Deputy Chair of Committees, we commend the ANC-led government for its unwavering commitment to transforming the lives of South Africans as stated in the ANC manifesto commitment to develop, and I quote, sustainable human settlement that help transform the spatial legacy of apartheid and build a more inclusive society, close quote. Deputy Chair of Committees, we have been doing very well in leading the way in developing a post-apartheid urbanism and sustainable urban agenda as the Gauteng City region. A radical counter-narrative of inclusive, sustainable and transformative urbanism is needed to fight spatial inequality. Due to the continual increase in Gauteng's population and the scarcity of available land for development, we welcome the department's plans to accelerate the implementation of the Rapid Land Release Program. The department plans on acquiring about 10,000 hectares of land and total of 11,524 serviced sites are to be handed over to qualifying beneficiaries in the financial year 2021-2022. However, Deputy Chair of Committees, land inventions are a concern, particularly where we have selected land of service stands and the construction of human communities. Deputy Chair of Committees, across the province, we continue to make progress in formalizing informal settlements and improving hostels. This work responds directly to our overall plan to transform Gauteng, particularly the townships, in order to improve urban quality of life. Regarding the integration of hostels, we support the department's plan of upgrading and redeveloping of hostels, which includes doing away with the old typical dormitory type of accommodation units and replacing them with much more accommodating family units. A total of 1,000 family units are planned to be built in various hostels across the province. We also support the interim support of services like water, sanitation, and access roads to about 45 informal settlements in the province. Deputy Chair of Committees, in accordance with our commitment stated in 2019, significant work is being done to revive urban renewal projects. The aim of this program is to modernize the old townships by providing much needed upgrades in various kinds. Other groundbreaking development on which the department is working is the acceleration of the implementation of mega projects and the winding down of legacy project, which has already registered significant progress. Deputy Chair, we cannot discuss the present without discussing the past, because the past informed the present, just as we cannot discuss the future without discussing the past, because the past and the present both inform the future. Military veterans are the very special people who gave up everything to go and fight for our liberation. They played a central role in pushing the apartheid regime to start negotiating with the ANC. We owe our freedom to them, and it is therefore the duty of this ANC-led government to ensure that all military veterans have houses, decent houses, fit for sacrifices they have made for us as a nation. To this end, the Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng is hard at work providing houses to military veterans, and almost hundreds of them have been allocated houses, and more will be benefiting from this program. With regard to the title deeds, the ANC-led government remain committed to transferring ownership of state rental houses to people who live in them, and ensure that all homeowners have title deeds to improve their legal ownership and to restore their dignity. We continue to grow Gauteng together, guided by Gauteng GGT 2030 development strategy. As the ANC, we support the budget vote. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Ghana on behalf of the Sirota.
Nakensa, Deputy Chair of Chairs, greetings, honorable members, fellow South Africans. The DA recognizes and shares the despair and hopelessness felt by so many of our citizens who have relied on broken promises for so many years in terms of being allocated dignified housing. Citizens are frustrated and feel totally abandoned, especially those at Mshaya Zafe Hostel in Tokoza and the Kwamasisa Hostel in Emfuleni by the current Gauteng administration. And this department, with no hope of being allocated dignified housing anytime soon. This is evident in many failed initiatives which are situated with issues such as the increased unfinished housing projects, the collapse of the housing development program, the complete failure in the de-densification program, and the erection of temporary relocation areas. This is further shown in the delays in institute upgrading initiatives, where the department that you lead, Honorable Maile, is reluctant to enter into partnerships with the private sector, and there is a disruption to peaceful and crime-free livelihoods caused by illegal shack farming. There's also confusion created by corrupt practices in being unable to provide housing timeously to many citizens awaiting housing allocation, some since 1996. There has been a delay in the process of awarding any of Gauteng's municipalities with level 3 accreditation in order for them to build houses. There's a slow pace of reducing the number and the growing number of secondary dwellings, which is now over 1.25 million, caused by inward migration, shortages, and overcrowding. We are also seeing a slow progress and delays with the rollout of mega projects, which are launched with much fanfare and very little to show on the ground. We are also seeing a failure of the so-called rapid land release program and the promises of service stands. This is just a slogan that was introduced in this House. Deputy Chair of Chairs, there is a systematic lack of capacitation, underperformance, and most noticeably, no political or operational accountability, which has manifested itself in institutionalized underspending, underreporting, and incomplete projects. The much-flaunted turnaround strategy has failed to succeed in any of its initiatives. All this indicates is a continuous and a repetitive failure to provide any meaningful change to the over 1 million residents in Gauteng that continues to wait for subsidized housing, Honorable Maile. It is very apparent from the budget that the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement has no plan to effectively deal with the basic needs of our citizens. The targets that have been set fall way short of the minimum required. For example, the target of 30,000 new housing units, which is way below the required minimum, has now been reduced to a mere 22,000, leaving behind more than 40,000 of our fellow residents without any decent housing. The budget has also been reduced to below 6 billion, which is completely inadequate. How do we create an environment to turn things around? What we can do to convince our residents that initiatives and corrective measures being implemented, which will instill in them the belief that the housing opportunities do exist, that will ensure that there's visible and tangible solutions that can provide a solution to the many empty promises that have been made in the last 27 years. The following proposals will give the turnaround strategy some chance of success, MEC Maile. We need to ensure that you yourself are held accountable beyond the many press conferences that you like calling. The MEC has thus far failed to turn, you have failed thus far, MEC, to run an efficient department. You have failed to provide any workable or implementable plan that has been presented by you to make any visible impact to the lives of our people. We must also ensure that the staff members that are appointed in the Department of Human Settlements are held accountable for the work that they do. This is to ensure that the situation that we see of senior staff members who cannot or unable to give any acceptable explanations on why there's a continued underspending in the department does not continue. There's also an urgent need to access the necessary and the required funding to allow the renewal projects in Winterfeld, Beckersdal, and Alexander to be continued and completed. The Alexander Renewal Project, which you know very well because you are from Alexander, remains frozen due to a court interdict since 2005. If funding cannot be found to pay out the landowners from Treasury, then the private sector should be approached as part of a public and private sector initiative. The department needs to show a bit more empathy and care about the poor residents that we seek to represent, particularly by introducing some agency into the hostel development program, ensuring that monies earmarked for such programs are correctly spent and accounted for. Steps must be taken to ensure the integrity and honesty of the Gauteng housing list and introduce checks and balances and effective monitoring to prevent dishonest and corrupt allocations. We cannot have those who are patiently waiting on the list have their spots stolen due to corrupt officials. A process must begin to ensure that the housing department in our metro municipalities across Gauteng receive effective training which will facilitate the granting of level 3 accreditation to them. This will allow more effective management and control of projects and finances being administered by the municipalities.
And thank you very much. It was just 8 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give the MEC to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And we also thank the member for reading Member Serota's speech. As expected, so I've expected everything. But as I've said, Chair, we want to welcome all the issues raised. And maybe because we're dealing with human settlement, it will be important to explain that this is a very, very complex department. The problems we're dealing with are both subjective and objective. They are systematic. Some have history. Some of the issues that members are raising are issues that we dealt with historically. For instance, Member Tong alleges that we lost money. We've never lost any money in the last financial year. She might have read the budget vote, or not vote, the report of the year before last. And there is a process.
The MEC, I think the phone is sort of giving some irritation. If you can just put it away from the...
There is a process.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because we are accountable, Chair, we were just reporting directly to the people so that we don't have to, so that we don't have to run away. So I'm saying, Chair, the issue of human settlement has to be understood properly. Because you've got all those challenges, some of which are historic. That's why Member Tong. In fact, the committee was up in arms, if she remembers, that we were receiving an additional 100 million, which was coming in February. I had to explain that no, the money is not coming in February because there's a process in which nationally, as MINMEC, by September, we decide on how to reallocate money so that it remains in the sector. And they even wanted the department to come and explain how is that money going to be spent and all that. But it also demonstrates, I think, a lack of understanding in terms of how budget is done. Because earlier on, I was trying to explain the issue of PFMA. I was delayed because in the PFMA, Chair, you are allowed a certain threshold in terms of overspending. You are allowed a certain threshold in terms of underspending. But in the same breath, you are allowed what is called a rollover. And that's why there's also adjustments of budget and all that. So to create an impression that the Department of Human Settlement has underperformed, it's a desperate measure on the part of in terms of our targets, Chair, because we have to understand there's two things. There's targets that we set as a department for ourselves, but there are other. This I'm talking about objective and subjective problems, because you've got close to 1 million people who are in need of houses and not alcohol like this drunkard. So we have to attend to those matters so that, and that's why when you look at the budget vote, you're looking at the internal matters that we are dealing with. But over and above that, in the same budget vote, there's quite a few matters we are raising. One of them is the pipeline of about 150 billion that has to be unlocked. The other issues we are raising, and by the way, Member Adams, we take your criticism, we understand. In fact, what we are dealing with is what we call the township retail, not retail, sorry, the township... okay, the housing industry in the townships. That's what we are dealing with. And whether you like it or not, there are backyard dwellers. So the question is, how do we make sure that we register those and they are able to pay? Because as he's saying, they are not paying. But over and above that, there are spaces in the communities that are meant for human settlement. How do we give those to those who are developers and who want to develop? And anyway, they are doing it now. So we are saying we're going to give them money, one. We're going to help them through GPF. We're going to help them, as we are doing in Ekurhuleni, to relax some of the regulations and all that. So that issue has to be understood in that context. And then we thank what Member Tong, in the committee, one day, or maybe let's have tea so that I explain to you. Because when we present, every time we explain to the committee that you've got different types of problems with title deeds. Firstly, you've got pre-94, which would have different issues. You've got post-94, and then you've got those that come with the new houses and all that. And when we appoint, especially in the mega projects and all that, that money is already factored in there. And that's why it will not be amiss that somebody who got a house last month can get it, or 3 months ago and all that, because the process is quicker and all that. There's a whole range of issues about the other things, but we will deal with that. In what Member Sirota says through Member Ghana, at no point we have never said we shouldn't be held accountable. In fact, we have a contract with the Premier, performance contract. We clearly indicate what are our targets. So you can't blame me for everything that is happening in Gauteng. And that's why I'm talking about objective and subjective. Things that have to do, and that is why Honorable Member Sirota, in absentia, we have fired departments, officials in the department. I'm not talking about some administrative officers here. I'm talking about Deputy Director General. I'm talking about chief directors and all that. We are taking responsibility. What more must we do? We have reduced the audit findings. In fact, when you read here, you'll see that the 17, 18, we have responded, I think, to about 82% of those audit findings and all that. We have improved the audit outcome of the department. When we came, it was a disclaimer with adverse findings. But we're not saying all is well, there are no problems, and therefore we must be given the pat on the back. The reason we're not talking about those things, because we understand that we can't be judged only on internal governance issues. We must be judged on the impact we make as the department in delivering houses. That's why when you look at our budget spent last year, the HSDG, it's 99%, Honorable Tong. The equitable share, it's 96%. And even that 96% and 99%, it's monies that are tied to certain projects, and there's a process of, and that's why by the time we have a discussion about the annual report, in September, you'll have a complete picture. So you should have stuck to the budget and not talk about things that you don't understand. So Member Ghana says that there is a delay in accrediting municipalities. Well, not him, it's Member Sirota. By the way, the question you must ask, and I'm helping you now so that you can ask us in the next session. There's so much money we've given to municipalities to directly build houses, your metros and all that. Just ask yourself how many houses have been built, how many of those and all that. So there are challenges. It's not just about giving licenses and all that. We are working with them. We are keen and we will run them. Rapid land release program. It's not a failure, Member Dlamini, the rapid release program. I've just said, well, because I could not read everything here. We've got, firstly, a list which is generated through more than 5,000 through the national system, 1. 2, we've got just about 9,100 stands that are ready to be occupied and all that. We are currently looking at 15,000 plus. We can give you the numbers because we know what we are doing. We are not taking chances, and we take responsibility. But we also understand the magnitude of the problem. That is not just about what we can deliver. It's about the holistic and comprehensive picture. And that's why we are working with the private sector, and I'm talking about unlocking this 150 billion rand. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, the Secretary, you can read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order is consideration of Social Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Kekana, please present the committee report.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. I will request that the House consider the other parts of the report that I will not read as read. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, once again, thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to table the Portfolio Committee's report on the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Social Development, Budget Vote 6 for the 2021-2022 financial year as follows. The department has been allocated an amount of 5,882,786,000 for the 2021-2022 financial year. The budget for the 2021-22 financial year has been reduced as part of a fiscal consolidation over the medium-term expenditure framework as follows. For the 2021-22 year, it has been reduced by 420,343,000, and for the 2022-23 financial year, it has been reduced by 560,601,000. And for the 2023-24 financial year, it has been reduced by 501,916,000. On Program 1, which is administration, administration has received an allocation of 741,231,000, which represents an increase of 1% compared to 2.1% in the previous financial year. Program 2, Social Welfare Services, has received an allocation of 945,239,000, which represents an increase of 5% in the current financial year compared to the 16.7% in the previous financial year. Program 3, which is Children and Families, has received an allocation of 2,618,697,000, which represents an increase of 1% in the current financial year compared to 44% increment in the previous financial year. Program 4, which is Restorative Services, has received an allocation of 783,841,000, which represents an increase of 9% in the current financial year compared to 13.3% in the previous financial year, while Program 5, which is Development and Research, has received an allocation of 749,950,000, which represents a decrease of 16% in the current financial year compared to 12.7% decrease in the previous financial year. The committee welcomes the additional budget that has been received by the department for the homeless program, which amounts to 83.9 million. The extended public works program incentive grant, which amounts to 18.5 million, and 3.6 million has been allocated for early childhood development maintenance. Early childhood development centers maintenance, as well as 1.3 million for the property auditors. However, the committee is concerned that the budget allocation for early childhood development and partial care has been decreased as compared to the previous financial year, while the annual targets remains the same as those in the previous financial year. The department did not implement the resolution of the House that was tabled and adopted in the House on the 20th of June that relates to the payment of NPOs on time. And on the proposed recommendations, the department should provide a detailed plan that will mitigate areas of underperformance so that planned targets are met and service delivery is not compromised. The report should be submitted by the 30th of July 2021. The department should also provide a list of the early childhood development centers that will be renovated during the 2021-22 financial year and the completion date for each ECD. The report should be submitted by the 30th of July 2021. The department should also adhere to implementation of House resolutions and provide the committee with a status report on the payment of NPOs, and the report should be submitted by the 30th of July 2021 and include the following information: the number of NPOs and categories applied for funding for 2021-2022 financial year, the number of NPOs and categories funded by the department for the year under review, the number of NPOs that were not funded for 2021-22 financial year, and the reasons for them not being funded, as well as the action taken by the department to reach to those NPOs whose applications were not successful for funding for 2021-22 financial year. Thank you very much, and I would like to acknowledge and thank the MEC for Social Development, as well as the head of the department and the officials in the department for their cooperation. Also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Member Magagula, Member Nsaka, Member Ndrovana, Adams, Member Engelbrach, and Member Badenhorst, and Member Mfama, and Member Ledwa Badoli for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberations on the budget vote for 2021-22 financial year. And the committee would also like to extend their gratitude to the support staff, Mayor Panswa Mbalo, Sipho Ngqala, S. Manueli, Nonhlanhla Jigolo, John Moloi, Dimakatso Ngwenya, Tinzuze Ntebi, K. Kulu for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. And after extensive deliberations, the committee adopted the oversight report on the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 for 2021-22 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Let me get if there's any seconder.
I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And all who are not in favor say no. We have the report to be adopted. Now, the Secretary, read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Let me call upon the MEC to present the budget speech. Memusupye.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me acknowledge the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier, MECs, Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members, Heads of Department, fellow citizens, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable Members, since 1994, the Majority Party had set out to realize a non-sexist, non-racial and democratic South Africa. It led the dismantling of the statutory and institutional edifice of racial domination, sexism, patriarchy, and sought to unify our nation state. The mandate of the Department of Social Development is key in attaining the vision of an equal and prosperous society, especially as it relates to the fight against poverty as enunciated by the Majority Party. In the main, social development is mandated to implement programs for the eradication of poverty, for social protection and social development among the poorest of the poor and the most vulnerable and marginalized. The Department of Social Development recently concluded its annual Child Protection Week under the theme, and I quote, "Let us protect children during COVID-19, during COVID and beyond," close quote. In this year's Child Protection Week, we were taken back to a novel by Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist. This is a story of a little boy that was born in London under severe poverty. Because the government of the day had harsh laws founded on a belief that poor people needed to work harder, little Oliver found himself in a life of crime as a means of survival. So, Deputy Chair of Chairs, as the Department of Social Development, we are determined to eradicate poverty. We contend that we must continue to work hard as government, together with our stakeholders, to protect our children before they are trapped in a life of crime, substance abuse, and other social ills like little Oliver found himself. In 2019, the President of the Republic of South Africa identified 7 priorities for the current administration to tackle the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The department aligned its programs with 4 pillars of the GGT 2030 provincial priorities. I'll speak to them in my speech. Honourable members, on the 15th of March 2020, the President of the Republic of South Africa declared a national state of disaster due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In this period, we witnessed a rise in unemployment, food insecurity, and gender-based violence, unfortunately. Other social ills such as homelessness and substance abuse were exacerbated and needed greater attention. So, on behalf of the 6th Gauteng administration led by the African National Congress, it is my honour, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and privilege to table the 2021-22 budget vote for the Gauteng Department of Social Development. So, the priorities, starting with priority 1, which is economy, jobs, and infrastructure. The department is in partnership with the NPO sector and social cooperatives in previously disadvantaged communities. These partnerships contribute to the economic and developmental agenda of the province. In the 2020-21 financial year, the department continued to implement the gender-based violence program in line with the sector strategy. It operationalized the mobile services for anti-substance abuse and implemented a newly introduced program, namely the homeless program, as part of addressing the COVID-19 implications. The budget allocation for NPO transfer for the 2021-22 financial year is 2,476,525,000 rands. The department acknowledges the need for tools of trade within the NPO sector to enhance and improve the quality of services. Hence, following the demand for vehicles in the previous financial year, the department had in 2020-2021 financial year invested 94 million rands for the provision of vehicles to all NPOs that have applied for vehicles. This is expected to bring relief to their dire transportation challenges, particularly within the sector of people with disabilities. In addition, in pursuit of steering the NPO sector towards supporting digital transformation, an investment of 8 million was directed towards the purchasing of various equipment, electronic gadgets, as well as furniture for various NPOs. The department further ensured that tools of trade procured for this current financial year included 74 mobile phones for social workers and SAWs, 38 victim-friendly rooms for 8 NPOs received care packs, 14 women shelters had renovations done, 40 NPOs received residential facilities renovations and maintenance, and 21 homeless shelters received operational support. Honourable members, to enhance its contribution to TSEPO 1 million through youth and internships, EPWP and welfare to work, developing youth potential and linking them to other developmental initiatives, the department will ensure that 61,461 beneficiaries are reached amidst the COVID-19 restrictions, and a further 468 cooperatives will be supported. EPWP continues to be utilized as a source of economic opportunities and skilling for young people, providing the most sought-after relief for the unemployed. The program is implemented through the funded home community-based care organizations. These are EPWP volunteers, caregivers, providing services to orphans and vulnerable children and youth infected or affected by HIV and AIDS. EPWP was also expanded to the victim empowerment, substance abuse, older persons, and disability programs. The participants of these programs receive stipends and salaries. They also gain entrepreneurial skills as well as technical and life skills. Suffice to say, Deputy Chair of Chairs, in an evaluation study conducted on social sector implementation evaluation on EPWP. It was established that the EPWP stipend helps to reduce poverty among participants and helps in reducing the number of people living below the food poverty line. In the 2020-2021 financial year, the department provided work opportunities to 7,154 beneficiaries, and in this current financial year, the department will create 7,210 work opportunities through EPWP still. Insofar as infrastructure is concerned, and to address the past inadequacies, the Department of Social Development has adopted several infrastructure implementation programs geared at accelerating service delivery in the province. We have registered progress in some multi-year projects that are currently under construction. These projects have significantly contributed towards socio-economic development through job creation. The emphasis was placed on youth, women, and the unskilled to provide them with relevant training and decent employment opportunities. In addition, the department has 4 planned launches of social integrated facilities comprising of ECD, community-based care for older persons, and office accommodation. Mabopane Social Integrated Facility, Hammanskraal Social Integrated Facility, and Garankuwa Office Accommodation. The Gauteng Department of Social Development's budget for new infrastructure in the current financial year includes construction of Batubonke ECD for 13.8 million, Bierkersdal Social Integrated Facility for 8.5 million, Kutsong Social Integrated Facility for 4 million, and Tembisa Inpatient Substance Abuse Center for 3 million. Also important to note, honorable members, is that the department has amended program planning and procurement processes on construction of social infrastructure to ensure that both consultants and contractors are committed to clear and time-bound objectives, and that their professional grading and financial standing are relevant and sustainable to completion of the program. Under priority 2, which is education, skills and health, in the 2021-22 financial year, the department will continue to play a significant role in promoting the development of children in the early stages of their growth. This is in line with striving to achieve the delivery priority of accelerated social protection interventions to improve educational outcomes. We will champion the provision of the ECD programs in its partial care sites, prioritizing children from 0 to 5 years of age, the registration and funding of ECD centers managed by funded NPOs, the construction of ECD sites in the 20 prioritized township programs as part of the department's infrastructure program, and strive towards increasing the number of children placed in funded ECD sites in historically disadvantaged areas. So a target of 128,941 children will access ECDs that receive financial support from the department. Honorable members, the President announced in his SONA on the 7th of February 2019 that the ECD function would be transferred to the Department of Education from the Department of Social Development. The President stated that the country would proceed towards 2 years of compulsory preschool for all children before they enter grade 1. This is in line with the ANC's 54th National Conference resolution that the ANC must ensure that there is a systematic relocation of the responsibility for ECD from DSD to the Department of Education. The department has realized that much needed support is required for our schools and therefore has prioritized its school social work program, wherein 1,572 high-risk schools will have their learners receive social work services. Despite the many challenges related to the school uniform and dignity program during the last 3 financial years, the department reaffirms its commitment in ensuring that 169,500 learners receive their school uniforms and 1,336,896 dignity packs are distributed. We are gathered here today on the eve of the 1976 Youth Commemoration, honorable members. The South African Student Movement, that was one of the first organizations of black high school students, played an important role in the 1976 uprising together with other activists who were linked to the ANC. The mobilization of the 1976 protest called on communities to support students and linked the student struggle to the struggle of national liberation. In this period, other formations were involved. Fatima Meer and Winnie Mandela were amongst women that established the Black Women's Federation and Black Parents Association. This is a reminder that the role of women in our struggle for liberation was tremendous, and that 1976 happened because different organizations came together to fight against imperialism. I contend that 1976 is a reminder that we can and must defeat gender-based violence, and that a woman's place in society has never been inferior. We are also reminded that youth are part of the solution today, and they have the capabilities to be leaders as agents of change. Recently, as part of our programs to commemorate the 1976 generation, the Department of Social Development held a youth engagement webinar, and our theme was the Year of Charlotte Maxeke, implementing sustainable youth development programs for the South Africa we want, open close quote. The purpose of the webinar was to give 25 youth who participated in the department's funded youth development programs to engage with the MEC on the impact of COVID-19. The objectives of the youth engagement were to identify and create a platform for the youth to share with the department their experiences during COVID-19 pandemic, to document negative and positive experiences that they face in pursuit of livelihoods. The youth that formed part of our webinar had participated successfully or are still participating in the department youth development programs. The selected youth were from our various programs, and I want to name them. It was Ignatius Malotle, Ntabeleng Melato, Refilwe Mokwena, Mpho Moloi, Gugule Tundaba, Lesedi Masitenyana, Joseph Monke, Kifilwe Matong, Komotso Melato, Lesedi Huna, Raquel Princess Mtlalose, Mawetu Charlie, Kilebukile Mataba, Kihomoditwe Kutleng, Boiki Matlangu, Amanda Mnisi, Charmaine Porotwe, Nozipon Dindwa, Kidiboni Rakapo, and Michael Maniki Nuku. The department was privileged to have had an opportunity to be part of their story, and we hope that, like Charlotte Maxeke, they will be agents of change. The Premier, in his State of his Province address, expressed concern about the increase of gender-based violence and femicide and crimes against women and children. He further emphasized that the fight against GBV must not only be fought in communities, because young women in institutions of higher learning are also victims. Hence, the department's role is through accelerated social protection interventions through provision of psychosocial support to vulnerable groups. The implementation of the VEPs is part of the core mandate of the department in this regard. In strengthening its prevention programs, the department commits to reducing the risk of sexual and physical violence against women and children by ensuring participation of men and boys through education on gender-based violence and intensive community outreach programs. The department will also focus on the
thank you, MEC. The time is up.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Ncheke.
Thank you very much. When NGOs are not paid on time or money is returned to Treasury, the vulnerable people of Gauteng suffer. Chairperson Refilwe Gagana just mentioned that the department have failed to adhere to a resolution of this House, a resolution that would ensure that all NPOs receive their first quarter funding on the 1st of April of each financial year. Over the past couple of years, the department has returned more than R1 billion back to Treasury. In this very House, I have highlighted how the department has failed to pay many NGOs on time. The Auditor General has also highlighted many risks of the department, including one that mentions that the department has poor internal controls and there's poor monitoring and evaluation. There's also poor planning and project management. It has come to my attention that National Department of Social Development came up with a sector funding model signed by Minister Zulu, published on February 2020, a 71-page document which outlines exactly how the welfare sector should be funded. Chapter 3.3.1 on page 12 talks about the goal of the policy. Let me quote it. The overarching goal of the sector funding policy is to facilitate the provision of developmental societal services to people who need them, especially those who are most vulnerable, through providing funding in the form of transfer payments to service providers that are rendering development social services, partnership with government, represented by the National Department of Social Development or a provincial Department of Social Development. Let me unpack. People who need the services are the most vulnerable. People who render the services are the NGOs in Gauteng, in this case, and the people who are supposed to provide the funding are the Gauteng Department of Social Development. Chapter 8 on page 45 of the same policy talks to the management of transfers. 8.1 states the following: ensure SLAs are conducted and transfers are paid in a timeous manner. 8.6 states renewal of SLAs 2 months before the existing contract expires, and the new SLAs for services to be delivered in the following financial year by 28 February of the financial year. 8.9 states that payments must be made according to the payment schedule. 8.10 states that interest will be paid on late payments. It further states late payments impose a real financial cost on entities, effectively making them pay for the department's inefficiency. This impacts negatively on their financial viability and sustainability, as well as the delivery of services. Where a department is late with the payment of a transfer to an entity, it must pay interest to the entity, in this case, an NGO. I doubt Gauteng Department of Social Development has ever paid interest to any of our NGOs in Gauteng. Chapter 9 talks about monitoring and publication. Honourable Chair, for years this department does not plan properly and are just incompetent and doesn't care about the services provided, the service providers, the NGOs and the vulnerable. And they simply did not comply with this policy from National. They are just a delinquent department which is not held to account. When payments are late, then the delivery of services is compromised. That means ANC government puts the lives of the most vulnerable people at risk, and that's not on. The DA believes that NGOs must be paid on time, and where we govern, we do, to ensure that NGOs are sustainable and vulnerable lives are protected. This is something Gauteng government must learn. Do not put the lives of the vulnerable and our NGO who do much needed services in jeopardy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Badenost. Your catches. Where the technicians, they must assist. Do this. No, we'll make sure that you get. Yeah, the time is paused. You have to. Can't wear this.
Thank you.
Yeah, continue. You have 5 minutes.
Considering that the department has been allocated an amount of 5.8 billion for the 2021-22 financial year, we know that this allocation has been reduced as part of the fiscal consolidation over the medium-term expenditure framework for 2021 by 420 million. This follows a gross under expenditure in the 2019-20 financial year amounting to 401.9 million, highlighting the department's poor governance in the interest of service delivery as stipulated in the Public Finance Management Act of Act number 1 of 1999 and other acts associated with departmental performance. We know that the additional budget has been received by the department for the homeless program, which amounts to 83.9 million, the extended public works program incentive grant, which amounts to 18.5 million, and which 3.6 million has been allocated for early childhood development, maintenance, and 1.3 million for property auditors. The budget allocation for the 2021-22 financial year has failed to adequately bridge the gap between planning and budgeting in order to ensure that there is a strategic allocation of resources to the programs that will accelerate service delivery in the province. This is evident in how the Department of Social Development has been unable to promote the social inclusivity of the poor and vulnerable by empowering people, building cohesive and resilient societies, and making institutions accessible and accountable to citizens, more especially in the light of the burden placed on societies by COVID-19. This department faces the same challenges on a yearly basis around non-compliance with funding requirements and the meeting of minimum norms and standards for different fields of service in various programs. Yet it continues to receive substantial funding that inevitably is underspent. It is even unable to ensure that the basic provision of dignity packs and school uniforms is not affected by its delays in the procurement process as a result of withdrawal and poor supply chain management processes that are never properly followed. Honourable Speaker, the Department of Social Development is taking our people for a ride. Consider, for instance, the care and services for older persons sub-program supposedly with communities that receives an allocation of 281 million, representing an increase of 19.1 million when compared to the previous financial year. This sub-program is heavily funded, yet services never reach our people in areas such as Diepsloot and Sierbakom, to name a few. It clearly must be a looting avenue for these corrupt officials. Moreover, consider the sub-program for service to persons with disabilities, which received an allocation of 134.9 million, representing an increase of 18.3 million as compared to the previous financial year. This program is heavily funded, yet numbers of persons with disabilities accessing funded residential facilities have decreased and continues to rapidly decline. Even the sub-program for HIV/AIDS, which is meant to develop, implement and monitor integrated HIV and AIDS and granny-headed households, after receiving an allocation of 435.5 million, which is an increase of 2.8 million, has decreased the number of NPOs delivering HIV/AIDS services. Early childhood and partial care sites, which are supposed to provide comprehensive early childhood development services to children, received an allocation of 526.8 million in this financial year, representing a decrease of 144.7 million compared to the previous financial year. Thus, while the number of children accessing registered ECD programs has increased and annual targets remain the same as those in the previous financial. To date, this has failed to provide a list of the early childhood development centres that will be renovated during the 2021-22 financial year and the completion date for each ECD, which can only mean our children will be subjected to hazardous conditions. Our people have lost all hope, and it is evident in how the number of people participating in income-generating programs and economic opportunities has decreased in light of the high unemployment rate.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The EFF rejects this budget.
Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The ACDP in Gauteng is deeply concerned that the Gauteng Department of Social Development is underspending, especially in Program 3, that is children and families. It has a negative impact on its obligation to provide social welfare services during this COVID-19 pandemic. This department, which is supposed to be playing an integral role during this period of the coronavirus pandemic, in my view, is ineffective and constantly underspends on its budget. More worrying, Deputy Chair of Chairs, is that there's no consequences for this failure to spend money or serve the vulnerable people of Gauteng. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht.
Chairperson, children in 391 ECD centres in Gauteng are being denied a future. Early childhood development centres are critical in instilling skills and abilities needed by our children for their future ability to learn and adapt to the world around them. According to a study, more than 1 million 3- to 5-year-olds do not have access to educational care training before their first year in school, creating learning challenges, falling behind on the curriculum, or dropping out of school altogether. Without this basic education, these children will grow up, enter the adult world, struggling to find basic employment, and will be part of our unemployment rate. Yet, 391 ECD centres in Gauteng did not receive funding last year because they did not meet funding requirements like health certificates, suitable infrastructure, or land to expand. The DA appreciates that there need to be criteria to evaluate ECD centres before funding is approved. However, it is time that we re-evaluate these criteria based on challenging circumstances. An ECD located in informal settlements should not be evaluated against the same criteria as an ECD in a township economy. If we want to change the education system, grow the economy, grow jobs, we must invest in our young children. Therefore, ECD centres are a key strategy to changing South Africa. The budget towards MPOs in this particular programme of children and families has a decline of 67.7 million. This is a terrible travesty to every parent and child that has a dream to rise above their circumstances. This uncaring government is destroying the dreams and futures of our children. Every child, in every township, in every informal settlement deserves a chance and a better place to develop their full cognitive, emotional, social and physical potential. The DA will continue to put pressure on the department to re-evaluate the funding criteria for ECD centres and has already engaged the provincial department and government to provide unused government buildings for such centres. It's only by voting for the DA that the situation facing these ECD children can change. Imagine a province where every person has the opportunity to achieve and fulfill their potential.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable Makakula.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Can we give Honorable Makakula a hearing? Honorable Makakula.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, Honorable MSCs present, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable members, and all invited guests. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as we debate today, we must remember the COVID-19 pandemic has affected Gauteng badly, especially with the third wave,
When the President of South Africa declared a state of national disaster over COVID-19 in March 2020, we knew then that the lives of our people would be greatly affected. At the time, there were only 61 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the whole country. Fast forward to June 2021, things have changed significantly. The past Thursday has proved difficult for our province in particular, because out of 5,597 cases recorded last Thursday, Gauteng accounted for the majority at 61%. Deputy Chair of Chairs, there is no better time than now for our people to evaluate and change their behavior and its impact on fueling the increase in infection rate by abiding to COVID-19 regulations. We need to be cautious and have empathy for those who have no choice but to put their lives on the block to keep every citizen of Gauteng to be alive. These essential workers, including nurses, doctors, and emergency services workers, who have been at the forefront of the fight against the virus since the beginning to date. One of the ANC's priorities for 2021, under the theme Unity, Renewal and Reconstruction in the year of celebrating the life of Charlotte Maxeke, is defeating the COVID-19 pandemic. It is only when we unite as society and work together that we can overcome our challenges. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this budget also takes place on the eve of the historic day, which marks the 45 years of commemoration of National Youth Day in our country. South Africa is amongst the countries with the highest youth unemployment rate globally, and 8.6 million young people aged between 15 and 34 years are not in education and not employed. This context, honourable members, is important if we are to understand the role of the Department of Social Development and how important that its budget and the budget of each department respond to societal needs while also addressing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. In the past 27 years, the ANC worked tirelessly to improve the lives of our people, and the Department of Social Development has played a significant role providing the critical social services through different programs, including but not limited to programs for the eradication of poverty, social protection and social development amongst the poorest of the poor, the fight against drug abuse, alcohol abuse, domestic violence also is part of that. Their contribution has made South Africa a better place than it was before 1994. The Gauteng City Region Observatory's fifth Quality of Life survey in 2017-18 showed that despite a very challenging economic conditions, overall quality of life in the province continues to improve. The survey also indicated increases in resident satisfaction with all spheres of government in the period preceding the survey. Honourable members, allow me to borrow the words of Tata Nelson Mandela when he said, and I quote, "As long as many of our people still live in utter poverty, as long as children still live under plastic covers, as long as many of our people are still without jobs, no South African should rest and wallow in the joy of freedom." Close quote. These profound words indicate to us that despite the work that the ANC government has done to improve the lives of our people, we still have a long way to go, and we shall never rest until such time that the people of this province and this country live a better life. And the support of the ANC is given to non-profit organizations working towards betterment of the lives of homeless people is a positive input into advancing the development of our people. We therefore convinced that the intervention by Treasury additional funding of 83.9 million in their budget will go a long way in assisting the homeless and bringing back their dignity. Deputy Chair of Chairs, over time, one of the challenges of the Department of Social Development was high vacancy rate. We are pleased that in the 2021-22 financial year, the department has prioritized additional personnel to enhance monitoring of NPOs, additional community development practitioners, and absorption of social work graduates. We are even excited that the graduates that will be absorbed completed their studies through the bursary of the department. While this will not entirely address the plight of unemployed graduates, it will go a long way in improving the impact of the department in the lives of those who need it most, the vulnerable who are not able to afford private services. Women and children bear the brunt of social ills, be it poverty, unemployment, drug and alcohol abuse, you name them. Couple this with the domestic violence and COVID-19 pandemic facing our country, the picture is very ugly. Women have always been lagging behind from their male counterparts out of no doing of their own. Black women are the worst affected, considering that they face both gender and race discrimination. According to the United Nations Women Declaration report, the pandemic will push 96 million people into extreme poverty by this year, and 47 million of whom are women and girls. Prioritizing the development of women and provision of programs for the protection of children is a necessity that is essential for the protection of women and children. If we are to build the society we want to see as envisaged by the National Development Plan and the growing Gauteng Together 2030, we must invest in our children. We commend the department's focus on the budget for new infrastructure, particularly the focus on the West Rand, the Bantu Bonke early childhood in Sidibeng, and also Khutsong social infrastructure facilities, and Tembisa Inpatient Treatment Center will make a difference in many people's lives. We know the devastating effects of drug abuse in our society. Families are broken down, mental health is impaired, quality of life reduced, crime increases. These are just a few effects, and as the ANC, we believe that centers like the Tembisa Inpatient Center are a step in the right direction in the fight against the scourge of drug abuse. As the ANC, we commit to support the Department of Social Development in its endeavor to build a better society, and we will play an oversight role over the department to ensure delivery of the services greatly needed by our people is realized. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I close, allow me to call on this august House to be selfless in serving the people of this province, despite the challenges we face, by quoting the ANC stalwart Ntate Andrew Mlangeni when he said, and I quote, "Criticisms or not, there comes a time when bold steps have to be taken to ensure that transformation is realized. Society cannot be paralyzed by perennial caution because people's aspirations cannot be put on hold forever." Close quote. Honorable members in this House, as the ANC, this budget sounds favorable to serve the needs of our communities. We therefore support the budget, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I thank you. Wathinta bafazi, wathinta imbokodo.
Thank you very much. The MEC respond to the debate.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me start with Honorable Magagula. Your speech, almost all of it, spoke to priority number 4, which is safety, social cohesion, and food security. We're all aware as a department that we were overwhelmed during the pandemic, and many households had lost their means to make an income, but we managed, and the Premier spoke to this in many of the speeches that he made, that between April and December 2020, we provided more than 650,856 food relief to households, and we reached 3.2 million people in Gauteng. So you also spoke, in part, you responded to what Honorable Badenhorst was speaking to regarding the funding of ECDs. I'll come back to that. But I want to speak to what you were talking to about the elderly persons. And you know, Honorable Badenhorst, that they remain vulnerable to various forms of abuse from mostly, unfortunately, the younger generation, as well as opportunistic diseases. But the department worked together with the Department of Health to make sure that during that period, difficult as it was, we held hands and we made sure that we give support to the elderly. But you raised an important point about households that are headed by the elderly. You said elderly ladies, I think. Yeah, it's something to consider, and I will take it back to the committee when we engage. I think one other thing that I appreciate as MEC of this department is the robustness of the debate in the committee. These people don't pull their punches, including the chairperson of the committee. They don't pull their punches. Every time when we get out of a meeting, I feel very bruised, figuratively. But it's appreciated. And we have, together with the officials, adopted a mantra that we will not take anything personally. We will listen attentively, and where you're making sense, we will at least consider all of the suggestions that you're putting on the table. Honorable Adams, what you were speaking to is actually under priority 5, and it talks to building a capable and ethical developmental state. We are committed to improving governance within the department to enhance the delivery of social services to the neediest people in our province. We are not going to tolerate any underperformance. And I can assure you that that's one of the punches that I get every time that we are in the committee from these ladies. I know their intentions are good. But we're going to make sure, underperformance and underspending on key departmental programs and targets. And we have already begun to take decisive steps to ensure that this does not become the norm going forward. It's a report that we will get in the next sitting. I have already communicated this to the chairperson. I don't know how she's going to approach it, but I'll speak to it in the next meeting. We are also we have also put a plan in place to make sure that we contribute towards a clean audit outcome. Honourable Nchek, you spoke to the policy, and I agree with you that there's a policy in place. But I think we need to, we need to be careful that we don't mislead the communities in our quest to, I suppose, be yourselves as the opposition. You know that some of the provisions of the very policy that you spoke to are not scheduled to be implemented in the current financial year. What you spoke to passionately right now, the payment of interest, it's not due now, and I'm sure you're aware of that. And some of the provisions in the very same policy are still being developed, so we are implementing some of them as we go along. I will appreciate the committee keeping us accountable on that, but we need to be accurate in our statements. Honourable Badenhorst, just another information that I think I need to share with you is the fact that, and Honourable Engelbrecht, is that the ECDs did receive their stipends and their allocations, even during COVID. So we made sure that we don't disadvantage them because of a situation that they did not have control over. However, you keep insisting and talking about ECDs that are not funded. We cannot fund them unless they are compliant, and we are doing something to assist ECDs that are not compliant. So that's one other thing that we're doing as a department. And I mean, despite COVID-19, we managed to spend 95% of our budget. We deserve credit for that, even if you don't give it to us, to the NPOs. I know why you are laughing, Honourable Member, but it's fine. I understand your passion. But we did give them 95% in NPO funding. The remaining 5% is something that gives me sleepless nights. if only NPOs can just comply, we will reach the 100%. The 5% I can prove you beyond any doubt that it's because of the NPOs that have their own governance issues amongst themselves. And as a result, they end up in a situation where even if the intervention that we have as a department can't help them, they have to comply. So if they can just comply, everything will be in place. Lastly, regarding ECDs, it's the same old story, the bylaws at municipal level. I had a conversation with the MEC for COCTA, and we have agreed that we will find a solution towards that problem in assisting municipalities to make sure that everything is done and the ECDs are not necessarily punished because of something that they don't have control over. One thing that I will agree with you on is that there should be some kind of equality in terms of how the ECDs are given assistance, but until the municipalities, especially the municipality of Tshwane, reconsiders and reviews its bylaws around ECDs, nothing can be done. So speak to your fellow DA members there. What surprises me, especially from the DA side, is none of you supported your own member earlier on when he was talking about the need to support the LGBTQIA community. I thought maybe you will speak to that, just so to share information with you, Honourable Member. You spoke to it earlier on. One thing that we believe that we should do as the department is that the support to the LGBTQIA+, yes, community must find expression in all of our programs, except administration. Obviously, administration is for internal purposes. As it is right now, the top management, all SMSs, are tasked with coming up with a clear strategy on how we're going to support the LGBTQIA community. We're not doing enough, I agree, but we have a plan in hand where we're going to make sure that it finds expression. In all of the programs that we have. So that is going to be done, and it's something that we are going to be paying a lot of attention on. So the overall budget of the departments remains steady at 5.8 billion, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The budget allocation for this financial year was reduced, as members have said to that themselves. But I'm not necessarily going to speak to the numbers because the chairperson of the committee spoke to them. How much was administration has been allocated, social fare, welfare services, the children and families, restorative services and development and research. The chairperson spoke to the numbers very well. What I want to focus on is the 83.9 million that was allocated to the homeless program. In this regard, again, the department is working on a strategy. And together with the strategy, it will include the implementation plan, because sometimes we tend to write a strategy, and after many months, we come back to the implementation plan. So they will be working together. So the 18.5 million that has been allocated to the incentive grant for EPWP also. A plan will also be tabled in that regard. The same will apply to the 3.6 million on the ECD maintenance plan and the 1.3 million of the probity auditors that the chairperson spoke to. So in the 1 minute remaining, Deputy Chair of Chairs, allow me to thank the NPO sector that works tirelessly with the department to ensure that our service delivery targets are met. We are eternally grateful to their assistance. I would also like to acknowledge the support and generous contribution of communities, religious organizations also, because they helped us in so many ways. And the private sector, believe it or not, they came on board during the period of national lockdown. The support demonstrates our resilience and solidarity in standing together and unwavering generosity of the people of Gauteng. And I would like to, express my gratitude again to mainly the ladies in that portfolio committee. Yeah, we really do appreciate how you engage with us. Like I said earlier on, you don't pull your punches, but it's welcome. And I think I will leave it at that because I have only 7 seconds. Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. The Secretary, you can read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is consideration of the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Let me call upon the acting chair, Honorable Ndlovu, to take us through.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. On behalf of the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Honorable Matafeng William Matseke, I hereby table the Committee Oversight Report on the Budget Vote 12 of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Recreation and Culture for the 2021-22 financial year as follows. Deputy Chair, may I request that the part of the report I would not be reading be considered as read by the House. On executive summary, the overall budget allocation for the 2021-22 financial year was 1,066,393,000, which is almost the same as the amount of 1,058,073,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year, which was adjusted to 877,512,000. Of these, 793,077,000 was equitable share, while the conditional grants allocation increased by 6.5% from an allocation of 256,660,000 in the previous financial year to 273,316,000 in the current financial year. This allocation is in response to the national and provincial priorities as pronounced during the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address in the current financial year and continues to grow over the MTEF period. The committee considered the 2021-22 budget of the department during unprecedented times of COVID-19, whereby the country has put measures to flatten the curve of the virus, which includes the nationwide lockdown and social distancing. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation is one of the departments that are hard hit by the virus, mainly because it is event-driven and it is impossible to maintain social distancing in its activities such as sports tournaments, leagues, school sport, arts, events, and festivals. As a result, some of the planned activities were not implemented in the previous financial year, but carried over to the current financial year with anticipation that the country will flatten the curve of the virus and some of the gatherings will be permitted for the department to implement the planned programs in communities. The committee noted with disappointment that the Gauteng Social Cohesion Carnival will not be hosted this year due to the same reasons provided above. The Carnival is one of the flagship programs of the department and it contributes immensely to job creation with a record of 3,550 temporary jobs created in the arts and culture sector in the previous financial years. Further 1,000 job opportunities are planned to be created in the arts and culture program. The department was therefore compelled to have plans that are responding to the current situation and provide social relief support to affected stakeholders in sports, arts and culture sectors. The administration program saw a budget allocation of 165,883,000 compared to an amount of 162,340,000 allocated in the previous financial year. This shows a 3.543 increase, and this increase aims at ensuring that good governance is enhanced and service delivery is improved. The Cultural Affairs Program was allocated an amount of 233,278,000 in the financial year under review, which shows a decrease from 255,713,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year. The Film Commission received an annual allocation of 38,691,000 in the current financial year, reflecting a 2.3 increase from 39,589,000 allocated in the previous financial year. And this budget allocation will grow over the outer years. The allocation is to ensure that the audiovisual industry plays a meaningful role in job creation and socio-economic transformation and is a major contributor to Gauteng's positioning as the hub of Africa's creative and cultural industries. The Library and Archival Services Program received an allocation of 320,024,000 when compared to the 320,611,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year, which reflects 587,000 decrease. The committee noted the decline in allocation for the Program 3 due to compulsory baseline restrictions. This is because the department has failed to spend funds under this program in the previous financial years, mainly on infrastructure projects for libraries. It is concerning that most libraries that have recently been built are not operational, while some are not completed, passed, and others past the completion date. This has dire consequences for the communities that much need libraries to access information. The Sport and Recreation Program has been allocated an amount of 347,208,000 in the current financial year, reflecting an 8.7% increase from the 319,409,000 allocated in the previous financial year. The committee noted that there are several events planned to be supported under this program, but this program is hard hit by COVID-19 and its restrictions. This is because of most of sport activities requires contact sporting and spectators, which is restricted in all lockdown alert levels. I will move to committee findings and concerns. The committee is concerned that the infrastructure plan of the department sent to the committee indicated that the anticipated completion date for the Women's Living Heritage Monument is 31 March 2023, and an amount of 34,985,000 was allocated in the current financial year. The GFC planned to establish 2 post-production hubs, but this target was not achieved and no progress reported in this regard. In the previous financial year, the department reported that it conducted planning and feasibility study for the construction of 3 libraries in Zurbekom, Muellerstein, and Coxwoord. However, the 2021-22 budget of the department indicated that they were still planning to conduct planning and feasibility study for these libraries, which is contradictory to the information provided in the 2019-20 budget report process. The department plans to conduct 120 monitoring visits to libraries across the province during the current financial year to ensure compliance with the Gauteng Public Libraries and Information Act. However, during the recent committee oversight visits to libraries, it was identified that some of the issues discovered should have been identified and corrected during those monitoring visits. Proposed committee recommendation: the committee recommends that the department should ensure that the Women's Living Heritage Monument is completed in the current financial year and provide a breakdown of 34,985,000 allocated by the 30th of July 2021. The department must provide a status report on the establishment of the 2 post-production hubs by the 30th of July 2021, provide the status of the construction of 3 libraries in Zurbekom, Muellerstein, and Coxwoord by the 30th of July 2021, provide a detailed action plan with timeframes for the 120 planned monitoring visits to libraries by the 30th of July 2021. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MSc of Sports, Honorable Mbali Hlophe, and the HOD and their team and senior officials for their presentation of the budget vote 12 report. The committee appreciates, the chair appreciates the diligent deliberations of honorable members, and the committee also thanks the legislature support staff for their role throughout the process. On adoption in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the report on the budget vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill be adopted by the House, considering concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder.
I rise to second
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Member Adams.
Thank you. Let me pose a question. All those in favor of the report say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor of the report say no. The yes have it. Secretary, read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2021 for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC, Honorable Hlophe, present the budget speech. Can you assist technicians for the gadgets?
There. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We also acknowledge that at break, in line with the department that we serve, we note that individuals in the House are practicing to join the sector of arts as they make jokes. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm humbled by the opportunity to present this 2021-2022 budget vote for the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. In 2021, a year declared by the governing party under the theme Unity, Renewal and Reconstruction in the year of Mayor Charlotte Maxeke. We celebrate Mam Maxeke, who left South Africa with a choir to America. When the choir got stranded in America, the American Methodist Episcopal Church came to their rescue, making her one of the earliest cultural activists who stayed abroad and received a qualification. A distinguished and remarkable figure who came back home and challenged patriarchy from its foundation by becoming the first black woman to obtain a BSc degree, the first woman to establish a church in South Africa, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the only woman to attend the founding conference of the ANC in 1912, and ultimately becoming the founding president of the Bantu Women's League, the precursor of the ANC Women's League, Malibong. In the State of the Province address, Premier Makura correctly affirms that our department is responsible for boosting the province's happiness index, and that our role is to utilize sports and arts to develop the nation and drive economic participation, whilst providing an escape from the daily troubles of individuals, as through listening to music, watching a film, or listening to jokes, their happiness is secured. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, allow me to summarize our commitments as made in the last budget vote. We solemnly committed ourselves to the noble cause of realizing the province's GGT, Vision 2030 and NDP through the implementation of, amongst others, these key following programs: the School Sport Wednesday Leagues program, our Hanyani Wellness program to promote active and healthy lifestyle and reduce the province's health bill, expanding on sporting infrastructure, the support to the women's football leagues, promotion of the Sports Bra campaign, supporting the upcoming Netball World Cup, develop cultural and creative industries, establishment of a soccer museum, transform the Gauteng heritage landscape. Madam Speaker, we will therefore not renege from our commitment to deliver the much-needed development of sports, arts, and culture programs in our communities. It gives me absolute pleasure to indicate that we remain resolute as a department to conquer all sorts of challenges to maximize service delivery to our communities. This is evident in the significant progress we have achieved since we committed ourselves to the above cause. For 2021-2022 financial year, the overall budget of the department is just over R1 billion. Breaking it down into a quotable share of 793 million and conditional grant of 273 million. This marks a slight increase compared to the previous allocation. Hereunder is the budget breakdown per program. Program 1, which is administration, is sitting at 166 million. Program 2, cultural affairs, 233 million. Program 3, libraries and archival services, 320 million. Program 4, sport and recreation, 347 million. Madam Speaker, the outbreak of COVID pandemic has had a huge impact on the business of sports, arts and heritage. The establishment of the Gauteng Social Relief Fund to support athletes and artists during the COVID pandemic speaks volumes of our unwavering commitment to the noble cause of a caring government. Honourable members, I am pleased to announce that to the House that to date, 126 artists and athletes have benefited from the Gauteng Social Relief Fund. Madam Speaker, accordingly, we will continue to implement our Anyani Wellness Program, a program that draws its name from a Tsongan word meaning live long. And accordingly, we implement this noble program in all 5 corridors to keep communities active and healthy, whilst as a consequence reducing the province's health bill, as individuals suffering from diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, etc. can take control of their health through a healthy lifestyle, thereby reducing their footprint into our healthcare centres. Cultural and creative industries are one of the most vulnerable industries, as artists are highly fragmented and experiencing contractual exploitation. As a caring government, we will use the allocated 173 million in cultural affairs for the development of cultural and creative industries economy. I am pleased to announce that we will continue to support Gauteng artists to venture in a new market of digital business and platforms. Earlier this month, the department launched the first ever Gauteng pop-up art gallery at the Newtown precinct, creating a market access opportunity for 28 Pacific Data Image visual artists in a commercial space to curate and showcase their work. We will not withdraw our energy and focus to locate market access initiatives at the pinnacle of creative industries. Mam Charlotte Matleke was committed to empowering women. Her founding of the Bantu Women's League was inspired by the ideals of creating a society that is inclusive of women and representative of their views and aspirations. In partnership with the Gauteng Film Commission, our budget allocations will continue to support the Basetsana Film Script Writing Program in honor of Mayor Matleke, to empower young women to take over the film industry by creating content that is gender-sensitive, patriotic, and contains the patriarchal media narrative of what a woman is to look like and behave like. In pursuit of an increased market share and job creation, opportunities in sport, cultural activities, and the creative sectors, the department will invest in signature major community and local events by providing financial support to the local events. To this end, we will strengthen our partnership with the private sector and other social partners as part of our bidding and hosting work. In the occasion of the opening of the 6th administration, Premier mandated us to lead the transformation of our Gauteng heritage landscape. For this course, 37.6 million is therefore allocated to provide financial support to the 3 heritage monuments to continue with the transformation agenda of heritage landscape. This project to transform our public spaces and living spaces, thriving socio-economic and cultural hubs has ensued. Working together with the South African Heritage Resources Authority and our national department, we are embarking on a public process to allow us to place plaques on statues of colonial and apartheid architects that narrate their true history, and importantly brand them as statues of disgrace, whilst others are to be placed in a museum permanently. We do this work as it's important that these apartheid architects are not celebrated, but be remembered for what they are, a disgrace. In addition to 20 million has been earmarked to the declaration of heritage sites, provision of residence and liberation routes, and support to the economically viable heritage. In return, we will boost economic nodes, mainly in the southern and western corridors, and job opportunities to be created. The commemoration of National and Significant Days will be at the center of the 2021-2022 financial year. The hosting of these historic events significantly contributes to the supporting of local and emerging entrepreneurs. We will therefore continue to invest in these programs whilst adhering to COVID-19 restrictions, as the celebration of these days remains critical in allowing us to raise the consciousness of society. Madam Speaker, as part of growing the gig economy, an allocation of 38 million has been set aside for our bidding and hosting work. In this regard, we will continue to bid and host national and international sport. Under circumstances, the upcoming British-Irish Lions Games was supposed to contribute 3.5 billion into our economy. However, due to the unwavering third wave of the COVID-19 and with the restrictions of no spectators allowed in the stadiums, the contribution of these games is projected at 463 million. The department is working closely with Rugby South Africa to ensure that incidents-free games take place in the province. Madam Speaker, these games are huge for the province as the tour happens every 12 years. The hosting of the British Irish Games therefore adds to the portfolio of events. As Gauteng can proudly boast that under the COVID pandemic, we have hosted not only the PSL Games under the hard lockdown, but are now to add the British Irish Lions Games under our portfolio. We wish our team well, and we know they will do proud. Our infrastructure portfolio includes museums, monuments, heritage routes, libraries, archive center, and sports facilities. Our community libraries are institutions that symbolize hope for the transformation of our society. To this end, we ensure that we ensure that the new libraries are planned and the feasibility studies are to take place. While we strive to ensure that the sporting infrastructure that is in place and where there are challenges, those be addressed. Accordingly, the infrastructure team internally, working together with DIT, project that the HMPG will be demolished in September accordingly. We will continue to invest in upgrading of the existing facilities for public benefit and the development of 10 sport and recreational facilities to support recreation programs such as our Wednesday leagues. Develop the Provincial Soccer Museum as an anchor for the business of sport pronounced by the Premier in the last SOPA, and it is at collecting of the data and data analysis of the history of soccer and the contribution of the province to this great game. I'm seeing that I'm only left with 4 minutes. Our province will be implementing the Netball Legacy Program, which will encompass the following: increasing the number of girls and women playing in the structured leagues by assisting the regional structures. We will further not wait for people to come knocking at our door. Remaining true to our activist nature, we have identified talent at the robots and road intersections, and in this regard, allocated 1 million to the Andrew Makaya Street Echoes program. The Street Echoes program is a new program in the department where we scout talent at the streets and revive hope of those that society has rendered invisible by ignoring them as they perform at robots. Great strides have been made in this regard, and we have partnered with Caltex to remove the individuals from the streets so they perform at garages in a safe environment and entertain drivers as they fill up their tanks. As we move towards closure of our report, Madam Speaker, we have brought to an abrupt the legacy of culture of impunity and re-established the culture of consequence management, accountability and responsibility. The reduction and untimely elimination of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure remains on track, with plans to recover state funds. We have made an undertaking to improve the turnaround time of payments within 15 days. The recent developments in our department speaks volumes to our commitment to administer chemotherapy to the cancerous disease of corruption, which deprives our society of service delivery. Hence, we are intolerant towards maladministration and the lack of performance. During the financial year, the department set a total of 105 targets and achieved 73, which marks 70% of them in the last financial year. Most targets were not achieved due to the COVID pandemic. We have set a target of 90% and above in the current financial year and are working tirelessly to ensure that we get a clean audit, further ensuring that we meet our transformation targets. In remembering the words of President Mbeki, he reminds us that those who compete the cause will do so because they do not, as fatigue sets in, convince themselves that the road ahead is still long, the inclines too steep, the loneliness impossible to bear, and the prize itself doubtful. We remain committed to service. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I greet you all again and thank you for the opportunity to address the House on matters I believe are germane to our very own existence. Deputy Chair, the world we live in today is characterized by constant, imminent existential threats, and these threats come in what we fencingly call the dynamism of the world, which is sometimes rapid and abrupt and therefore easy to challenge, as there are clear cause and negative effects patterns are obvious. But often at times the threats are not easily discernible, as they come with subtle long-term processes over multi-generational changes hidden in the so-called civilization, which rock the bottom of our cultures. Debates about arts and culture have to be premised on the understanding that culture has always found expression in art, which has which has this uncanny ability to appeal to the moral conscience of the people interacting with it and engender or reawaken felt feelings. This and the ability to help us identify and empathize with one another cannot be discounted, as it plays no less a role in fostering social cohesion, which I submit may be a good basis for economic growth. And of course, this is over and above the art forms that artists engage in as form of economic activities, i.e. drama, songs, paintings, etc. It will therefore be our argument that this debate is very much about cultural preservation as it is about economic prosperity. Speaking about cultural preservation, sithi isiZulu kubalulekile ukwazi imvelaphi yakho nokugcina amasiko noma isiko lakini lapho ozalwa khona. This was emphasized by one eminent elder called Mayalo. And Deputy Chair, I think Mayalo is a Zulu. When she said, and I quote, "You can't really know where you are going until you know where you have been." Deputy Chair, keeping in mind the fact that Gauteng province is the economic hub of the country, driving the advancement of commerce and industry because of its crucible nature with a variety of South African cultures, it should go beyond economic and academic transformation and also continue to drive towards being a harbor for social transformation and integration of diversified art transformation and integration of diversified art forms of sporting, heritage, and cultural affairs. This is one of the tenets of the strategic objectives which instruct us to transform and modernize sports and cultural landscape, which contributes to social cohesion and nation building. Speaking about heritage, I'm reminded that a fortnight ago, we celebrated Africa Day. Likewise, tomorrow on the 16th of June, South Africa will celebrate 45 years since the 1976 youth fought for transformation in the culture of learning and teaching. A great, brave, and instrumental act that did not only agitate for academic transformation, but also precipitated this very democratically constituted sitting that we find ourselves at today. Therefore, I dare say our history, heritage are intertwined with the souls and lives of the past and the present youth, upon whose mercy we serve. Deputy Chair, the departmental programs of action seeks to ensure that historical moments like this do not face subtle long-term existential threats of multi-generational changes. As one African proverb says, and I quote, "When the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind," close quote. While on the youth of June 16, as commanded by Oliver Tambo to take care of our youth, we pride ourselves in knowing that the Youth Day holiday is one of the 6 national and historic days from which about 100,000 people benefited from the previous departmental budget. Deputy Chair, one cannot possibly overstate the significance of the combination of culture of learning, particularly in the era where the country faces a triple jeopardy of COVID-19 pandemic, digital divide, and economic stagnation. It is for this reason that we applaud the integration of ICT infrastructure as a platform in a total of 21 libraries in the Western District Municipality during the previous financial year. Scholars have anonymously argued that quality e-services delivery is the new mode of government. In the same breath, the 2021-22 plans by the department to hand over 2 libraries and construct 3 more new libraries just shows how the commitment to take care of youth and its future, as advised by Oliver Tambo. In her words, the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture in Gauteng, MEC Hlophe, said, and I quote, "Our community libraries are institutions that symbolizes the hope of social transformation in our society," close quote. However, theory should be balanced by practice. It is for this reason that we appreciate the financial contribution made by the department towards the recent library buildings, maintenance, upgrades, security guards, salaries, and purchasing of books, especially for the previous disadvantaged townships community libraries. 5 community Municipalities benefited from these practical interventions, and the beneficiaries' libraries include Springs Library in Mfuleni, KwaZenzele Library, Old DDR Library, and Mogale local municipality libraries. This is practicalizing the strategic objective of developing transformation, promoting, modernizing, sustainable library and informal and archival services. The culture of learning is intrinsically interconnected to economic emancipation. It is for this reason that when the 6th administration committed through the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Makura, to set aside 37.6 million for the Gauteng Heritage Landscape Transformation Agenda, the department continued where it left off the previous year. Just to remind those amongst us who might have missed it, the financial year 2019-2020, the Department of Arts and Culture has, through the Gauteng Heritage Carnival, created programs that led to at least 3,547 job opportunities being created. Deputy Chair, we have no doubt that the 20 million earmarked for the heritage sites and liberation routes will have a significant impact, and it has the potential of economic integrations with other economic activities. Honourable members of the House, the interventions done thus far are too many to cover with limited time at my disposal. For instance, an additional number of 28,965 people benefited from.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
We support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mazi.
Okay, thank you. As EFF, we reject this budget based on the fundamentals. The department continued with this dismally fail in the mandate to ensure access increase and participation, transformation of the sports, arts, culture and recreation sectors in a manner that has optimally social and economical benefits for all in the province, and they promote national building and social cohesion amongst its people. This has been a case long before the emergency of the COVID-19. Pandemic has when looking on the overall budget allocation for the 2021-2022 financial year, the department, including the Gauteng Film Commission, received an allocation of 1.6 billion. Wait, man. Wait. Chair, please wait. Chair, please wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Honourable Mazwi, you are protected. Can we? Yeah, let's give a continue.
The department has failed to spend
Member please mute.
Services program in the previous financial year when mainly looking at infrastructure projects for libraries. Yet most libraries that have recently been built are not operational well. Some are not completed. Like Bukoma Melody Kwa Champis. Past the completion date, this has the consequences for community that much need libraries to access information, but this program still receive all allocation of a mentioning amount when compared the previous allocation of the budget from the legislature. Honorable Speaker, this department thinks we are fools. In the previous financial year, the department reported that it conducted a studies for the construction of 3 libraries, Zurbekom, Malstrain, and Quartzworth. However, in 2021-2022 budget of the department indicate that they were still planning to conduct a planning and feasible studies for these libraries, which is contradictory to the information provided for the 2019-2020 budget reported process. Even though now, currently, Honorable Speaker, the target was not achieved and not processed, report in the regard. As the EFF, we are of the view that there is no way that South Africa can transform its economy to enable the meaningful participation of black people when their money is being wasted through litigation. The arts are neglected by the department. We ourselves as the EFF continue to find and assist artists and other and under the sports department, yet a SREC department continue squandering this budget. MEC Balishope, what is the Department of SREC provision of financial service specific to the creative industry? Again, nothing. When will department commission the writing of the proper history of South Africa and a province? What is the budget allocation for the building of 2 multi-purpose indoor sports facilities in each district municipalities and 5 in each metropolitan municipality like Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and Joburg? The department has even failed to change the names of every road, natural attraction, building, or any other access where the same and any direct or indirect link to the colonial or apartheid period. As EFF, I'm still sustaining my sentiments is that we are rejecting this.
Honorable Mazwi, thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Mazwi. Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams.
You are saying, Speaker?
Honorable Adams. Honorable Moore.
Relax, Mchan. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the DA shares in the feelings and desperation and cries and impatience of Gauteng artists and athletes who have been sold a dream by the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation that does not intend to create a conducive environment for such dreams to live to realities. I'm mentioning this remembering Stacey Lee May, who knocked on the department's door and was not opened. Rian van Niekerk of the Dancing Society, who the department today claims not to have engaged with. These are the 2 out of many artists and athletes who have been denied assistance by the department. There are also many athletes and artists who applied for COVID-19 relief fund and are still waiting without feedback. Many artists and athletes who were unfairly forced into unemployment by national government's disastrous lockdown and have received absolutely no help and relief from government. Where is their relief fund, MEC? I feel their desperation and cries. I rise today in a sad mood that the hopes and dreams that were sold to many young people of this province and the entire sports, culture and arts groups of this province in 2019 at the beginning of this administration have come to a stall, a stagnation that is human-made, a stagnation that should be remembered for the upcoming local government elections. This budget does not give hope either. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the high vacancy rate in the department causes unlimited problems, yet the department finds no agency in closing this gap. As we debate here in the House today, many suppliers have not been paid within the 15 days of submission of their invoices. These are men and women who went all out to fully comply with all that the government has requested them to do. These are women and men that have once had the Premier of this province committing that suppliers will be paid within 15 days of submission of their invoice. I'm not talking about suppliers whose document might not be complete or having outdated tax clearance certificate. No. I'm talking about fully compliant suppliers. I feel their cries and desperation. The continuing late authorization of payment is completely unacceptable. They were sold a dream and hope that does not exist. I can bet the authorization of salaries of management is forever very much on time. But suppliers now wait for these departments to wake and pay them their livelihoods. The livelihood that would protect them from suffering the same fate as artists and athletes. Deputy Chair of Chairs, creative arts is a very important and rich heritage of this province. It is through arts that Gauteng continues to shine and be a beacon to the world. It is disappointing when the department makes promises to the industry and intentionally seeks not to honor the promises. An apology by the Gauteng MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, MEC Mbali-Hlophe, to the award-winning dancer Oscar Buthelezi is a direct example where an ANC-led administration pretends to care and claim credit that they fully knew they did not deserve. I felt the cry of Oscar Buthelezi at the time. I thought the department had learned from this experience, but guess what? They recently promised to train 500 choral conductors. They gave false hope to the choral music industry. Hundreds and hundreds of choral conductors got excited that finally they have been heard. But, Honorable Deputy Chair, this department showed exposed itself once again that they are a disappointment to the industry. Only 66 were selectively chosen and assisted. I feel the pain and disappointment of the hundreds that were sold hopes and dreams, and this current budget fails to bring that hope. Deputy Chair of Chairs, fashion designers are asking questions and no one is answering. They are saying they were promised visual training in the previous financial year through a planned mentorship program. They readied themselves with borrowed network data at a cost, but the department decided not to show up. They remembered that the MEC had committed that hundreds of them would be taken into mentorship program. Today, they are wondering if the department will ever take them serious. I feel the disappointment that they are carrying. The residents of Mamelodi are frustrated and angry with the posture and attitude of the department. The department finds it fine and convenient to firstly waste hundreds of millions on an improperly built HMPG stadium without recouping back that money. They then decide to demolish the facility without commitment to rebuild the stadium, with underspending its budget coupled with irregular expenditure. We are speaking of 161 million. The department is returning money through Treasury every year, but does not have an allocation to rebuild HMPG Stadium. Please, MEC, put people first. The department today is saying it does not have money to rebuild HMPG Stadium, but you will see how many millions will be returned to Treasury as an under-expenditure at the end of the financial year. As much as the NC administration destroyed Bob van Reenen Stadium, they have destroyed HMPG Stadium. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I could go on, but I do not believe that the of this department to the budget is aligned to the actions they ought to give to those they are supposed to support. Our message as the DEA to the residents of Gauteng is that they should not lose hope, for the day is near to change the government. To change the government that does not listen, to change the government that does not care, to change the government that does not support, to change the government that does not act, to change the government that does not work. It is time for change by voting the DA into government. The DA has an established policy on sports and recreation.
Thank you.
The DA's policy is providing integrated support to competitive
Honorable Moore,
athletes.
time up. Time up, Honorable Moore.
Saying it's changed, man. Over 15 years since
Honorable Modise.
Yeah, it's been saying it's time for change for the last 15 years.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, Honorable members except for one, the citizens of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonan. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we are meeting today, a day before we celebrate Youth Day, to debate Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 for the 2021-2022 financial year. On this day, I would like to remind the youth of South Africa that they are a valuable asset in the development of our envisioned national democratic society. Young people are a driving force for social reform. South Africa's youth have always played an important role in the history of this country, and they will continue to do so even in the future. Throughout the era of regime of terror in Pretoria, South Africa's youth were in the forefront of mass mobilization and organization of the oppressed to oppose the apartheid state and fight for national democratic liberation. We have long believed that sports and recreation are essential components in the reconstruction and growth of a healthier society. This is why the African National Congress-led government is continuously expanding access to sporting facilities, particularly to those disadvantaged areas, the young and the elderly. Department of Sports and Recreation primary goal is to promote wellness, including through the use of school sports, to facilitate talent identification and stimulate sports development and high performance in order to make Gauteng the home of champions that it has become over the years. The Gauteng Sports Agenda, as indicated by Honorable Premier Makhura at his 2020 address, will include among the following key programs. 1, school sports Wednesday leagues in all public schools. 2, the Premier Social Cohesion Games. 3, the Hanyane Wellness. 4, community games during festive periods. Sporting infrastructure in schools and communities. Intensify women participation in sport. Promote and transform sports tourism, and establishment of a museum of football in South Africa. Deputy Chair of Chairs, school sports provide a platform for all learners to reach their full potential at a young age. In line with Premier's commitment to make sure that school sports Wednesday leagues is sustainable and well organized, we welcome the department's commitment to continue school sports leagues. We cannot overemphasize the social cohesion as a crucial component of our efforts to unite the country and strengthen our democracy and make it safer for everyone who lives here. It is for this reason we welcome and support the Premier Makhura provincial initiative to inspire social cohesion between the people of Gauteng through the Premier Social Cohesion Games. COVID-19 taught us that being health conscious is one of the most important things that we can do for our bodies. As a result, we applaud the inauguration of Hanyane, meaning living long, Wellness Initiative. The program purpose is to promote a healthy lifestyle for Gauteng people who do not get enough exercise by encouraging them to participate in activities such as walks, mass aerobics, and yoga courses, among others. We'll monitor the full implementation of this program throughout the province. With regard to community games during festive periods, the department will continue to invest in community games. These games will take place from the first week of December to January. Soccer, netball, basketball, volleyball, and a variety of other sports are amongst those. Over the next 5 years, the department will continue to support the program to enhance athletic infrastructure in schools and communities by constructing more multi-purpose sports courts. Women's participation in sports has a long history. It is history marked by divisions and discrimination, but also one filled with major accomplishments by female athletes, an important advancement for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. We'll keep a close eye on the department's effort to increase women's participation in sports, such as by launching women's football leagues. We applaud the department's attempt to provide sports bras to female students. We'll vigorously promote and transform sports tourism as a major contributor to the economy. In line with promoting and developing sports tourism, Gauteng is renewed as a home of champions. It is home to winners of both national and continental football competitions. As we all know that football continues to be one of the biggest contributors in Gauteng in terms of economy. We support the department's commitment to market Gauteng as a home of champions, where major sporting, arts, and culture events help the province's economy expand and create sustainable livelihoods for athletes, artists, and craftspeople. Gauteng is a hotbed for raw talent that, when found and fostered, has the potential to soar to new heights. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I conclude, let me remind this august House that in 2000, at the inaugural Lawrence World Sports Awards, our founding patron, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Tata Nelson Mandela, declared that, I quote, "Sports has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to the youth in a language that they understand. Sports can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. It laughs in the face of all types of discrimination." Close quote. With this, Chair, we therefore support the budget. I thank you.
Thank you. MEC, respond to the debate. MEC, that's your platform.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and to thank the members for the debate and inputs that have been made. Those that are building in nature, we welcome, as we know that they are rooted in fair criticism so that the department can be able to perform better. However, we must indicate, Chair, that there is a tendency, particularly by the individuals from the other side, and I see Member Shabalala is not here today, so that we could assist him. We note that, and congratulations to him on his baby. Hopefully, I'm not sure about missing him, but we congratulate him. Hopefully he can teach his kid well. So,
continue, MEC.
Thank you. What we can indicate is that we have noted how individuals have sought, and in this regard, unfortunately, Member Shabalala, have attempted to utilize and even fabricate things that don't exist because they have nothing else to look at and they can't criticize the work that is taking place right in front of them, to the extent of claiming that the department would have spent over 16 million to pay service providers for them to distribute 13 million. We indicate on this because the department has been performing, and we are proud to indicate that over 3,000 artists and athletes have been assisted by this government during the time of the hard lockdown, when artists and athletes were depressed and they could not do any work because of the conditions of the pandemic. Chair, we do this work and we continue to be committed to serving the sectors that we work in. And we further indicate that outside of the work and giving the relief, the department has also been able to ensure that it utilizes its work and thinks outside of the box. And so we're able to move our activities from being physical to being virtual, so that we could continue to create jobs for athletes and sports individuals. Colleagues will remember that during the hard lockdown, a lot of our athletes could not train, which is a requirement for them to continue being able to participate within competitive sport. We were able to work together with them to ensure that they trained virtually and get coaches to train them in that regard. But in addition to that, through taking our activities online, we were able to ensure that these artists are able to continue to work and make some money out of the department during a time when they ordinarily could not make any other business that was coming from outside. But even with those attempts and the ability for us to immediately move into the virtual space, we were still criticized and told that we're spending a lot of money and on useless activities like the virtual events, which continue to prove that such was not useless events, but it was a manner for us to be able to ensure that the work that we do with regards to our commemorative days continues, and these commemorative days continue to be celebrated, and importantly, we're able to create jobs for artists and athletes accordingly. Chair, just on the issue of that has also been indicated, Member Azwi alleges that we have not done much work in standardizing some of the libraries to adhere to the libraries of the future as we have articulated. The member would know, had he attended these library visits of the portfolio committee that had taken place, that the matters was addressed accordingly, and we have, working together with the portfolio committee and taking the recommendations, are looking into our own systems internally of how we can be able to ensure that we work closer with municipalities, as currently we only transfer the funds to them and then they continue to implement. We are now looking at ways to ensure that there is standardization, so that as they're given funds, we must be able to centralize some of the components to make sure that there is standardization with regards to these libraries of the future that we want to see. As currently, libraries and municipalities do as they please across, but we want to ensure that there is some form of standardization so that these libraries can serve as one-stop centers of the different work that is taking place, importantly so that we integrate the work that is done by even other departments so that they're able to showcase what takes place and the programs and development initiatives that are done by this government. On HMPG, Member Moore indicates that nothing is being done. We have further indicated within the budget vote that the HMPG is going to be dilapidated, and the projections of our internal team working together with DID indicate that in September we should be able to realize that demolition. We have further indicated, and working together with the MMC in Tshwane, have indicated that we will be embarking on some of the engagements with the community so that they are abreast with the work that is taking place, because individually, as the province and as the municipality, we have met with the team. However, we do feel that on this matter, we should combine efforts so that government is seen as one and working together to ensure that we resolve the HMPG matter. And in this regard, we have been working quite well with the municipality and the MMC in particular. Chair, I thought maybe I should just respond to those items, but to indicate that we remain committed to the sector, and it is quite evident with the criticism that has come through that there is nothing else to criticize, to the extent that individuals need to create stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary, read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is consideration of Community Safety Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Community Safety's Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ndlovana, can you deliver the committee report?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair. I request the House to consider the part of the report which I'm not going to read as being read. The chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio, Honorable Ndlovana, tables the committee report on the assessment of the budget vote 10 of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for the 2021-22 financial year as follows. On executive summary, the Community Safety Committee tables assessment of the 2021-22 budget votes of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety. The department received a total allocation of 962.3 million for this current financial year. This marks an increase by 31.6 million, translated to 3% from the 930.7 million, which was received in the previous financial year. The department's 3 programs received their respective share of the allocation as follows. Program 1, administration received 169.6 million in the current financial year, marking a decrease by 10.3 million, translated into 6% when compared to the 179.9 million received in the previous financial year. Program 2, Provincial Secretariat received 241 million. This was a decrease by 13 million, translated into 5% when compared to the 253.9 million, which was allocated in the previous financial year. Program 3, Traffic Management received 551.6 million, which indicate an increase by 54.7 million, translated into 11% of the previous financial year allocation. The committee noted the budget cuts within the 3 programs of the department and their respective sub-program as funds were reprioritized for gender-based violence and femicide response plan, enhancing visible policing and improving road safety. The department had reprioritized 62.9 million for the implementation of gender-based violence femicide response plan. The department planned to continue providing psychosocial support to victims of gender-based violence, as well as tracking gender-based violence cases through the criminal justice system. The department also reported that it had reprioritized 69.5 million to strengthen police oversight, community mobilization against crime and drug abuse, and to provide support as well as educate community on gender-based violence. Moreover, the department planned to conduct various social crime prevention intervention, school safety intervention program, and analyzing crime dockets to improve the quality of policing and achieve crime reduction. The committee further noted that 27.1 million was reprioritized for procurement of high-performance vehicle and 4 mobile police stations to be deployed at the high crime areas to enhance visible policing as part of the department's intervention to achieve crime reduction. The committee further welcomed the reprioritization of funds for the appointment of additional 133 traffic officers to improve traffic law enforcement and reduce the high number of road crashes and fatalities. Furthermore, 55.8 million has been set aside for the establishment of a state-of-art integrated command and control center over the 2021 medium-term expenditure framework, which is intended to integrate all existing closed circuit televisions cameras to enable coordination with all the law enforcement agencies. On committee concern observation, the committee concern observation are as follows. The 5 million allocated in the program support sub-program within the program 2, the expenditure pattern within program 2 and 3, the non-reporting on performance plan of the following programs, namely women as safety promoters, men as safety promoters, and youth desk. The 3,000 school safety intervention plan for the financial year, the plan to roll out 36 green doors houses, the plan to establish state-of-art command and control center, and the shortage of police station because of rapid immigration population growth and incapacity of the SAPS to build sufficient police station. On proposed committee recommendation. The committee recommendation are as follows. The department must provide clarity on what the 5 million allocated in the program support sub-program within the program 2 is intended for. The department must develop and implement sound financial control measures, address the constant under expenditure in program 2 and over expenditure in program 3. The department must submit the performance plan for the following programs: women as a safety promoters, men as a safety promoters, and youth desk. The department must report if it has sufficient capacity to achieve the target of 3,000 school safety intervention as set out on the 2021-2022 annual performance plan. The department must report on the strategy in place to achieve the rollout of the 36 green doors, green doors, considering that it could not achieve the target in the previous financial year. The department must submit a detailed plan with timelines on the establishment of the state-of-art command and control center. The department must investigate the possibility of Gauteng provincial government assisting the Gauteng SAPS in building police station to alleviate the shortage resulting from immigration and population growth, to enhance accessibility of police services to the citizen of Gauteng. A progress report must be submitted to the committee by the 30th of November 2021. The department must submit a progress report on all the recommendations.
Move for the adoption. Can you move for the adoption?
On acknowledgement, I'd like to thank the MEC, acting HOD, and their staff in cooperation during the consideration of the 2021 financial year budget vote. I'd like to thank the members of the committee in their cooperation and diligence, and also appreciate the support received from the support staff of the legislator. On adoption,
move for the adoption.
In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 174 of the Standing Rule of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby present the report to the House for adoption.
Thank you. Let me get any seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you. Let me pose a question. All those who are in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Community Safety's Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Let me call upon Honorable MEC, Honorable Mazibuko, to give the budget speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me acknowledge Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker in absentia. Let me also acknowledge Premier and the honorable members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party and members of the Legislature. Let me also acknowledge the MMCs responsible for safety, the Provincial Commissioner of the South African Police Service and its management team, Chiefs of Metros and the MMCs, Chiefs of local traffic departments, the acting HOD and senior managers, our stakeholders from the criminal justice system in the province, our community policing for us and our community safety for us. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, I greet everyone. Madam House Chair, We present this budget during the year in which South African government marks the 150th anniversary of the birth of our liberation struggle heroine and human rights campaigner, Mayor Charlotte Makgomo Manye Maxeke, under the theme, The Year of Charlotte Maxeke, Promoting Human Rights in the Age of COVID-19. We commemorate the role played by our bold leader, heroine and doyen of the women's movement fighting for African women's rights, specifically courageous and outstanding leader of our glorious movement, the African National Congress, and founder of the Bantu Women's League. The iconic and colossal Charlotte Maxeke was at the forefront in the fight against colonial rule and apartheid regime. Maxeke served the country in a groundbreaking ways, along with other freedom fighters who bore the brunt of racist past law and actively resisted those unjust laws. In honor of Maxeke, we must redouble our efforts and recommit ourselves to be active participants in the fight against criminal elements which threaten not only the safety of communities but also threaten the economy of our province. I wish to quote one of her quotations where she said, I open quote, deal with it. You can't conquer what you can't confront, close quote. Honourable members, policing during COVID-19 pandemic has been a mammoth task for law enforcement officers and officials, as many of them contracted the disease. Even right now, as we are in the third wave, already officers and police officers are already affected. We therefore want to take this opportunity to send our heartfelt condolences to those that passed away, to their families, their friends and colleagues. The Gauteng provincial government is relentless in its effort to implement the growing Gauteng Together GGT 2030 plan and has identified several priorities and specific interventions in strategic sectors and corridors to ensure optimal outcomes during the sixth administration. The GPG has adopted a coherent and integrated GGT 5-year policing plan, which is supported by resource allocation. And this is a concrete step in equipping our law enforcement agencies with the necessary capabilities to keep all Gauteng citizens safe and secure. The plan draws from the analysis of crime stats of the previous years and interventions made. It also identifies crime categories to be targeted and prioritized what were considered petty crimes in the previous years. An implementation plan has been developed and is currently being executed by all law enforcement agencies in pursuit of a crime-free Gauteng. The effective implementation of the 5-year policing plan is essential in ensuring that the commitments of the provincial government are fulfilled. At the center of this commitment is the reduction of crime by 50%. On budget allocation, the chairperson of the committee has already outlined how much we received. I will not get into the numbers, but what is important is that the money that is allocated seriously, 36 million of it is to improve police visibility, 62.8 to fight the scourge of gender-based violence, 20 million for the implementation of the e-policing, which includes the establishment of the command center, and 84 million to make sure that the contract workers are also employed to be permanent. In total, we have received 962,208,000 namarandinyana maningana nani niyazibonela yikho imali lana sesimane nje nasiqhuba isikhathi. Provincial Secretariat, as part of our mandate, will continue to monitor all the 143 police stations with a specific focus on the 55 priority stations which are crime hotspots and contribute high numbers to the crime statistics of our province. A special focus will also be given to police stations with a high number of reported crimes and sexual offences. Announced and unannounced visits will continuously be conducted, and as part of this intervention process to address the complaints relating to the breakdown in community-police relations. Honourable members, in the past few weeks, we experienced the most gruesome act of vigilantism the province has ever encountered. On the morning of Wednesday, the 19th May, we all woke up to the news of 8 people who have been burnt alive and 1 person whose hands were mutilated in Zandspruit. Sadly, all 8 died, only 1 is still surviving. And may their souls rest in peace. Even though the information we received from the community indicates that this incident was caused by fights for drug territories, the incident in Zandspruit is a practical example of what happens when the relationship between police and the community has broken down. The department will enhance its efforts in ensuring that there is a good working relationship between the police and the communities. It is of critical importance that the department heightens audit on closed dockets, especially dockets that were closed as undetected. House Chair, the number of dockets that were closed as undetected is very shocking. The breakdown of some of these crime categories is as follows. Murder is 1,591. Robbery aggravated 38,028. Mhlawumbe abanye benu niyabala khona lapha. Rape 2,731. Sexual assault 319. Assault GBH, which also includes member Solim Simanga, 8,503. Theft out of motor vehicles, which sits at 23,269. I'm pained by the reality that 1,591 people were killed and only 2,731 people, mainly women and children, were raped, and no one has ever been brought to justice. In addressing this backlog, the case resolution, the SAPS has actually established a crime detection unit which will be led by Brigadier Shibiri and has set up pilot teams which have already started working in April. This will ensure that they reinvestigate and reopen all the closed dockets that were undetected, especially those of murder, GPV and abused children and killed children. Gauteng suburbs and townships continue to grow at an alarming rate, and yet the police personnel is not increasing. In collaborating with the Minister of Police, more focus will be ensuring that Gauteng is assisted and beefed up even through the Community in Blue project, which includes community patrollers who have been vetted and are actually deployed. Non-performing stations and underperforming stations will be monitored very closely, and as the provincial government will continuously talk about Batupili, but there are police officers that are continuously undermining and ridiculing our people and make them to suffer secondary victimization. These officers, they must rethink why they joined the service. They are there for the wrong reasons, therefore they must leave the service. All they have to do is to attend our people patiently and be able to assist them. During the 2020 and 2021 financial year, 21-22 financial year, there will be prioritized police stations where the department will literally be camping until meaningful results are realized. Any act of an unprofessional conduct, poor service delivery, abuse of power and police inaction amongst officers will be dealt with decisively by their leadership. Police services are the primary entry point into the criminal justice system. Therefore, poor service delivery by police discourages citizens from reporting crime and negatively impacts the execution of justice. The Department of Community Safety will conduct exit surveys at police stations and customer satisfaction surveys. Recently, we also received crime stats. I must say crime continues to rear its stubborn head and our communities are really under siege. The current season of winter also contributes to these challenges because the sun quickly sets and it also rises very late. About 12 police stations still remain in the top 30 that contribute to crime in our province. Honeydew and Joburg Central are the worst contributors. They are number one in the whole country. On traffic law enforcement, over many years, the Gauteng Traffic Police has served as a force multiplier to the South African Police Service in the fight against social crime and trio crime. Another center of these operations was the Gauteng Law Enforcement Agency, which is known as GLIF, which is used as an instrument of coordination and integration of high-impact enforcement. The budget allocation to this unit will ensure that the police continue to work closely with SAPS and ensure that the Ukaimla operations continuously are effective. The department will also intensify the monitoring of the 3 provinces' metropolitan departments, and each being made to focus mainly on 2 precincts per area, and through visible policing and with respect to traffic management and bylaw enforcement by the end of this financial year. I look forward to the day when I open my social media and do not get complaints from the community about non-service delivery. Honourable members, in our previous budget vote speech, we made a commitment to employ the 400 traffic officers, to employ them permanently. We've already started doing that, and I hope that will bear fruits. On gender-based violence, Madam House Chair, the big Notsi Khulu, Madam House Chair, gender-based violence continues to be a very pandemic and a societal problem. The Gauteng City region is actually aware that an integrated approach in policing and a paradigm shift is required, but to put gender-based violence to a complete halt. Sexual offences continue unabated, crimes against women and children as well as other vulnerable groups have reached crisis points. A gender-based violence coordinator has already been appointed by the provincial government to ensure effective implementation and monitoring of gender-based violence and femicide response plan across all spheres of government in the province. The department launched the Gender-Based Violence Brigade program, which is a program that helps to facilitate and strengthen survivor focus, their resourced and coordinated response to gender-based violence. I am delighted to report that we have recruited and screened about 620 gender-based violence brigades, and these brigades are the ones that are actually helping us to identify and help those in need. The department also is helping the SAPS to transport the survivors of GBVF. As a result, we have managed to hand over 11 cars in the previous financial year. This year also we will be handing over more cars in ensuring that the victims and survivors are not transported in police vans when they seek medical help and other consultations with the doctors. The department also continued to roll out the green doors in all the 5 corridors. To date, we have also managed, Madam House Chair, to roll out some of those green doors at tertiary institutions. Valley University of Technology has been the first beneficiary, and we intend to roll out in other tertiary institutions. The department has also deployed floor managers at police stations in the province as part of ensuring that efforts are made where the service delivery and ensure that victims of GBV are attended speedily and receive quality service they deserve. Victim support, immediate case management on GBV matters, psychosocial support is currently being offered at the victim empowerment centers across all police stations. And of course, as the MEC for Social Development also indicated, they are the ones that actually fund some of these NGOs that are situated at these police stations. We will continue to mobilize our communities in the fight against crime through the community policing forums and through the community safety forums, and also having community patrollers, further making sure that our communities are actually assisted when they are actually mobilized. We'll continuously have an engagement with faith-based organizations, young people, women, men, ward committees, and senior and sector crime forums to make sure that our communities continue to be safe. In conclusion, Madam House Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank the Premier and members of the Executive Council through the Premier's Budget Council and MEC for Finance in making sure that they give us more and more money in ensuring that we are able to do our work. We'd like to congratulate the National Assembly for recently passing the 3 bills that will help in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We hope as and when they are brought to the NCOP for concurrence, it means it's us as the province that will be participating. Honourable members, even in this House, will help us to speedily make them into law. A tight grip is needed if we are going to win the war against crime and gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC Mazibuko. Can we then have Member Shackleton?
Madam House Chair, Wandile Banyini, 7, Leanne Kwasha, 36, and Reynold Letaka, 27. These innocent lives killed at the hands of criminals who are placing spikes along the N4 highway in Gauteng. A careless act of crime becoming more frequent in our province by the day, adding more unnecessary anxiety to motorists on our roads. Today we are debating the budget of the Department of Community Safety, yet no allocation has been given to ensure that there is a 24-hour monitoring system in place on our province's roads. How many more lives must be lost before the department takes action and works together with the South African Police Service to ensure our roads are safer for motorists who need to use these highways on a daily basis? For this reason, the Democratic Alliance will be voting against the Department of Community Safety budget for the 2021-22 financial year. We cannot support a budget that fails to prioritize preventing unnecessary deaths. To date, 149 cases have been opened with regards to spike placement along the highways, while the hijacking of cars are up by 1.7% and truck hijacking by 43.1%. This is a clear indication that Gauteng motorists' lives are in danger and raises great concern about the ability of the law enforcement agencies to ensure their safety while driving at night. Until this budget includes a line item that specifically capacitates the Gauteng Traffic Police to become an essential service, we will be unable to accept the budget in the interest of the safety of the people of Gauteng. The department constantly underspends year on year, while irregular and wasteful expenditure remain high. According to the department's own financial analysis, fruitless and wasteful expenditure stands at 849,000 rand, whilst irregular expenditure stands at a shocking 79,478,000 rand. These monies could have been used to fund the Gauteng Traffic Police to provide a 24-hour service. The target to establish 4 mobile police stations is woefully inadequate for the demands of this province. I have been to Honeydew and Dobsonville police stations, both out of many other police stations across the province that cover large areas, creating an unsustainable result in serving their communities effectively. The police officers admitted that they are overwhelmed, understaffed and under-resourced, leaving them unable to effectively execute their duties, putting the safety of our people at risk. In Hammanskraal, the local community has petitioned for a mobile police station to be established to service the rural areas of wards 8, 13, 14 and 95, and for a mobile police station to be established in Suruman. However, to date, they have not yet received any feedback from the department. The wards between Temba and Soshanguve are demanding police visibility and a quicker response to crime scenes. They also complained about the level of crime in the area, such as robberies and rape. Furthermore, CPF members across the province reach out to me on a weekly basis, asking for the proper equipment to do their jobs. This budget must ensure that CPF members are all properly equipped year on year on a consistent basis as a matter of course. In order to ensure the safety of our people, SAPS must be well-resourced and staffed. But this can only be achieved if this provincial government exerts pressure on the national government to ensure proper capacitation of the SAPS. Where the DA governs in Midvaal, tangible action has been taken to ensure improved safety for residents with the implementation of a crime prevention strategy that involves 3,000 community patrollers working with police to ensure the safety of residents. The department should replicate what the DA-led administration has implemented in Midvaal across the province to ensure the safety and security of our people. This budget must be correctly managed and funds appropriately directed to cater for the most pressing needs of ensuring resident safety. No one can have freedom while they live in fear.
Honorable Khatebe, there's a hand. Okadula Fatsises. Yes, I can hear you. Register, we need to record your... Yeah.
Okay. Speaker, I'm not even sure if what I'm going to raise is in the rules book, but I want to make a request to Member Shackleton, and I hope I'm Speaker. Speaker. No. Speaker. Member Shackleton. I want to make press on Member Shackleton that next time he comes into the house and he pronounces surname of black people, he must make sure that he pronounces surnames properly. Otherwise, he will Africanize his surname and he won't like it.
Okay. No, Madam Cobb. No. You know? No? Oh. Kikupa udile fat, Papa. No, Kikupa udile fat. Is that the rule? What rule are you standing on? No. Mukaba dula fat. Dula fat. Khatem. Although Honorable Bones, we understand the emotions around the issues of names. I am going to allow Honorable Khatebe, but can I then request every member of this House, when calling or pronouncing people's names, try to make sure that you do it correctly. It is an emotional issue. No, hey, Tulawana. You don't listen. No, but you are not listening. I've acknowledged that he has not used. I've acknowledged that he's not using a rule, and every member must use a rule when standing up in this house, particularly when there's interruption on a member that is supposed to speak. Every member must use a rule. They must use the rule book. I agree with you. But you don't have to shout, Luena, behave Okay, thank you very much. Member Khatebe.
Are we allowed to call the member Bones?
Okay. Deputy Chairs of Chairs, Gauteng has experienced Chair of Chairs, Gauteng has experienced significant increase in serious crime with nearly 100 more people killed in the period of October to December 2020 than in the same period 2019. We as the EFF simply do not understand how in good conscience we are expected to simply agree to a budget allocation without interrogating the fact that there is a significant increase. Njengoba ke nina nihlobisa ukuba kwemali aninxamele nje ukuba kuvunywe ukuthi ibudget iphume so that nizoyitya. You are using amagama wabo mama uMaxeke kakubi because of bebangaluthi bona bebangayityi imali so ninxamile. Relaxani ngoba siyazi nisazoyitya futhi. This department has not been able to account for the remaining 18% is allocated budget under the fourth quarter of the 2020-2021, the fourth quarter of 2020 financial year. Expect us to approve more funds that will be wasted and looted. Njengobu MEC Manqina ayifuna ukuyibayothenga amavote ngayo ukuba abantu abantsundu nidlale ngabo banivotele nibathenge ngamanqina uqiba ukusho kuba uyayifuna le mali bayifake so that uzoyitya. There is a speech, relax. This department has failed to implement technology-enabled tools of threat within the traffic management program, and even the state-of-the-art command center has still not been realized and its building identified where improper technological equipment can be installed to enable efficient and effective policy. The department only procured 4 mobile police stations and 36 safety kiosks. This cannot assist the people of Gauteng in terms of crime. We have hotspot area of crime in Gauteng, in area like Sunnyside in Pretoria, Captain Park, and even legislature itself had a butler. Uhluleka nokus protect asabo honorable. Still not has been arrested. The MEC cannot even ensure our security in legislature, let alone the province. Even the civil secretary, being one of the key programs of this department, is underperforming.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bosch. Honorable Bosch. I did. No, I did, ma'am. Usually when there is interruption, no, we did. Relay pause. Sure. Okay, ma'am. Relay pause, definitely. Relay pause because you were interrupted by Member Bones again. So we pause in twin. Okay, Honorable Bosch.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. 2 weeks ago, the body of a dead man was found at an open field in Garankuwa, Zone 1. Domestic workers were held up at gunpoint and robbed in Centurion. A young woman was kidnapped and murdered in Ekurhuleni. The list is endless, and our people are victims of crime daily, pointing towards a lack of police visibility as one of the reasons. What happened to the new vehicles that were purchased to assist with visible policing? The residents of Gauteng are fearing for their lives due to too little to no police visibility in their communities. Community members are mugged, murdered and raped daily. These crimes could have been prevented if the police were indeed visible. Our people have now lost hope in the police to ensure their safety and security due to the increasing rate of crime and a lack of police visibility. There is a large number of police vehicles that are currently standing at the workshops waiting for repairs. Why are we not fixing these vehicles first before we even consider purchasing additional vehicles? Ga-Rankuwa Police Station has more than 21 vehicles that are not in use, and they are limited to sometimes only 2 vehicles per shift to not only attend to visible policing but also monitoring of a local court, hospitals and other important institutions that requires policing. The sad part is that this is not only the case in Ga-Rankuwa, but all across the province where vehicles are not maintained or repaired regularly. Surely the purchasing of 55 vehicles for visible policing, although this is welcomed, could have provided for the repairs of hundreds of broken vehicles across the province. The DA has already called on the Gauteng MEC for community safety to ensure police visibility in all our communities, to ensure the safety and the security of our residents. We all propose that the department should consider fixing the broken vehicles before purchasing the new ones. However, our suggestions have fallen onto deaf ears. We can change this ongoing continuous challenge by voting the DA in power. The DA has already established a policy on safety, crime and justice. The DA will ensure that the police service is properly equipped, well-trained and able to do both, recognize and respond rapidly and effectively to any threat to our people. Even though the department speaks about prioritizing visible policing, this is not the reality on the ground or in practice. Instead of communities feeling safe, criminals are feeling safe to continue with their criminal acts. It is for these reasons the DA will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Adams, please come in, sir. Honorable Adams, are you there? Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Dijacher.
Thank you, Chair. It is disheartening to see that only 30 out of 36 Green Door targets were met. Most victim empowerment centres that I have seen do not deliver the caring environment that victims would expect. I recently visited the Langlaagte VEC and was greatly disappointed that the volunteer could not even explain what services they offer. Imagine walking into a VEC that's cold and impersonal after having been through a traumatic experience of violence or sexual assault, and the person in front of you is not sensitized or trained to understand the pain of the victim. VECs must be accessible, safe spaces where victims can feel protected and not ashamed for speaking up. They should offer debriefing services for all frontline workers to sensitize them about what they are going through. The DA will continue to put pressure on the department to prioritize meeting its Green Doors targets and to ensure that victims and survivors of violent crimes receive prompt and effective services to prevent secondary victimization. Thank you.
Honorable Kanyile.
Madam Chair, Wajid M.A. and Mohd Saif Majid state that, I quote, "There is no doubt regarding the notion that crime is deteriorating the socio-economic structure of society. Crime poses a serious threat to human values and existence. Therefore, this menace should be stopped as early as possible, otherwise it would lead to unavoidable circumstances," close quote. The two researchers have made a statement in their study titled "The Importance of Indeterminate and Unknown Factors in Nourishing Crime, a Case Study of South Africa Using Neurosophy." The study is published in the Nutrosophic Sets and Systems, Volume 41, 2021 of the University of New Mexico. The study uses a system called Nutrosophic Cognitive Map to analyze what is outlined as factors which nourish crime neither directly or indirectly. Either directly or indirectly. Nutrosophy is a mathematical approach which provides a methodology of representing known and unknown factors together. The study indicates that in development of policy, what has always been identified as factors which are directly related to crime in the country, which are relative poverty and inadequate housing, limited social and cognitive abilities, exclusion from school, family violence, cultural conflict, colonialism, unemployment, income inequality, violent expression of masculinity, and use of violence to resolve conflict and access to firearms. According to the study, as I quote, these measures were effective, but with the passage of time, this seems to be a constant situation, or there seems to be a constant situation, and crime seems to be at its peak. These certain or determined factors have always been taken into consideration for making policies to tackle the situation of crime in South Africa. But despite considering all these factors and formulating strategies to curb crime in this country, crime appears to be the major problem at present. The study introduces factors which it says may be uncertain, unknown, and indeterminate. This study shows how indeterminate factors play important roles in determining criminal behavior among people. According to the study, through the reports by various agencies together with the opinion of the experts, they have observed that, I quote, there are uncertain and indeterminate factors that are increasing crime in this country more than certain factors. These factors are lack of adherence to social norms, the multiracial character of the society, racial discrimination, apartheid policy, political transition, restructuring of the criminal justice system, gathering of people of various occasions, perpetrating intimate partner violence and femicide, and most importantly, the use of TIC by the people in South Africa, close quote. Madam Speaker, I thought that I should start with these references because the relevance of the plans presented to us for approval and funding by the Gauteng Department of Community Safety should also be examined in the context of their ability to respond to the uncertain, unknown, and indeterminate factors outlined in the article to which I have referred. It is the ability to deal with this that plans to fight against crime will overcome difficulties of the past. Madam Speaker, the inability to provide sufficient training, orientation, and resources to the law enforcement agencies and their members has a potential to lead to low morale amongst the law enforcers. This could also result in the deteriorating safety of society and then loss of trust in policing in general. The South African Police Service has recognized the value of coordinated operations in gathering and focusing resources for effective policing. It is encouraging to hear that the Gauteng Department of Community Safety is continuing to engage the South African Police Services on the revival of the Gauteng Law Enforcement Agencies Forum, shortened as GLIF. In addition to complementing Operation Ukayomulao, GLIF has a potential to strengthen effective implementation of bylaws at municipal level, which are intended for the safety of communities and to prevent criminal acts like illegal trading and illegal hijacking of buildings. Whilst focused and targeted policing is necessary, the SAPS have reported difficulties in maintaining resources for policing, especially at sector level. It is in this regard that we need to support the Gauteng Department of Community Safety in its effort to build, strengthen, and resource the patroller program, and to work with municipalities to provide ward-focused personnel to ensure safety of communities. The cooperation of Gauteng Department of Community Safety with municipalities, which is part of the budget we are debating, must be supported. It is in this regard that municipalities will be assisted to realize their mandate on local safety, amongst others. The NDP reminds us that, I quote, in discussing crime, the danger is to focus on policing as the only solution. It is necessary to move from a narrow law enforcement approach to crime and safety, to identifying and resolving the root causes of crime. To achieve this, South Africa will have to mobilize state and non-state capacities at all levels, which requires an integrated approach with active citizens' involvement and co-responsibility, close quote. We are again requested to support the department's approach of mobilizing society to be part of the fight against crime. We should call upon the department to prioritize refocusing the structures established for mobilization of society on their safety. In a partnership against crime, we need all partners to play their roles with diligence and play it effectively. We welcome the planned programs to strengthen the oversight role of community police forums. We will have to ensure that the leadership of CPFs understand that they are the representatives of the people on safety and have to get the law enforcement agencies to perform their responsibilities diligently. In this regard, CPFs will have to ensure that they prioritize their programs of involving communities in efforts to ensure their safety and to continue to hold the police accountable where there is laxity in the implementation of safety programs. It would be an act of injustice if we were not to take this opportunity to welcome the efforts that have been put by the department and the police in ensuring compliance to coronavirus regulations. We have all been reminded that this is a joint effort with communities. We must therefore call for the citizens to play their role. Madam Speaker, in April 2021, the African Journal of Public Affairs published an article by A. Enofoge and T.A. Idowu, both of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which is titled The Attitudes and Perspectives Towards Sexuality and the Social Influence on Gender-Based Violence in South Africa. In this article, the writers assert that, I quote, the phenomenon of violence against women is driven by gender norms and societal values that standardize and justify gender inequality or disproportion. From nuclear family to the general public, gender standards and socialization are significantly molded among youth, close quote. The article continues to state that, as I quote, an attitude shift at the community level as well as family level needs to happen to decrease gender-based violence in South Africa. Mechanisms are required to influence their attitudes to gender equality and intimate partner relations in school programs and other areas as a priority, close quote. And as the ANC-led government continues to find improved ways to tackle gender-based violence and femicide, which it has declared a pandemic. One such intervention, as MEC Mazibuko has also indicated, is the national government's focus on the 3 bills that the MEC has indicated. It is argued that these are intended to strengthen the existing legislation through proposing improving the landscape of how government departments, law enforcement, and the courts respond to cases of violence against women. Empowering the South African Police Service to play a major role in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide is extremely important. This is based on our assessment of the weaknesses that have been experienced, especially by victims and families, when visiting police stations to report these crimes. Attention needs to be paid on inappropriate responses by our law enforcement agencies, where they are expected to support the victims of gender-based violence. The budget vote 10 we are considering today will provide the department with focus and improved capacity to oversee the police and ensure that they improve their efforts in their policing of gender-based violence and femicide. The drive to change perceptions in society on the ability of the criminal justice system in general to deal with the perpetrators of gender-based violence, femicide, and child abuse is on track in some instances. The problem is that the negative attitudes in this regard is still justifiably huge. We still need more to support the strengthening of a coordinated criminal justice system. In addition to strengthening legislation, we need its orientation to be on the side of the victims and their families, and to show no mercy on the perpetrators. Public education programs that are effective are those which recognize the value of family cohesion as the beginning of inculcating good values in society. In addition to families, the orientation of groups for socialization has a direct impact on translating family values in society. A close examination of the programs presented to us by Gauteng Department of Community Safety demonstrate the understanding and prioritization of this approach of building the values of individuals, family, and social groups. Structures like men as safety promoters, women as safety promoters, and youth desks established by the department at various policing precincts are platforms for families and societal mobilization against gender-based violence, femicide, and child abuse. Partnership with other departments, especially Gauteng Social Development and Gauteng Department of Education, have a potential to play a key role in building cohesion in families and social groups, and thus go a long way towards elimination of gender-based violence, femicide, and child abuse. Once again, let us recognize the initiatives taken by Gauteng Provincial Legislature, like the establishment of the Men's Forum led by Honorable Makubele. The test of these initiatives is on their capacity to also be relevant during the time of lockdown aimed at preventing the spread of COVID-19. It is reported that it is during this period that there has been an increase in number of gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, in a response to my question on the intended UN decade of action, MEC Mazibuko outlined the causes of accident and fatalities on our roads. In summary, these relate to driver behavior or misbehavior and pedestrian negligence. Empowering the Gauteng Traffic Police to ensure law enforcement by tackling driver misbehavior and pedestrian negligence is one of the interventions we are called upon to support through this budget. We, however, must acknowledge, like the MEC did, that more effort is needed to deal with the root causes. The weaknesses at the DLTCs must be addressed. Conditions of possible bypassing of the legislation, which leads to incompetent drivers slipping through the system and finding themselves on our roads as killers, must be dealt with. Programs to educate pedestrians, especially at primary education level, if effectively implemented, can offer a perfect and necessary base for pedestrian awareness, leading to pedestrian safety. Gauteng is at an enviable position that, in addition to Gauteng Traffic Police, it has the National Traffic Police, the Metro Police, and the Municipal Traffic Police at their disposal to ensure safety on our roads. It should be noted that Gauteng Department of Community Safety has reported its intentions to take the coordination of these agencies to a level which will ensure heightened safety on Gauteng roads. Budget Vote 10 is a call for us to join in partnership to ensure road safety and reduce road fatalities by supporting the department to strengthen its programs of instilling integrity in DLTCs and massive societal education and mobilization to prioritize pedestrian safety. It is in this regard that the partnership between the Gauteng Department of Community Safety and the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport must be strengthened. Madam Speaker, the support of this budget is the support for a partnership with Gauteng Department of Community Safety to take our fight against crime, gender-based violence, femicide, child abuse, and carnage on our roads to a higher level, addressing not only the certain or determined factors, but also factors that are uncertain, unknown, and indeterminate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Kanyile, Honorable Mazibuko, please reply to the debate.
Sorry, Madam Chair of Chairs. It's Member Hoffman.
Oh, okay. Honorable Hoffman.
Madam Chair, can I use our free time?
Only right again. Okay. Honorable Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. Geachte voorsitter, as ons kyk na die begroting en neem in ag die verslag wat vroeër vandag voorgehou is deur die voorsitter van die Veiligheidskomitee, bewys dit weer eens dat dit geen sin saak maak hoeveel geld jy na 'n probleem strooi. Nee, as jy die wil en die bevoegdheid ontbreek, lê die publiek daaronder. Voorsitter, terwyl ons hier sit en kyk na syfers en party van ons kollegas vergenoegd voel met hul teikens, sit Gautengers daar buite in 'n realiteit van 'n destabiliserende samelewing waar honger en nood mense in die hande van misdaad jaag. Ons sien hoe die kriminele syndikaate en bendes momentum kry terwyl ons SAPD verval tot 'n ordelose verleentheid vir Suid-Afrikaners. Gauteng is tans verval in terreur terwyl die hoofde van die polisie totaal ontman. Die lede op die grond werk in haglike omstandighede. Dit terwyl die politici rondval tussen buzzwords. Die diepgegronde oorsaak vir die verval van die SAPD
Thank you very much.
in die departement is die afwesigheid van finansiële dissipline. Ons stem teen die begroting.
1 minute is over, sir. Thank you very much. Honorable Mazibuko, please respond to...
Thank you very much, Madam House Chair. Let me thank the members for their participation and actually acknowledge the work that is being done when they are doing oversight. Also thank the chairperson of the committee and the members of the committee for continuously holding us accountable, Madam House Chair. And Member Kanyile, we will make sure that we establish the road safety councils in ensuring that we work together with our communities in the fight against the pedestrian deaths and those that actually die in accidents. And we'll also continue to work with the Department of Education in ensuring that school safety remains our priority and that social mobilization against criminal activities, including our community policing forums, school governing bodies, and implement safety plans, working, of course, together with the Department of Education. And this would include us targeting those 50 problematic schools that they've identified and offering assistance in making sure that the diversion programs that we have as a department, they are assisting these young people instead of them having criminal records while they're still very young, but they must actually be assisted. And the department, in partnership with the Department of Education, also planned to deploy 5,094 patrollers at schools, and to date they've deployed 3,996, and we'll make sure that will continue. The partnership is important because the schools exist within communities, and its infrastructure cannot continue to be vandalized under our watch. Honourable members, as the provincial government also have made commitments in deploying 100 high-performance vehicles fitted with crime-fighting technology and 50 additional patrol cars and 12 mobile police stations. We have so far delivered 55 of those cars, and procurement has already started for the balance of the cars. These vehicles actually assist in enhancing police visibility and police response in crime hotspots. Member Boshoff, Member Boshoff. Oh, and these high-powered vehicles also assist in fighting trio crimes such as car hijackings, truck hijackings, business and house robberies, and they will also help to respond to cash in transit and increase police visibility in our province. I'm sure most of you are now seeing these cars on the road. Asikhulumi inganekwane, sikhuluma into eniyaziyo eniyibonayo. And in one of the days, honourable members, must just stop and greet them and check ukuthi how are they working, and indeed they are assisting communities. Ever since the launch, impressive successes were recorded, resulting in the arrest of some of those wanted criminals. The process of setting up the state-of-the-art provincial command center has commenced, and it will soon be rolled out in this phase. I'll invite members to come and see the cutting-edge technology linked to the toll gates la endleleni. Nizobona nini? Nanoknihamba sizoloku sinibhekile. Nowhere to hide. Ukayimla. Corruption in law enforcement also, there is an urgent need to eradicate corruption and criminality within law enforcement and the criminal justice system. None of our efforts in fighting crime will yield results while we still have criminals disguised as police, lawyers, and judges within our criminal justice system. The integrity, dignity, and respect of law enforcement fraternity will only be restored when corrupt criminal elements are isolated, dealt with decisively, and put behind bars for a very long time. Honourable members, we have requested that a special unit be established to deal with these corrupt elements within law enforcement agencies. And there is no law enforcement operation that will yield optimal results as long as we have criminals within the ranks leaking operational information. And the department will also work hand in glove with the IPID in ensuring that we address these cases and allegations of police brutality. Member Shackleton, I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear that we've made inroads and towards the goal of ensuring that Gauteng traffic becomes a 24/7 shift team. This decision was taken a long time ago when it was still MEC Nkosi Malubane that traffic officers must also be 24/7. But due to the nature of the environment they work with, they are highly unionized, and those engagements are ongoing. And a CAP memo will soon be tabled and in the EXCO, and I'm sure it will be approved. And definitely, you will see more and more of our officers. Already, police are there, and MPDs and MPDs are there, except Ekurhuleni and Tshwane. They do not have 24/7 deployment. So he'll vote now. Also, member Shackleton, now we don't establish police stations. No wonder MEC Maile Atabanta go to Homkop. Finally, into enjengalisi. And member Khatebe, hey, do not compete with me, Ngamanina, please. They will eat up your time. Ulivela Amanina, Namanina is Katsaksasa Pela. Yekela Pigisana Namanina, Amanina Juanjim. Musadi, don't get into that league of Manina. And you are still very young, member Khatebe, not to understand and learn what is the work of this department. Asibono manchinlanti, asgata mobility. So no sooner you learn what is the work of this department, in conclusion, Madam House Chair, masibonge ithuba lokuthi nathi sikwazile nathi ukuphefumula, sikwazi ukuthi nathi sibeka amabili amathathu kulohlahlubo mali lezimali kuwo lumnyango wezokuphepha komphakathi. Ngibonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mazibuko. Will the Secretary please read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's Focus Intervention Study, report on emanating from the 2019-2020 Financial Annual Report of the Department of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, an evaluation of informal settlements supported with electrification in 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Diale. Honorable Diale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Can I switch off my camera for better connectivity? Chair of Chairs, also in the interest of time, I'm going to request the House to allow me to present only on the findings and the recommendations by the Portfolio Committee and consider the parts that I'm not going to read of this FIS report as read. The Portfolio Committee did not undertake any physical site visits during the FIS under review. However, a visual oversight meeting was held with the Department of COGTA, and the department reported that there is a need to have a discussion with the Portfolio Committee on repositioning of COGTA to deal with more difficult issues that are emerging, particularly in relation to support to municipalities and ensuring effective local governance. Amongst others, there are challenges throughout the province on increasing population and the rise of new informal settlements across the cities that result in high demand of bulk infrastructure, and there's also a challenge of deteriorating existing infrastructure. And despite efforts to ensure quality service delivery by government, local government in Gauteng still experiences high demand of services by communities, especially in informal settlements. Another challenge is whether the supporting role as played by COGTA, and there's also a need to comprehensively discuss building future cities and demand on infrastructure and services. Furthermore, the department also highlighted that there should be a discussion on the growing Gauteng Together 2030 to discuss, amongst others, the implication on service delivery and the position of government to respond to all the challenges in anchoring the district development model. Madam Chair of Chairs, on Zandspruit electrification, according to the department, there's a constant communication with the city of Johannesburg and Eskom on electrification of Zandspruit, that the electrification project is implemented in phases and that the whole project is financially resourced by ESCOM. Furthermore, the department also reported that the funding is a pie that is shared nationally. So even if they have identified the area to be fully electrified, it will be done through phases. The department also cited that there are budget constraints from all key role players to ensure full electrification of Zandspruit, and that there's a need to ensure stakeholder engagement to resolve the community challenges in the area. On Infuleni, the portfolio committee found out that Infuleni does not have a policy to electrify informal settlement, and the department reported that the reasons why Infuleni has taken, the department reported that reasons why Infuleni has taken the council resolution of not electrifying informal settlement was that some of the informal settlement areas are on private land. However, the department promised the portfolio committee that they'll take up the matter and ensure that the Infuleni municipality look at other alternatives in ensuring electrification. On Orange Hill electrification, the department reported that there has been engagement with Mogale City on issues of electrification in Orange Hills, and the following were the challenges identified: that most informal settlements in Mogale City are on private land, which makes it difficult for government to deliver services to communities in this informal settlement. That's why it's important to expropriate land without compensation. Most of the electrification in informal settlement is done by ESCOM. On Beggersdal has more informal settlement in Rand West City. There are similar challenges as informal settlements in Mogale City. So each informal settlement has more than 12,000 households. The department coordinated a meeting with different stakeholders. There is ESCOM, the municipality, Department of Minerals and Energy, CDWs and rapid response team, as well as with the community in Beggersdal informal settlement. And the following issues were resolved: that the stakeholders will be able to only electrify 6,000 households during the financial year, that the department through its CDW program will do household verification in order to ensure adequate planning and resourcing of the informal settlements in Beggersdal. And on alternative energy, the department reported that it is working with different key stakeholders such as Department of Infrastructure Development, GDDAT, GFA, and the Innovation Hub to look at alternative energy initiatives based on the Gauteng Energy Security Strategy. Furthermore, the department is looking at energy efficiency, renewable energy, and all the sources of energy broadly for Gauteng. The department is also looking at how municipalities that are financially able can get their own sources of alternative energy rather than relying on ESCOM. In conclusion, municipalities are struggling with installation of the high mast lights because ESCOM has made a decision that in areas where they supply, they won't be installing high mast lights. The municipality will have to install the high mast lights and then pay ESCOM electricity charges. So the department reported that DME has a grant that municipalities can apply for to install high mast lights, and most municipalities in Gauteng has thus far have applied for the grant. And the department also acknowledged that there's a need to ensure use of solar power, as most of the applications are based on high mast lights connecting to the grid. The department committed to engage municipalities during the energy forums to advise on the use of solar-powered high mast lights. Our concerns as a portfolio committee are the following: that the committees remain concerned with the community unrest and service delivery protests in Zandspruit, and that there seems to be no integrated plan from key role players, that is COPTA, ESCOM, and COJ, in resolving the electrification issues of Zandspruit. No uniformity on electrification of informal settlement. Thus, like in Infuleni municipality, does not have a policy to electrify informal settlement due to a council resolution that prohibits the municipality to electrify informal settlement. We are also concerned that there's still no clarity on the land ownership of Orange Hills. no integrated approach between Kokta and Mohale City to deal with the electrification issues in Orange Hills. There's no plan to encourage use of alternative energy initiatives to curb illegal connections in informal settlement. Madam Chair of Chairs, as a portfolio committee, we recommend the following, and we also request the department to respond by the 30th of July 2021, that the department should engage with key stakeholders such as ESCOM to ensure full electrification of Zandspruit, that the department should ensure uniformity in municipalities to electrify all informal settlement. The department should also follow up on the Orange Hill land issue in order to, amongst others, ensure electrification. The department should ensure that the COPTA team assigned to Mohale City is visible to the communities of Orange Hill in order to assist them with installation of electricity that is done by ESCOM. The portfolio committee further acknowledges that the department report on alternative energy and we further encourage the department to propose to municipalities to consider alternative energy initiatives for informal settlement to avoid illegal connections and other hazardous activities in these communities. Madam Chair of Chairs, I hereby acknowledge and appreciate the members of the Portfolio Committee of Kokta and Human Settlement, and also appreciate the support given by the staff of the legislature in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164. I hereby table this report and the Portfolio Committee recommendation for adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is there a seconder?
Second, ma'am. Paul Malema.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'll put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement from Solo Committee's second Focus Intervention Study report on an investigation of the impact of irregular expenditure on service delivery, the case study of hostel redevelopment mega project, and issuance of deeds of the Department of Women Settlement portfolio committees. Thank you.
Honorable Diane.
Madam Chair of Chairs, ke kopa gore le ntumelle gore ke le yona report ena ke bethe mabalangwe. It's long, but I'll try to just read and for the House to consider the parts not read as read. The Portfolio Committee conducted an oversight visit as part of the FIS to assess progress in Situka Redevelopment Hostel on Wednesday, the 2nd June 2021. The hostel is in Tembisa and the project started in 2018. The redevelopment project was initially aimed at building 248 units for the beneficiaries of the old Situka hostel. To date, only 222 units were completed and incomplete 38 alternative built 38 units that are built through using alternative build technology remain unfinished. According to the department, the two main issues deterring the successful completion of the project is the dispute with the contractor initially appointed, as well as illegal invasion of the completed 222 units by members of the community not on the beneficiary list. Meanwhile, the lawful beneficiaries remain stranded in the dilapidated and overcrowded old Situka hostel building. The Portfolio Committee is of the view that the project remains a responsibility of the department to successfully complete and ensure allocation as well as hand over to the rightful beneficiaries. Thus, the Portfolio Committee has argued that has urged the department to explore all its options in resolving all existing challenges for the benefit of beneficiaries who have been waiting for the past 3 years. The Portfolio Committee noted the work in progress, whilst the work in progress and also remain concerned as the department reported that no contract was signed between them and the contractor or the developer on the project site. The department also highlighted that beneficiaries residing in the old hostel invaded the new hostel. They also highlighted that there was poor performance by the contractor or the developer. The design plans for the 38 units built on ABT were not yet approved by the department and the municipality, and there was no signed agreement between the department and the developer, and generally poor relationship between the department and the beneficiaries themselves. Chair of Chairs, I'm going to take the House through the concerns or our findings as an oversight. We found that the contractor is working without a signed contract agreement on the land that belongs to the department, and the contract lapsed in 2019 as the contractor was not performing, that some of the flats on the new hostel redevelopment building were invaded, that the target for the hostel redevelopment flats was 248 for the CRUs and only 222 were completed. The contractor could not finish the remaining 38, and the contractor is now using ABT to finish the 38 units. And as part of the concerns we have, despite the fact that it is alleged that there's no contract between the department and the developer on site, construction or building is continuing and there's no clarity as to who will be the owner of the project or units, since the units are built on government land and there's no contractual obligations binding the developer. Lack of detailed reporting on the status of the Sethuga hostel as well as lack of adherence to deadlines. Challenges experienced in the implementation of the hostel redevelopment program and the CRU program remain a concern. Illegal occupation in redeveloped hostels, flats that were left unattended for a long time. There's also we found out also that there's illegal erection of shacks in hostels, lack of consequent management on officials that are responsible for non-performance and failure of the projects. We recommend to the House that the department should provide us responses by the 30th July 2021 on the following. The department should provide a full written report on the 38 ABT units at the Sethuga hostel redevelopment, provide us with a full detail on what will happen to the project since it's now hijacked by the developer. The department should provide a report on why the developer was allowed to continue with development without a contractual agreement. That the department should provide the portfolio committee with a comprehensive report on the status of all hostels in Gauteng, including Sethuga hostel in Tembisa. The department should embark and initiate the agent review and separation of the hostel redevelopment program and CRU's program, given the implementation challenges faced. The department should provide a comprehensive plan on how it will review projected rentals in all hostels in Gauteng, including Sethuga. The department should provide measures or actions taken to evict people who invaded hostel redevelopment flats and also put measures in place to speed up the allocation process to avoid invasions. The department should provide the committee with a comprehensive report on a consequential management for officials that have been found guilty of corruption and non-performance within the department. Madam Chair of Chairs, I wish to thank the MEC for COGTA and the head of department and their team, and also further wishes to express my gratitude to honorable members, Member Ncube, Member Malema, Member Schneemann, Member Strota, Member Msimang, Member Dlamini, Member Tong, Member Ledwaba, Member Adams, and Member Dilani. Furthermore, I would like to also express my appreciation to the contribution by the staff of the legislature in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, read with Rule 164. The Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlements hereby present the focused intervention study report on the topic as read before, Madam Speaker, for adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Diale. It was a long day indeed for you, ma'am. Is there any seconder?
I will second the report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And I put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no.
Yes. Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The next order of the day is Sports, Recreation, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee's Focus Intervention Study, report on investigating the implementation of the grant in aid funding and its impact on assisting the department to achieve their mandate in the arts and culture and sports and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ndlovu.
Asibonge Sihlalo. On behalf of the Chairperson of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mateke, I hereby table the Portfolio Committee Forecast Intervention Study Oversight Report on investigating the implementation of the grant in aid funding and its impact on assisting the department to achieve their mandate in arts and culture and sport and recreation. Madam Chair, may I request that the part of the report I would not be reading be considered as read by the sitting. On findings, presentation by the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the acting CFO, Mr. Mphihle Mafura, presented to the session the role of the department in supporting community organizations to achieve their goals. The grant in aid falls within Cultural Affairs program of the department and is supposed to have 8 staff personnel for arts and culture and 4 sports and recreation. However, this subunit only has 4 staff personnel due to high vacancy rate and challenges of filling vacant posts within the department. In the 2019-20 financial year, an amount of 8 million was allocated to support 60 sport, art and culture organizations. The main output of the program is to manage the grant application process as well as the funding to eligible individuals or legal entities. This is done through the grant in aid unit that serves as secretariat to the 2 committees serving to promote and develop the 2 respective sectors, namely Gauteng Arts and Culture Council, that is governed by the Gauteng Arts and Culture Council Act No. 11 of 1998, and Gauteng Sports Adjudication Panel, that is guided by the Sport and Recreation Grant in Aid Policy of March 2007. The Adjudication Committee comprises of members of the community that are experts in their fields. The Secretariat of both committees is made up of the Chief Directorate statutory bodies. The department then advertised on an annual term in the provincial print calling for proposals and stipulating the application process, requirements and the closing date. The Grant in Aid Committee are invited to participate in the annual Grant in Aid roadshows aimed at sharing and capacitating prospective applicants in the province. After the closing date, all applications are collected, counted and captured on a database, and acknowledgement letters are sent to all applicants. This is preceded by the sitting of the Grant in Aid Adjudication Committee. The outcomes of the Grant in Aid Adjudication Committee is publicized on the department's website, and successful applicants are invited to attend the SLA workshop aimed at taking them through the agreement they will be entering into with the department. The department attends the funded projects to monitor and ensure that funded projects are indeed implemented for the intended purposes. The department acknowledged that its internal inadequate personnel capacity and management oversight has led to poor capacity to serve both the Grant in Aid Committee efficiently, to monitor and evaluate all funded projects, poor capacity to conclude the adjudication process on time, poor service delivery emanating from failure to meet committed target dates, communication, poor accessibility of officials, and failure to fully meet the targets outlined in the unit's functional activities and APP target, leading to accruals year in, year out. Stakeholder inputs: most of the organizations the committee interacted with strongly indicated that the funding received from the department is not sufficient, and some reported that they applied for 150,000 but only received 50,000 from the department, and the project costs were over 200,000, which then led to project failure, especially for organizations that did not have another source of funding and relied entirely on the department's grant. Some organizations mentioned that they have applied for funding from other sources, such as National Department of Arts and Culture, Mzansi Golden Economy, and the National Lottery. However, this is not guaranteed, and they end up relying on the funding from the department. There was a strong recommendation that funding should be increased for the funded organization to be able to sustain themselves and not return for funding for following year. There is no formal training provided by the department to the funded organization. Some stakeholders reported that they have never attended the SLA workshop reported to be conducted by the department for funded organizations. As a result, there is no development in the sector. There is a need for entrepreneurial workshops to capacitate these organizations. There is a serious need to take arts and culture as a profession and provide artists and coordinators with proper training to successfully use opportunities available. Conclusion, the findings of the study revealed that there are challenges in the implementation of the granting aid program in the department. The initial budget for this output was 8 million, which gave each organization 150,000, but this has since been reduced to 4 million, which then allows for the department to give each organization 66,000. Which is too little considering that there is a lot of work done by these community organizations in the sector for community development. Therefore, the support provided by the department is unsatisfactory. The funding provided by the department does not provide sustainability to these organizations. As a result, the industry is not growing and organizations are forced to go back for more funding and to rely on the department's funding. The lack of monitoring and evaluation of the program by the department and shortage of staff to attend to granting aid programs contribute to the challenges identified. There is a need to have the SLAs signed between the department and municipalities on areas of cooperation. There seems to be a breakdown in intergovernmental relations as far as the use of municipal facilities for arts and culture is concerned. Facilities are inaccessible and there are no suitable facilities such as art centers and theaters in some communities, especially in townships. There is a need to strengthen this area if community arts and culture is to take effect in the province. The delays in the adjudication process is another impediment identified resulting in the funded project's failure. The plan of the department is to have the adjudication process finalized and funds transferred to organization in the second quarter of the financial year. However, the recent reports of the department indicated that the process has been finalized in the late last quarter of the financial year, which has dire impact on the organizations that rely on this grant. This is either due to the delays in the appointment of the adjudication committee or tax certificate expiration and other administrative issues. Committee concerns they are as follows. The allocation of the grant in aid support is insufficient, therefore limiting funding provided to the organization, impacting on their plans and sustainability. Poor intergovernmental relations between the department and municipalities with regard to access to facilities by organizations for arts and culture purposes, and lack of suitable facilities such as art centers and theaters in communities. Poor monitoring and evaluation by the department on the grant provided to organizations due to internal capacity challenges. Organizations are not provided with training capacity workshops and roadshows provided are not impactful. The department has not evaluated the grant in aid funding to assess its impact to the beneficiaries since program inception. The 2007 grant in aid policy used to fund organizations is outdated and does not respond to the current challenges faced by the sports, arts and culture sector. The turnaround on adjudication of applications takes longer due to capacity challenges within the department. The recommendations that the department revise the granting aid funding model to increase the financial support provided to organizations with an intention to create sustainable organizations. The department needs to provide the report by the 30th of July, improve intergovernmental relations with municipalities leading to the provision of arts and culture programs and access to facilities by organizations. A status report should be sent to the committee by the 30th of July. Capacitate the granting aid subunit to be able to monitor programs implemented by the organizations and evaluate the funding model for the granting aid programs. A report should be sent by the 30th of July. Development develop a plan on the provision of training and workshops for the funded and unfunded applicants with an intention to capacitate and empower them. A plan to be sent by the 30th of July. Conduct an evaluation of the impact of the programs provided by these organizations in communities and provide a report by the 30th of July. Review the granting aid policy to respond to the current challenges faced by the sector and report by the 30th of July. You should partner with the civil societies aligned to the department like they did with social relief funding to adjudicate and pay applicants on time. Progress to be sent by the 30th of July. Acknowledgements. The Chair would like to thank members of the Portfolio Committee for their participation in the FIS project. The committee would like to thank the department, the MEC, and the team and the officials for their dedication during the process. The committee also extends its gratitude to the legislature staff for assistance given during the process. Adoption of the report in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2C, read together with Rule 165. The Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the focus intervention study emanating from the annual report of the Department for 2019-20 financial year on investigating the implementation of granting aid funding and its impact on assisting the Department to achieve their mandate in the arts and culture, in sport and recreation be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Is there a seconder?
Member Adams, I rise to second, Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Dalton. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. That brings us to the end of the meeting. Our next sitting is on the 17th of June, 2021, which is this Thursday. The House is now adjourned. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ceci, Khatib, stand up. Thank you.